Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Keanu Esports Twitch stream. We are back with Valorant. I took a little 1 day break for Overwatch, but of course we're back to the good old V to the A to the L. I'm here with Sleepy Boy. How are you
Hello,
doing?
yeah. I'm doing all right. I'm excited to see a pretty long day today for the stream hacks. It's gonna be, I believe, three best of threes, which is a bit of a marathon, but it's all gonna be worth it. So we can see these teams play, and we can see Keanu play to see if they can make it all the way for those three maps, or sorry, for those three series today. I'm definitely very excited to see where this goes. So for map one, we're going Haven. Then map two will be Lotus. The deciders is Ascent, and we will see. We'll see where we end up. Haven's gonna be exciting. I mean, I feel like these are the only three maps we keep seeing. But this is honestly kind of good for Keanu because these are three maps that they're good at.
Yeah, 100%. These are definitely their three of their strongest maps. I'd say Haven, Ascent, Breeze, and Lotus are like those four solid, super
Yeah.
strong maps. This is the qualifier for the Samsung Dreamhack Invitational. It is single elim bracket. We are starting at the round of 128. So it's going to be super, super interesting going into this series. Their first match here in the round of 128 is against Rowan Gold. They seem to be a pretty strong team overall. Haven is one of their most comfortable maps, so again, it's going to be super interesting just to see what they're able to like work with here.
Yeah. Um, I am I am interested to see. I mean, we've seen Keanu tends to favor this sort of Astra comp in a lot of their comps instead of having a controller like Omen. So I expect that to come out here on Haven once again. And we really haven't seen any teams that sort of uh, have shut that down at all. So as we've talked about before, Astra does seem to have a higher win percentage on Haven right now. And whether or not that's just because teams that pick her are just better at using the comps that they have, or if it's because she is more advantageous than Omen, is still definitely um, yet to be seen. I haven't really seen any teams that look as though they are shutting down Keanu because they have an Omen instead of that Astra. So I am interested to see where this does end up heading as far as that Omen or sorry, the Astra pick. As we've seen them be semi-effective in it before. I haven't necessarily seen any Astra plays where I'm like, wow, I'm so glad they have an Astra instead of an Omen. But at the same time, they do seem to absolutely know how to use them effectively. So
I think it's a lot of what's the word, intangibles. It's a lot of
hmm
intangibles with that Astra, right? The ability for the Astra to kind of just like post up in a kind of lurker spot to just like
yeah,
chill and wait for just to like for on an attacker side, like you typically see that Astra kind of parked towards C in a default, and you're just able to gain so much like hold. And that universality that she has, that global reach that she has with stars, is just so strong.
yeah,
I would love to see what this comp is able to bring. I believe we're gonna see the standard comp out from Rowan, um, of just the Omen, the Sova Breach combo for initiators,
yeah.
KJ, and then Jet, right? There is one comp that I haven't seen yet so far in any collegiate Val, which is that Viper comp or the Swamp comp as it's starting to be known as. I'm a big fan. I don't know. How do you feel about Swamp comp on Haven?
I do feel as though typically, like I definitely don't necessarily agree with it as a comp, or at least I didn't for a while. Obviously, one notable team was like the guard in challengers is able to pull it out, and they did well enough on it to ascend. So clearly, clearly it's a comp that can definitely work if you understand how to use that sort of double controller, but one thing that's sort of been interesting to see is whether or not teams are comfortable using the comp. Because it's sort of like bringing out chamber on some maps or yours, where it's like you can pull it out, but are you going to be able to use it and show that there's a reason you're picking it? Because um, there's some teams that just want to go against the meta because they think that it'll give them an advantage going against the grain, picking something you don't see very often. Um, and then on the other side, there's also just teams that know how to use their comps that they're picking very effectively. So I don't hate double controller. I definitely think with Viper you can set up some plays that you wouldn't otherwise have. I think her ult is one of the more impactful ones in the game. It's just about can you figure out how to use them when you don't have those ults up or when you're on that defense when honestly Viper's util is a little bit less advantageous. I think she struggles a little bit more on that defense than she does offense. Weirdly, even though she's a controller. So um, yeah, you're right. We haven't seen it in a while. I haven't seen it in a minute, and I would definitely be excited to see if we could um, possibly see that come out in this tournament. I think if there's a time to use it, it is in a tournament like this to just try and bring out that element of surprise. Um, but I do think the tried and true breach meta has been there for a reason, and I do like the sort of direction it's gone in. I think because it's just been the meta for so long, teams have really refined their strategies in playing with it. Um, and so I think I think I wouldn't want teams to switch it up if they're going to be uncomfortable with it, and I think switching away from that breach meta takes an extreme amount of dedication to like figuring out how to play with a different uh, tool set, because you do sort of have to set up your team a little bit differently.
Yeah, 100%. Keanu, I don't know if necessarily they would be the ones to run that swamp comp. Their entire like I guess like player base or their players on their team. It feels like their roles are kind of like set in stone. You have Tiny on that like flex initiator.
Yeah, I also think like to go for a comp like double controller, like that swamp comp, you do need to be a bit more of that sort of like defensive type of team where you're going to be playing a little bit more methodically, a little bit more careful in your pushes, a little bit slower. And I do think when you're playing against a team that is more aggressive and they're good at playing that aggressive, you can almost sort of get that counter. Um, so we'll see if we'll see. I mean, obviously there's a reason we've seen this comp come out so many times, and it does look like we're finally ready to head into the agent select. And we'll see if you're right about the breach meta going to be picked from both sides. Although so far it does look like that is the direction.
Yep, there it is. It's that Breach Sova, and once again, it's that classic difference between the Omen and the Astra. It's the players you all know and love on the side of the the attackers at the start here, the Huskies, taking that 12 rounds of attacking half. So Tiny off on that breach. He was having a game back at Red Bull for open quals, and then Bondo, I believe, for
Yeah,
NECC. So
yeah. I
I would
think I,
love to see.
I do think I've seen all of these players individually have those games where they're popping off. So I think it's just a matter of time before all of the cards fall into the right place, and then we see them get on a good win streak in a tournament and have it pan out well for them. I think this is definitely a tournament that it would be exciting to see if they can get um, that sort of win streak to where all of these players, because I do think I think all of the players typically are playing pretty strong. It's just some of the players end up standing out a little bit more. So um, we'll see if maybe we can get some of those other players to also be able to find some good contact when they need to as well. because I've definitely seen some players struggle here and there, but for the most part, all of the teams look pretty strong. So hopefully, or sorry, all of the players look pretty strong. So hopefully that can be cleaned up here as well.
100%. But here we go into that pistol round, and we see it seems like a mid player, maybe a garage take shaping up for the side of the Huskies. Tiny looking in towards mid alongside Savo. Seems like it's going to be fast. There's the flash to backside. Savo dashes in. Alarmbot's been taken care of as Savo is now just playing around that nebula on top of the site.
Recovering it.
An excellent first engagement for the Huskies. That post plant is down and it's 5v5. Bondo trying to take a peek in through garage does find that sentry as Senja is able to find the enemy jet on the alert. Savo now being the sole representative for the Huskies up towards the front of the site. The aftershock comes in from Tiny, so there is no defuse just yet, and Tiny's able to find one.
Whoa.
Senja as well. It's a 2v3 now. And then on out. Chris M with one on to Wave, and Senja with a third, taking the round.
Yeah, the aim just looked absolutely incredible from all of the players this time around. Their opponents around gold definitely not looking weak. I think we saw some good shots here and there. I think, you know, it's the classic B plant on your pistol, just going in very quickly, and it's just a difficult retake on your pistol when you just have less util. So there will be this anti-eco coming out. So hopefully after this round for Rowan Gold, they can sort of start to get back in it once they have those guns that they need.
Absolutely. It's been a super rough round. Or not a rough round, but that pistol round, obviously something you want to take, especially on the defensive side of Haven, where this map has kind of turned more towards the attacker side. As you come onto this anti-eco, though, watch for this flank that's about to take place on that bottom side of the map, where 3 players are about to try and push Senja off. Chris M able to find 2d4k in the meantime, as now Chris M able to farm up a third. Wave is able to take out Tiny, and the jet for Rowan was able to take out
enemy remaining.
Senja. Bondo able to take care of Scriv on site. Is now it's a 2v1. Bondo, you don't want to give this up. There is a bit of an HP diff. So now Wave 1v1. He does have a Bulldog, but Bondo is able to close it out. It was close.
Yeah, these players definitely that sort of that massive flank you don't typically see very often, especially, you know, you're against a Killjoy, so you know that flank's going to be watched. But this time around, they're actually able to find a good amount of success in that flank where they're able to even it out. To lose 4 out of the 5 of your players on an anti-eco is not great, so this looks pretty decent for Rowan Gold, as they're going to be moving into this sort of full buy. They're getting their guns, and they're going to have a gun advantage that's going to be pretty massive. A lot of the players 4K on are going to be on pistols.
Yeah, we do see Bondo with a Bulldog, and I believe Tiny actually bought up to a Vandal. So we're going to see what those kind of 2 hero rifles can accomplish here. Chris M sitting in the dark cover back towards C Long, just trying to bait out an aggro play or catch a read maybe. He does eventually fall back as we head into this kind of default in the mid round. I've noticed Kieno has kind of stayed away from the A site for these first couple of rounds, really not wanting to test it.
Yeah, I think it can be a little bit more difficult to fight on. You can Jet find that pick.
Yeah, that first pick onto Tiny is pretty crucial, as now Savo picking up that rifle off of Tiny, you know, but you do lose your flashes there, and it feels like on a map like Haven, where it feels very execute heavy at times, you want that kind of just like pure flash power. Bondo trying to turn the Omen jump peak, as now Savo in the site.
30 seconds left.
Shadow step away, Wave into that cubby. He is able to find a second now. The first onto Bondo, the second onto Senja is eventually traded out by Savo. It's a 2v3 on the post plant now. Chris M getting that spike down in default. Savo at 5 HP and Chris M
Last player standing.
120 to the better. Able to find that first onto Scriv, but Roku really quick on the trade, and that is Rowan's first round.
Yeah, and for what would typically be a bonus round for Keanu, killing the majority of those players on Rowan Gold when they're on that full buy is actually a pretty good way to do it. So it's not looking horrible for them. Just like how in the anti-eco, we saw the eco come out from Rowan Gold and they were able to kill 4 out of the 5. So a similar situation. Maybe not as much damage from Keanu, but it does mean at the very least Rowan Gold won't be allowed to equalize out that economy early, or at least get comfortable with their economy early. Meanwhile, Keanu taking the bonus will be able to get a full buy going here, and we'll see what type of damage they can do. They showed a little bit of that misplay. They heard the shadow stab, still walked their back into it. So hopefully, we don't see those types of misplays come through in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see this kind of NRG bread and butter A default headed towards here. Now, the Huskies really wanting to kind of brute force this A site. They're already in, and it feels like this short defense is going to be tested. Roku's able to find that first pick on the Chris M as Wave pushes through the Nebula into Graffiti. He's able to find one onto Tiny. Roku up to 3 kills at this point, and now it's Savo in a 1v4. He was able to find Wave, but, with Spike down, I mean, it's going to be a miracle out of the Jet to make this round happen.
Should be expecting.
Maybe
they know.
This is such a. Oh, they heard him drop. The fault line goes out, and look at this patient passive play from Rowan. The breach flash just to delay for a little bit longer. There's another one. There's another flash
30
point.
seconds left.
Oh, Savo able to get that smoke on. Gets that first pick on the Jet. Savo, 2v1. You get swung by Roku. That's 4 kills for Roku on the round to equalize 2-2 score now.
Yeah, that's only a bad round for Keanu to lose, because now, although there was some eco damage that had gone back and forth in that round, Rowan Gold's eco wasn't amazing. They did have to buy a good amount of guns, but they are still able to take the round. So now Keanu probably gonna have to be taking another eco. Rowan Gold's economy is looking pretty solid. We just showed, I mean, that was just a show of display from Rowan Gold where they were able to outgun those players. That short hold was done very, very well by them.
Get out of my way.
Scanning ahead.
And it just, that 1v3 is just going to be difficult for anybody to play. So hopefully they can clean up those aggressions, those early aggressions from Keanu.
Now look at that op out from Flash. That's some Demon 1 activities, So I'd love to see what he can get done with that. Savo does have his Blade Storm out, and so that hopefully will be able to find an entry and then maybe pass along a rifle to one of his teammates, possibly a Tiny who is classic only at this point. It seems like they just want to do this B hit off the Cosmic Divide from Chris M. They have that front sight, and it's going to be a 5v5 retake. The Aftershock comes in. Oh, this is a util dump. Bondo able to escape with his life as Wave is able to find that opening pick on the Savo, so that Blade Storm not going to be able to find anything as of right now. You see as these taps go in, that utility is being forced out by Keanu, so they don't have too much to play with. The Hunter's Fury goes out now, and is able to tag 2d4k. Oh, that's so big, but Senja's able to find Wave. On the backstab is Tiny. They know no one's on Spike. Chris M's able to find one as well. Oh, but now Flash is sticking it. Flash is sticking it. Bondo, you gotta peek it. Oh, no, the time just betrays him barely, as he's not able to find it. But both players on Rowan were so low, too.
Yeah, and these runs keep getting down to these, even when it's on these pistols or these ecos from one of the sides, it still gets down to where the majority of the players are gone from both sides at the end of the round. So both of these teams are definitely keeping it close, but there's some of those key misplays here and there. It does seem there's a bit of a mechanical difference here and there. Obviously that's an eco, so we don't really get to see that come out as much, but there definitely is at times we just see Keanu very uncharacteristically sometimes struggle to find those early kills.
For sure, and now we see that's a really interesting dark cover coming out in Garage. Chris M, though, trying to really take control, maybe watch for any aggression coming out A main, as it seems that now that he's been inserted in towards short, this is where Kiana want to end this, right? There hasn't really been too much aggression on the side of Rowan, right? No crazy like deep pushes, but instead there's been a lot of like, I guess, reactionary movement and maybe a little bit of proactivity. As now we see Flash moving up towards Heaven with that off. He does get smoked up, so he isn't really able to capitalize directly into that site. But that defender lockdown comes in. Oh, that's so big. But Senja, he commits his own click down. But the Hunter's Fury coming out, that's gonna take care of Senja's lockdown. Scriv is able to find Tiny in the meantime. Chris M able to find Wave, and Scriv able to get a third on the round. Can he get a fourth? No. Senja closes. Senja trades, and 2D4K closes, and that's a fourth round now for Rowan.
Yeah, it just seems, especially on those retakes, Keanu isn't able to defend it well enough to at least keep it even in those post plants. These sort of setups aren't the best. That was just, you know, sort of two ults coming out that should have countered each other, but then the Hunter's Fury took out the attacker lockdown. So, you know, that was definitely a better attempt to try and keep that sort of even momentum in that round. But at the same time, you know, it didn't end up panning out for Keanu, and that's another buy round that they lose. So they do sort of need to kind of clean that up a bit. They're sort of struggling. I mentioned it earlier, they need to be finding those early picks, and they're just not really able to do that before committing into a site. And then they sort of just get shut down in those post plays.
Yeah, but now watch this two-man walk up here. Chris M in the Astro form, he isn't able to catch it. That's a push from Wave. And this over that goes completely unpunished. Savo now in the site, able to find that first pick on the Flash, and Senja's able to find Wave as well. Savo smoking himself off. Roku does eventually find Tiny on that C-long fight. The Owl Drone coming out now. Senja having to be pushed off the angle due to getting revealed. As now Senja starts to re-explore Garage. And Scriv oversteps and Savo gets another. It's a 2v2 now. HP does admittedly favor the side of Rowan, but the Huskies now gonna try and walk into B. Savo in towards that A side of the site. Does get stunned by the Aftershock. Is now towards the front side of the site is 2D4K. Aftershock pushes Senja back and actually catches him. It's Savo having to wrap. It's just a tap.
One enemy remaining.
He's able to find Roku, and he swings out wide for the fourth, but he isn't able to get it. 2D4K again, living in these post plays. How many deaths does this guy have? It's gotta be like
right
2.
Yeah, he's definitely putting on a very good performance. He's got 3
deaths, which is the lowest in the server, admittedly. So, I mean, the just statement being made that this guy can stay alive. He cannot die.
It's very clear that Rowan Gold has these players that are able to just keep it going, play this defense well. That was a good round from Keanu. Obviously, there was a big gun difference there. I think had the guns been a little bit different, that could have gone the other directions. They were able to very quickly find those early kills, find that early aggression, and they kept it even. But it did come down to that sort of gun battle that they could not win.
For sure, it was a super rough battle. Now we do see this kind of Garage take come out, the Aftershock from Tiny and Savo following up. Does he dodge the Owl Drone? I think he did. Oh, he got spammed through that Garage window anyways. Roku completely seceding from Garage. Savo takes that peek off of Tiny's flashpoint and doesn't really find anything, but Bondo in this lurk towards A. If he doesn't overstep here, and someone does check long, like if maybe Wave tries to clear long, who knows? If they push in now, if Keanu pushes into this, they got a pretty good shot of taking this. It's a 2v5 here.
That alarm bot is there. Oh, it's gone.
30 seconds left.
Oh, pushing through banana storm. Salvo does get caught out. They only saw waves. They don't know necessarily that there could be another short. Senja's able to clear out wave. Will they clear out? They do clear out Screw. And that is going to make it player advantage for Keanu. It's been a while since that has happened. Chris M sort of caught in this A-Link.
Oh, he turns his back. The timing's betraying him as 2D4K. They're able to take it, and now the Rolling Thunders come out from both sides. Bondo still able to find Flash regardless. As now, it's a 3v2 still in favor of the Huskies. Riku from Heaven able to find Senja, but Tiny closes it out. I mean, this is I think a game that's going to be decided by Breach.
Yeah, it's very clear that these breaches are having a massive impact, although Tiny is sort of struggling a little bit to find his stride. But on the flip side, Keanu did finally get around. That was a good round. They saw some of that early contact. They were just trying to find that early info. They saw there's that weak point in A because that alarm bot was there, so they knew nobody was going to watch it, so they just decided they were going to push down long. And they were able to find those early picks. They needed to clear out the site, and from there, it just came down to playing a good post plant.
Absolutely, and I mean, it was a really good post plant out of the Huskies. Bondo using this owl drone up short, he does catch off wave, and I think he spotted Scriv as well. I think he spotted both in garage. As you see, both Senja and Tiny being very, very cautious of a possible push out of garage. It's like a half buy, half eco out of Rowan here. We see Scriv with a rifle, and then I think also 2D4K with a rifle. Yeah, and Flash just on that Sheriff, but he's really deep towards A, but nope, it's a B hit. The Huskies have decided. Savo in sight. He's able to catch 2D4K off guard, and Tiny able to close out that kill. Senja with one onto Wave, and another one onto Roku. Trying to catch through that C-Link aggression. Scriv able to find Savo, and Chris M able to find Flash. It's just Scriv.
Found them.
1v4, Bondo spamming through that box. He's able to find Scriv, and it's now a fourth for Keanu. That lead is shrinking.
Yeah, well, it's because these rounds have been so close, as Keanu's been able to kill the majority of those players at pretty much every round, even on those rounds that are won by Rowan Gold, which meant that their eco was like slowly deteriorating. So all it took was one good round from the side of Keanu, which did happen in that A push previously, and then the eco was down, so Rowan Gold had to take that eco round. So because again, these rounds are going back and forth pretty close. This is the first round actually where one of the teams had the majority of their players alive at the end of it, and Keanu was the fortunate, lucky team to have that.
Oh, Scriv with that peek in towards short that takes out Savo, and I mean that's not a piece you want to lose early for Keanu. We've seen what these number disadvantages do to them. Now we do see Bondo and Chris M kind of going towards C long here. Chris M is like borderline in the site. If he oversteps this, Wave is holding that angle, and 2D4K is about to peek in from CT. Chris M able to catch Wave off guard. Bondo is fully blind here. 2D4K doesn't take the peek until Bondo's unflashed, and they have the C site. Bondo now planting for long, waiting for Tiny to rotate in. Senja holding this mid push. Does he find Flash? Yes, he does. Senja able to find Flash in mid. Oh god, what's gonna happen when Flash gets flashed?
Revealing area.
I'm just thinking about that now as this retake starts to come in. It's 2v4. Bondo
Right here.
sent out that recon bolt just to delay a little bit, as Senja now getting flashed in by Tiny into garage. Isn't, you know, aggression not too bad. Bondo just jump peeking long. Tap comes in. It's a double face out of long. Bondo and Chris M combine onto Roku. And at this point, Scriv just has to save, and it's 5-all for both sides.
Yeah, this is starting to look like the bounce back Keanu needed. There's potential here that they'll be able to take 7-5 into the next half, which is definitely a good way to start off this map, especially on offense. You want to get that majority if you can, just because, as we were talking about earlier, it is a bit of a more offense-sided map, and it tends to favor that offense side. And honestly, there's definitely a good chance that they can take the lead at the very least coming into this next round. They have 4 ultimate abilities. Although they may not want to use them because they are against an eco that's going to come out from the side of Rowan Gold, or at least half by, yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of an eco. So they may not need to use those 4 ults, but at the very least they have them to try and at least, maybe not gain this round, but the next round could look pretty good with these ults. Bladestorm getting
Yeah, as ult economy is in favor of Kiano. Stavo opting for the Bladestorm instead of the Phantom that he has, maybe just as backup, right? Senja noting this push out of C, Chris M staying tucked, and now Senja's watching as 4 members of Rowan are coming out. Senja with 1, with 3 now. Completely skipping over 2. He's on for the ace. He's gotten all 4, and it's just Scriv. 1v5. Do you even attempt this, or is it just done now?
I mean,
Savo, don't do it. Don't just right click him. This is exactly what this is. He's waiting. Savo, stop. Savo, stop. You keep doing this, man. Oh my goodness. He's the disrespect that Savo has on this Jet is insane.
Yeah, honestly, that's not the best way to play because they did end up losing a player because of that. But it is coming into this last round. They've got the money. It doesn't matter a whole lot. Speaking of money and economy, that ult economy is now going to be a factor. Because it is a buy from both sides. That was a huge misplay from the side of Rowan Gold. That was the decision to just walk 1 by 1 in towards grass was a pretty bad one. I'm gonna be honest. They didn't end up using any of that breach util until after 3 of those players were gone. And at that point, it was a 1v1 where you just had to judge long range. So I'm hoping maybe Rowan Gold doesn't make those types of misplays coming into this round, but they are against some powerful ults.
Take flight.
They are, and that Hunter's Fury, that Cosmic Divide, super strong. We see that lockdown getting used immediately. Maybe to possibly try and force out the Hunter's Fury from Rowan. Chris M able to dodge that paranoia as this hit comes into the C site. Wave, backside, isn't found out yet. He is able to find that trade down to Tiny and able to get another onto Savo. Chris M does eventually equalize it to a 3v3. As now Senja looking in towards Garage. The Cosmic Divide does come out. As now Senja, it's gonna be on him to deal with this push. He's able to find Roku, and he's able to get that lockdown. That's so huge. It's a 2v3 now. They know where Senja is, but Bondo and Chris M back towards this B long, or C long, forgive me. Push. Aftershock clears out Chris M. But the recon will take care of this delay. Hunter's Fury comes out again to delay.
Oh!
And Bondo gets both at the end? Oh!
Okay. I mean,
you wanna explain that?
that's a beautiful way to end it. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Rowan Gold let that round go the way that it did, because early on in this map, they just looked like a very strong and well-rounded team, some good fundamentals. But that was a round where they just had some another misplay. They didn't clear out that garage, and they put the lockdown right in front of it. Typically, you even put it in garage window, but they didn't even push into garage window to place it down. And then they just completely left garage open. And you know, that flank could come through. The ult is wasted, and then you're up against a Hunter's Fury, which apparently is gonna just take out both players in one foul swoop. So as we do switch sides, we'll see if Rowan Gold can clean it up. They're not having to use that defensive strategy anymore. Maybe they can just figure out how to play this aggression effectively.
Absolutely no. That dart does get broken for Kiano as they really want to contest this A main control. Bondo able to find Flash, 2d4k finding Savo, and Bondo with a second onto 2d4k. So that's not ready. A Jet breach out on the attacking side. That's that. Wait, does Tiny not have a gun? Chris M able to find Scriv off the swing of that turret. Roku able to find Chris M though, so 2v3. Numbers aren't totally out of control just yet. Tiny just being able to switch out to that ghost as he's now pinned in towards Long Cubby. Wave able to find Bondo though, that's huge. Onto the site. Wave versus Tiny. Tiny able to take care of it as now it is just Roku. 1v2. Tiny just trying to play numbers here with Senja.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down. Fault line out. Senja able to take care of it. No sweat, no problems. Tiny, gonna try and get that Rolling Thunder online early, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, definitely one of those ults you can pretty much just press to win the round. It's pretty much a win button round in a lot of situations. So I can't blame them for focusing that Rolling Thunder, especially considering Tiny hasn't had the best map so far. So they just haven't had that opportunity to see the ult up very much. So pushing for it here is definitely a good way to go. But what I will say, Kayano definitely it seems like they just needed that first half of the first half to warm up a bit. And then we saw them bounce back, and it looks like that firepower is going to continue here. Whereas Rowan Gold starting to struggle a little bit more than I thought they would, especially after that first half going decently well. I mean, they still got 5 rounds, so we'll see if they can clean that back up. Hopefully for them, maybe not find those losses here as badly, and maybe find some better aim than they have shown.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as Flash takes care of that turret, Chris M very easily able to take care of Flash. So, turret for Jet, I'll take that trade any day of the week, personally. Savo, now deep pushing up A. They have so much A control. Hondo is spotted out by Scriv, but I don't know if Scriv knows that Savo is here. He does, maybe just barely try and clear it. Don't tell me he calls it clear. Don't tell me he calls it clear and then peeks right into Savo. He doesn't. Doesn't matter anyways. They're seeming to back off. They just want to regroup for a C hit. They just want to make it clean and concise going in here. It is an anti-eco, so again, not too much is expected just yet. But that turret has gotten redeployed now on towards C. That's going to be super
30
interesting
seconds
as the
left.
site hit goes out. Sencha able to find 2 very easily on the site. Gets a 3rd. Chris M gets his as well. And Sencha's been having a map. I think he's
been having a game so far. Hopefully this continues throughout these series. But yeah, definitely a very good half so far very good map so far for Kayano. And Senja's just, I don't know, found the right moments. And that round, I mean, it was a pure gun difference. I'll be honest. It was a Spectre versus some Sheriffs. But still, Senja was able to find quite a few of those heads that were necessary. Obviously, big gun difference. We'll see if now that the gun difference actually favors the side of Rowan Gold a bit, if they'll be able to take advantage.
Funny enough, the first ever hit passage for Keanu was a Sencha pop-off, as now he's fighting for this garage control through that dark cover. Tiny does help him out by aftershocking and just forcing that control to be delayed if they wanted to take it at all. Tiny able to find one onto Flash. That's another opening pick in the way of Keanu, and I just feel like on their defensive side, they're so good at manufacturing these fights that go in their favor for those opening duels.
You see Senja a bit lower though. Could be an opportunity to take advantage. Bondo though able to clear out that lobby, continuing getting completely util spam though.
He definitely does now, as Bondo getting just spammed out by 2D4K there. Savo having to retreat back into the site, but Chris M, he's in attacker spawn. Oh, he has such a good timing here. But I think he might need to capitalize. I think that Rowan already want to commit towards
left.
A. Senja's at 19 health, so it's going to take a miracle for him to be able to get Wave, should Wave try and push into the site here on B. Now, Heaven is smoked off. Savo is playing Hell, and I do think that Roku knows that, but he doesn't know about Tiny. And that 1-2 combo is able to work successfully. Savo
10 seconds left.
finding Roku. Senja able to find Wave. And Chris M able to find 2D4K. The flank pays off. It's now 10 for Keanu.
Yeah, this is starting to look insurmountable for Rowan Gold. It just seems like despite Rowan Gold having that gun advantage, having the positional advantage at times, they just don't know how to play off of that. That round, they just seemed a bit chaotic in that early A aggression, and they weren't even able to find a good pick before losing a few of their own. And that sort of just meant that they were scrambling to try and equalize the whole the whole round, and they could not do that. So again, it comes down to those early picks.
Roku, though, talk about early picks. Roku immediately finds Chris M as maybe he was trying to get a little too frisky in Garage. Now, Hunter's Fury does come out for Bondo here. Isn't able to find anything except for a tag onto 2D4K.
Spike planted.
So, numbers are actually in favor of Rowan despite this being their eco. Now, Savo having to kind of wait off the back of this owl drone that does come in. But they've been smoked off. I mean, it feels like they're gonna need just a flash from Tiny, maybe? Actually, it's going to be a stun instead, as Savo and Senja both swing. Able to find one. Tiny also able to trade on out a second for Tiny, as now it's a 2v2.
Concentrate.
Oh, the time is getting so low. Tiny stunned. 2D4K able to take out Bondo. It's a thrifty round for Rowan. Whew.
Yeah, that's impressive. Able to bounce back in a very needed round. To get a thrifty like that is sorry, my brain's not functioning right now. To get a thrifty round like that is absolutely the way you want to do it. Finding that early pick, as I said it, through Garage, and then they're just able to overwhelm that C defense, which was pretty much non-existent after that Garage pick was found. So, you know, Keanu had a weak spot. It was found by Rowan Gold, and we'll see if they can continue to pressure those places that may not be as heavily defended.
Turrets destroyed.
Yeah, let's see it as now. Keanu looking to defend this A side pretty heavily. Bondo's able to find Wave, but Scriv and Flash are able to completely overwhelm the A defense. The spike is already going down, and 2D4K is lurking in towards B now.
Ooh.
And Chris M caught out on that flank. It's now Savo and Tiny in a 2v4. Tiny already getting spotted, and Savo's on the op here, and he gets taken care of by 2D4K. This is there anything left in this round? Is it just a Tiny save? And
Yeah. Just want to get that operator.
What happened there? How did this happen? How did we get here?
The most impactful thing was Flash just ran it down in towards A. That was insane. He ran down mid, got into B, ran through A link, and then got into A and was able to find that flank pick to allow them to take the site. And at that point, it was just a numbers advantage. There were some misplays there, like we saw. Can't remember exactly who it was. I think it was Bondo just completely unexpecting that A lobby hold from the side of Rowan Gold, and he ran right into it, just completely maybe knife out, but I do think he had his gun out, but he was not ready for a pick, because he wasn't even walking, just straight up running right in, and did get taken out. So some misplays here and there from Keanu. I don't know how they weren't able to shut down Flash, who just completely switched sides and was able to just run it down through that CT. So hopefully they can clean it up a bit. Keanu is typically a team that realizes they have weak spots and then cleans them up pretty much as soon as they come through. This timeout's going to be taken. I do believe that they will be able to figure out how to clean this up. That's typically their tactic here. That's one of their signatures, is like they'll lose a round and then they know immediately how to bounce back. Although you do see the opposing side, Rowan Gold is pinging that B quite a bit, so maybe they're thinking about possibly pushing in towards B. We'll see if that is going to be the case. Maybe not. Looks like maybe they're setting up for possible. Yeah, looks like they're setting up for that possible actually C push. Maybe going through mid in towards C. Look at Keanu almost reading that on this half buy. Getting set up for just that.
Setting up for it indeed. Bondo. Now it's kind of an equal for everyone except for Savo. Bondo's immediately taken care of by Flash here. Tiny trying to use his flashes of his own. He does have a Spectre here, so maybe he's just trying to force an engagement, which he does. He gets two. Senja able to get a quick tag onto Wave, but Wave able to dodge just in time, and now gets Senja and Tiny. Now, while numbers are, oh my
Planted.
god, Savo. Hold on. Never mind, it's a 2v2. Numbers are not in favor of anyone anymore.
Right there.
They talk
but look
about
at
his
this.
quick scopes.
This hold is coming in through CT, this C-Link, which I don't think Keanu's necessarily going to be expecting.
They may
Though,
not
as they-
necessarily be expecting it, but if Chris M can get anything done here, it's going to mean so much. There is a cognitive divide. Oh, okay,
enemy
one can spot
remaining.
that logs. Chris M
Last
able to
player
find one.
standing.
It's just Savo. Onto that Phantom. He smokes the tap. And he expects Wave to be CT, but Wave just pushing through logs. Catches him off guard. It's now in 8th for Rowan. Is Rowan are starting to equalize here?
Yeah, everyone's definitely starting to bounce back. Similarly to Keanu on their offense, they lost those first few rounds, and then they started to bounce back to the point where they were able to take the advantage. And it's been weird on this map. It's been like massive win streaks from either side, followed by massive win streaks from the other side. So we'll see if that's going to continue to be a theme here. You do see Rowan, they've got 4 ults coming into this round, so although it's a buy from both sides, it's definitely going to favor this side of Rowan Gold a little bit just because of that ult economy.
Absolutely, but you see Savo inside of this dark cover here towards long. I think Rowan were just looking for the orb here as, yeah, they just wanted that orb. They have now 4 ults online, so you want to talk about ult economy, this just feels like a complete difference, and now it's a slight freeze. We do see that smoke now being committed by Chris M. He loves using that smoke on C, right? We've seen him so many times in that little rat corner, just behind his nebula.
This position, though, from Keanu, they've got 4 leaning towards this D. It's going to be difficult to push through, although, never mind, Rolling Thunder clears it out instantly.
Yeah, I think that's very smart, though, from the Huskies. Not wanting to contest this directly, instead trying to use the Rolling Thunder of their own, but 2D4K and Jet are holding on here. Savo trying to push through into backside, only able to find Wave as now hits Bondo in a 1v4.
Spike planted.
Looking real scary as we do see Roku still posted up on the site, and he's able to find Bondo. And now, I mean, assuming Keanu go down to an eco here, it's a tie game.
Double check it, please.
Yeah, definitely a completely chaotic. I mean, you know, that Rolling Thunder. I said it earlier. It's pretty much a win round button if you can get it up in the right situations. And that was just a round where Keanu, although they were completely ready for a possible C garage split coming out from Rowan, that is sort of what happened. That aggression in towards C. It's just that Rolling Thunder in towards that CT, the defense. Just, I mean, it completely threw them off guard. And then the retake was very chaotic. They only had 1 going in through garage, and they were taken out very quickly. So Keanu just a few misplays in the way that they decided to approach that retake.
For sure, but Savo able to find Wave with that judge, and he finds Roku as well. Oh, he barely isn't able to find Scriv, but Scriv is so low. Bondo now pushing up heavily through mid. Senja able to find one onto Flash. Senja alone on the site, but he's able to find 2D4K just pushing out through the smoke, and he gets a third onto Scriv. That's an 11th, and it's a thrifty. The Huskies just going crazy.
Yeah, Rungel just let Senja find some good position there. And you know, you're trying to take those 1v1s with Senja, you're just gonna get shut down as he's been having an amazing game this time around. 3 ults on the side of Keanu now. They're the ones with the ult economy advantage. They've got a Cosmic Divide, which is definitely going to be a key factor, and that's one of the differences between Omen and Astra, is that ult is very different. It's much more impactful on an Astra than you're from the shadows, so that could be a factor here on this defense, and that could be one of those big advantages of having this Astra comp.
And the flashpoint comes out. Savo able to find Flash, but Scriv able to trade back. Senja now just trying to buy time for his team, right? It's a 4v4. We know that typically when you trade out numbers equally like that, it still does try to, like, it tends to favor the attackers, especially on a map that's so spread out like Haven. This is really going to matter. It seems like this lockdown is getting set up. Senja looking to respond in kind. As the smokes come in, Tiny takes that fight and immediately falls back. No lockdowns have been committed. Maybe they just want to go for a pure retake here as the spike does go down on B. Chris M waiting for this push. from Scriv, but it's not coming. Now Chris M needs to start activating. He needs to do something in towards mid, and he is able to find Roku. That is such a huge pick to start facilitating this retake. Tiny and Senja both go down though. In a link, Bondo's able to find one onto 2D4K and a second onto Lil Wave. And now, Chris M just staying here. Scriv pushes through the Cosmic Divide, and he isn't able to find both. Chris M able to stabilize and find map point for the Huskies.
Yeah, I honestly was a bit worried that they would have wasted that Cosmic Divide because they almost lost that 1v2, but match point has been reached. Still massive ult advantage on the side of Kayana. They've got that Blade Storm to utilize. They've got a lockdown. They've got a Hunter's Fury. There is a Hunter's Fury on the other side. Could be a possible counter to either the Hunter's Fury from Kayana or the lockdown from Kayana. But regardless, these are still going to be some difficult rounds for Rolling Gold. Not to mention, they don't have good eco. So coming into this, they're having to force an awkward buy here. And this does mean their economy moving forward is just going to be a bit of a struggle. They need this round more than anything.
Yeah, this is I mean, you're at map point here, so it's either you win this round or you don't. Roku now put in towards that C cubby here as Chris M playing in that rat angle. If he gets checked on, he doesn't get checked on. So if they commit to this, Chris M could go huge here. Oh, he does take care of that alarm bot though, so they did know he was there, but the disengagements here anyways, as Savo
Right there.
now just holding onto C on his own. Chris M now in garage with Tiny as it seems that they just want this B hit. That's what Rowan have decided on. They're going in. Senja's able to find the first one onto Flash and a second onto 2D4K, but the rest of Rowan is actually headed on towards that A site. The spike is going down on default, and Wave is in towards Heaven. He's already TP'd up. The Hunter's Fury comes out to try and get rid of that lockdown, and the other Hunter's Fury, Bondo responds in kind, and Roku's down. Sure, Wave was able to take care of Tiny with his position found out. Savo now lurking in towards CT with an op. He sees him. You see Wave. You see Wave. Oh my goodness, Savo. And Chris M able to fight Scrib. It's Haven going the way of the Huskies. What a comeback.
Yeah, that I mean, it looked like maybe Kayana was going to struggle a bit more on this half, but they won that thrifty, and from there, it was just a matter of bouncing back and getting a few more good rounds. They did just that, showing what we've typically seen from Kayano on Haven. It's not what we would have, it's not unexpected that we see them take yet another win, as we see consistently Kayano with those wins on Haven. That Astra comp works beautifully for them. That doesn't change here. Senja with an amazing map. 317 ACS, or average combat score, 25 and 14. 6 kills above, 7 kills above the next highest amount of kills from that their own team with those, yeah, 6 kills. Sorry, my brain's not functioning right now. Which is Wave. So very, very good so far. Competition from this side of Kayano. I'm definitely very optimistic that this is going to be an exciting series, as it did seem as though we saw Wave with putting up a pretty decent fight. So going to take a short break here, and then we will be back for Lotus.
Lotus is map 2. Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dreamhack, the Samsung Dreamhack Invitational Qualifiers. I'm Ancient Angel. I'm here with Sleepy. We are midway through our series against Rowan Gold right now, as we see Map 2 going to Lotus. Keanu took that first map. What do we think about these agent comps, Sleepy?
You know what? I think we're seeing what we've seen before from this side of Keanu. Although I don't know if I've ever actually casted them on Lotus. We've definitely seen this comp before, where they end up pulling out Fade, which is a bit of that non-standard solo initiator. No, I do think I've casted on this map for them before. But yeah, Fade is that sort of non-standard solo initiator. They also go the sort of off-meta way of putting in Astra instead of Omen, or even Harbor. Sometimes we see teams go. So um, still double controller, still what you typically expect. A few slight changes here and there. I think I've even said I don't like Fade as the solo initiator, and I think I still agree with that. But we've also seen Keanu have success with Fade as their solo initiator. So you know what? If you can play with it, you can play with it, and I'm not gonna say you can't. But we interestingly see Rowan Gold doing the same thing where they have Fade as their solo initiator. Both teams have Race as their duelist. It's pretty standard on this map. Sometimes you'll see Jet, sometimes you won't. It really just depends on how they're feeling. But yeah, to see Fade on both sides will be interesting. Again, that difference is Omen versus Astra, but we've seen Keanu have a good amount of success with that Astra, so I expect to see that continue.
100%. I mean, this is again just that conversation of like, Omen is more played than Astra, but when it's Astra v Omen, Astra's win rate is much better. So
Yeah,
it's again that trade-off. Now we have Bondo actually coming in onto this Astra, which I think is super interesting because normally when you think of Astra and Keanu, you think Chris M, but no, Chris M moving over to that Viper instead. Going to be playing alongside Senja on that C site, so I think that's going to be super interesting as we see Bondo taking this B position. Yeah, I'm super excited. We're about to get into it. It's map 2, Rowan Gold versus Keanu Esports, as they are taking it, as Rowan are now looking directly in towards C main and mound. They have that mound control. Chris has been spotted out by the Prowler immediately and is just run down by Flash. Senja now able to trade out, but Scriv keeping the numbers in favor of Rowan as that spike plant goes down.
Spike planted.
Now, before this retake comes in, Sleepy, I know that Haven is attacker-sided because of the 3 sites. Is Lotus about the same right now? Is that like...
I think so. The main difference between Lotus and Haven is it's so much easier for the offense to rotate because of the breakable and door. So when they're already pushed up, they can rotate very quickly compared to Haven, where the offense has to take a little bit more time to rotate. So that's why it can be even more offensive. Haven, although, oh my gosh, and the round ends very quickly. Tiny, Savo, and Bondo go down rapid succession. This was sort of a round, you saw Keanu preparing for that A main hit. They send those 3 players, one watching near breakable. They're ready for that A main hit. And it wasn't. It was a C main hit, and there's still 2 players to lock it down. You said it was Chris M there as well, but they just weren't able to find the picks that they needed to in that 2v5. They just got overwhelmed. And some good util was used by Rowan to push them off of that. The Nanostorm lineup got it right in towards that main entrance, and it did prevent them from holding up as aggressively as Keanu would have liked.
100%, as Bondo goes down early here to Flash. Savo is pushed super deep in towards that A side. If Wave drops, oh! The flick just betrays him. Tiny is able to get his onto Wave, but Roku eventually takes out Tiny before he can do any crazy damage. Flash, oh, just barely clearing Chris M. But Vandal versus Sheriff, what can you do? Senja now 1v4.
Spike
He
planted.
might be able to find like a ghost or something on the floor here.
There you go.
There we go. But I think that position has been revealed now. So I think if you're Senja, I think the game is exits here, right? Just try and get as many kills as you can. Deny those weapons from being carried over, right? Is that
Yeah, You definitely just want to find kills, at least one more, just to say you put up a fight. There you go, just that, and then and then you go down.
He did find one more. Senja
Yeah.
found one more kill.
Yeah, it's still not the majority. It wasn't the best eco, but the anti-eco played very well by Rowan Gold. It does seem they're feeling very good on this map. You just see them look so much more confident than I think they did, especially towards that end of Haven. So we'll see if that's going to be enough to bounce back. And maybe, hopefully for them, win this map to try and take it to that third map to keep the series alive. But now that Keanu's on a buy, it's going to be, honestly, a full buy from both sides. That bonus had quite a few guns in the hands. Or, sorry, that anti-eco had quite a few guns in the hands of Rowan.
It definitely did, as Chris M
Spike
able to find
down A.
2d4k early. And hey, I mean, hey, Bulldog, Enjoyers, Unite, Tiny,
Ooh.
trying to run away, does get spammed down by Wave in through that toxic screen. As Savo just trying to steal away these rifles for now. That door does get opened, and Chris M is able to upgrade here, so, Chris M making money moves early, as we like to say. Getting that nice $750 upgrade. Numbers are about even, and actually if you look at health as well, both Savo and Flash are about even, so this is almost as even as it could get. Chris M is kind of maintaining this door and tree control. And it seems, oh my god, wait, look at how far Scriv is in C, or up towards C. Bondo able to find Wave as he tries to rotate out. This is definitely a C hit coming in.
Oh, they're not ready necessarily to duke it off of the site, so they definitely
30
know now
seconds
that it
left.
is that C hit, especially as Spike starts to go
Spike
down. Bondo gonna have
planted.
to approach a 1v2.
Yeah, but look at this high-low setup. Oh, this is going to be so difficult to break. It's just going to have to be by pure force. Savo tries to break it early.
Ooh.
Senja goes down in waterfall.
Player
Chris M
standing.
able
One
to get a
enemy
third
remaining.
in the round, and now it's a 1v1. Chris M swings this. He doesn't check it. Roku able to close out. Now it's a 3-0 lead for Rowan.
Yeah, that was odd. Prism decided to play loud there, sort of just stomping through. The position could be heard very easily. Senja dying, I think, was a bad factor there, because the rest of the team was having to deal with that double up, and so that waterfall fight could have been much better for Keanu had they just won that 1v1.
There.
And that was the fight that was isolated. Senja, not winning that was pretty much the key factor there. So 3 in a row for Rowan to start this off does mean that Keanu's going to find themselves very low on eco, and this could be a 4th round in a row for Rowan.
A 4th round is what Rowan wants, and it's going to be
Face your
maybe
fear!
off the back of Bondo's Sheriff to deny it. Flash does immediately blast back into the site, and Senja's able to find Flash with help from Bondo, but I mean, 3v4 on this retake. Again, the question has to be asked,
Spike planted.
is this just a game of exits?
Yeah, I do think at this point, you're going to see Chris M. Can they find a pick here?
Oh, the
Ooh.
drop! I thought it betrayed him, but no, he's
Yeah.
able to find that anyways. He wants that Phantom. He wants it. Savo, though, able to pick up the handle. Hold on. This might be something. Savo able to find 2d4k. Chris, I'm still distracting on this flank.
This actually...
One enemy remaining.
And Tiny able to go huge. That's an insane thrifty round to pick up. Huskies, how do you do that?
I don't even think Keanu was. I don't think the Huskies were ready to even win that round. You just saw them trying to aggress for those kills, mostly trying to get that pinch going. Unfortunately, Savo had that bounce back, so they didn't have to walk all the way around towards Elbow to get up towards that spike. So, you know what? A bit unexpected there. That flank able to come through with a pick, Chris M. And from that point on, it was just a distraction that allowed Keanu to continue to find their space onto the site. Yeah, well played by Keanu. We'll see if Rowan can effectively shut that down. They do have enough eco to afford a buy here. Meanwhile, Keanu, off of that thrifty, will be able to get a buy of their own. So we'll see where this ends up heading. 1 ult for either side.
Yeah, it's full economic powerhouses out on both sides, but Bondo looking in towards B with an Odin, right? He has this site with heavy weapons guy, for all my TF2 fans out there. Bondo just opting to jiggle for now, and Savo holding the cross with him. I think there might even be some sort of a read just because they have like no other. There's been no other noise made on any part of the maps, and this B site does tend to be
Where
kind of
are
surprise hit so often.
Still
Tiny
waiting.
now opting to clear out main, and nothing's been made of it. It seems like Rowan, however, want to try and rotate in to see Chris M.
Ooh.
Sitting in his
You
smoke.
should
He's waiting.
Oh.
Flash able to just dodge. Savo though combining, going huge for 2, has to back up because of that lockdown though. He's able to get out in
Calling my
time. No lockdown onto Savo. Now Bondo
30
with that
seconds
Odin,
left.
looking
Spike
to keep
planted.
control of Mound. Scriv does look in towards CT, but doesn't find anything. That Nightfall comes out for Tiny, as this retake is really starting to take shape now. Wave on this flank, he's able to find that first onto Bondo. It's Scriv, pushes out through the smoke, he's
player
able to find
standing.
Savo. Tiny goes down to 2d4k. It's now Senja, 1v3. Scriv holds close and is able to find it. It's a 4th now for Rowan.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way to deny any further momentum that Keanu was definitely trying to build up off of the back of that Thrifty. 2 ults are now that we've switched sides, so there were 2 ults available at the start for Rowan. Now they've flipped sides, so it's the exact same ults now available for Keanu. So both sides have a showstopper. Obviously, you know, we've seen Flash have a good entry at times. Sometimes they end up just dying in those entries after finding a pick or 2. Which is pretty much, you know, that's okay because you found those entry picks, allowed your team to get on site. So we'll see if this showstopper will get shut down or if it'll come out at all, as it will be an eco from this side of Keanu.
Yeah, the Huskies taking an eco now, and it seems just like a straight A main hit, right? Like, Rowan, it's all business, no pleasure, just going in, trying to get that A site taken care of fast. Senja now in towards stairs. That Paint Shells does push him out, and he isn't able to find the timing just yet.
Oh!
Bondo able to find one onto Wave. The showstopper
Spike
going
planted.
to deal with the IGL. Chris M, Savo, Tiny. It's 3v4 in the retake. Chris M does actually have a rifle in his hands. Nade does go out towards Hut,
player
but
standing.
Tiny tries to take a peek in. Chris M gets taken care of as well. Savo, 1v4. I don't want to say exits again because it feels DM, but you know, isn't able to find 2d4k. That whole stinger clip just went right around his head.
Yeah, it's the power of the long range stinger. We do see Keanu able to now get onto this buy with 4 ults available. They didn't use any of theirs on the previous round. Meanwhile, Rowan ended up using that showstopper, very pivotal ult for Raze, one of the more useful pieces of util. And it was used well, but again, it's against an eco, so Viper's Pit is available. They do have to end up on site in order to use it. We'll see if Keanu can shut that down with these 4 ults that they do have available.
Where are you?
There goes the Haunt. As Tiny able to take care of Wave, and that's a huge first pick to find. That's, you know, one half of that you know, controller kit gone, and for Viper, who establishes so much presence over A, I mean, to not have that control anymore, and now having to choose between a B site that's super hard to take when your opponents have full weapons, and the Viper's Pit on C. Wait, what are the options here?
I think they're just going to have to go B because that Viper's Pit's too much for them to try and push through.
2d4k, able to just lurk through his smoke on some smoke criminal activities to find
Spike down
Senja,
B.
but Bondo responds in kind onto Raze. That was an excellent shot.
Oh, wait.
Oh, but 2d4k now on C? Is it? It's a C commit, but Chris M. Oh, just barely. Just barely. Able to find 2d4k. He's B-hopping around. Scrib able to take care of him. It's 2v3 on the retake, but Tiny is so low. Do you even count it as a full body?
There's a showstopper available if Savo can get
Right there.
close enough to the side.
Enemy remaining.
May not need it though.
Bondo just tip-tapping away, able to find Roku. Scriv able to find Tiny as well. Now, it's a 1v2. Oh, but the spike. It's able to get the defuse. Bondo, gotta play to live here. Savo just sticking the defuse. He's able to get it just in time. And Sabo able to take out Scriv anyways. Ooh, that was a nail biter of the round.
Yeah, both controller ults were utilized by Keanu. Now they're just down to that lockdown and showstopper. There you go. Which is definitely a little bit more favored, although both sides do have ults. One of them is that Viper ult, which is a bit conditional. You have to get onto the site in order to utilize it. And then that Omen ult from the shadows is one of the more difficult ults to make an impact with. And so we will see how Keanu does end up using these two ults. You see them actually not able to get a full buy despite winning that round just because their eco struggled so much and they did lose the majority of their players in that round win.
For sure, it was a super tough round. Wave now pushing immediately. He does see Senja, and Senja's only on a stinger, but the Ares in tree able to do so much work from Tiny, and now Wave sitting at like half HP. Are you an Ares enjoyer?
You know what? I don't use it, but I'm absolutely a fan of the value it can bring.
Senja actually uses the opposite end of the spectrum. He uses that stinger to find and finish off Wave. There's now 3 players from Rowan still sit in towards A. The dark cover does come out stairs. Senja now just sitting close. Oh, he's able to find a little bit of damage, but nothing major. Onto Flash, Tiny able to trade, and Roku, body for body, 3v3. But Wave, or 2D4K, forgive me, is so far up into CT. He's able to find Savo and bring Chris M down to 3 HP. This retake, if it's even going to come through at all, has to be off the back of
Last player standing.
Well,
alright.
at this point, might just want to save. Because as soon as that nanostorm pops, you're done. Or take it out.
Get out a little bit of spam, I suppose.
Oh,
my goodness! Chris M, you have 3 HP. You're scaring me, Chris M.
turret.
The double swing. It's so clean. It's just, we're gonna swing off peak, or off tap. They swung.
Yeah, now we do see Rowan with a good portion of their ults up. Now they've got that Nightfall, they've got that lockdown. And this is going to be very difficult to play through. Keanu, as mentioned, they had to go for this sort of awkward force buy where they ended up on a bit even of a half buy despite the amount of the percentage of their econ that they ended up putting into that round. So they're now going to have to take an eco. And we're not able to get a win off of the back of that previous round win. So it's starting to look like it could be a very dominant map for this side of Rowan.
Take hold.
I have to ask, like, I ask it a lot
Bring them down.
in games, and I think it's about time in this map. Obviously, Keanu are down here, right? They're down in the half. They're down 2-6.
Yeah.
What's the minimum rounds at this point that we think they need going into their attacking half?
I mean, typically I say at least 5 for it to have been an even half on a map like Lotus. So if they're really going to be able to make this comeback happen, I'd say I'd want them to have 4. I think 4 would be like, yeah, they didn't win as many as they may want to, but at the very least they can start to have a bit of a springboard to come back with.
Well, Savo taken care of by 2D4K. As he tried to push through door, it seems like Rowan just using that Nightfall as a pure opportunity to get this fake off. The Viper's Pit already in. Flash.
Spike planted.
Already up heaven. And Bondo tries to use his friend Tiny as like a living decoy that can fire a gun. You need Yoru when you have that, right? Ray's able to take care of Bondo. Roku able to find Chris M. Senja and Tiny, both with sheriffs of their own.
Last player standing.
Tiny not able to find anything, and Senja, oh, just barely not able to find Roku.
Yeah,
At literally 1 HP.
Yeah, 2 of those players very low on health, but just couldn't go down. That Viper's Pit, very good ult there to utilize. Now Keanu decides, all right, it's time to take a timeout. We need to get probably the rest of the rounds in this half if we can. And they've definitely been struggling to really put up any numbers. so far. I think a lot of this comes down to they're not able to deny that early information gathering, which Rowan's been pretty decent at. They sort of send players into pretty much every entrance in most of the rounds, and then they're not getting punished for that necessarily. So they get that early information, and then off of that early information, they can decide where they want to hit. And if they don't find early information on one site, then they can of course just decide to not approach that site, or if they get shut down, they're just very good at finding proactive info first because again, like we talked about, it's very easy to rotate on this map for the offense. It's a three-site map, so just generally it's going to be harder for the defense to watch those rotates on. But then you've also got, once you're pushed up down those main entrances, you can push through breakable, you can push through that door that towards C link or B, um, or sorry, not C link, but towards C or B. And when you've got those sort of advantageous positions to rotate with, it can be very difficult to play against, especially on that defense. So,
There.
you know, it just seems as though Rowan understands how to take advantage of that, and Keanu has been struggling to shut that down.
Yeah, Rowan has been doing absolutely excellent job of manipulating avenues and rotates here throughout this map. As now they're looking to pick up in an eighth round specifically. As Bondo trying to use that gravity pulse, isn't able to find any, but Chris M able to find Scriv. Unfortunately, trades still go in the way of Rowan, but I mean, there is a bunch of damage being done on the other side. As now multiple players have been vulnerable. They are aware.
Spike
The lockdown
planted.
is available, and no flanks have come in this time. Senja immediately deciding to commit to that lockdown. We do see this from the shadows from 2D4K, so maybe, you know, 2D4K tries to get a little bit courageous and ballsy. Doesn't commit to it, in fact. They do just decide to hold from tree. That haunt comes in, so they do know at least two players are here.
Last player
Flash,
standing.
though, able to take care of Tiny. Wave onto Savo, 2D4K, finishes it onto Senja, and now that is an 8th and potentially even 9th round here for Rowan.
Yeah, this isn't really looking good for Keanu. As you mentioned, it might potentially be the 9th, and that's because we do have to see this eco come out, and I'm not too confident Keanu, even off of off of this eco, they'll be able to take a round. They've only gotten 2 rounds so far in this map. I honestly don't think this Lotus is looking very good for them. It's been a very real struggle for them. There's 3 ults on the side of Rowan. There's only 1 for Keanu. It's that Nightfall, which is going to be difficult to place effectively. So hopefully this early aggression is rewarded.
Absolutely. Savo now looking to try and possibly even push this Nebula. They do have a bunch of mound control. Haven't taken the orb though. This just seems to me like it's a bait play, right? You want Tiny to get pushed out here. Tiny, how? Who? As Savo swings in, he isn't able to find anything, but Tiny, off of the back of Savo, able to find 2 more. It's numbers in favor of Keanu. This would be the 2nd thrifty round that they found in this half, if they do end up finding it. I mean, you see 2 members here, Bondo and Chris M, both on this flank. The door does get activated, and now if this turret does spot them going into B, Bondo already here. Sheriff out. The shots! Hello, Sheriff? Sheriff curse. Sheriff curse! Senja! You were able to find Roku with 2D4K versus Chris M in a 1v1. Chris M choosing to wrap here. 2D4K. Tapping on C. Choosing to move to A, but the break of the door. Oh, no one broke it at the start of the round. Instead, 2D4K plants the side hut. The snake bite comes out for Chris M, as he decides to take his adventure in towards heaven. 2D4K at about half HP, Chris M with a full set. So as long as 2D4K doesn't hit that crispy headshot, it's all good for Chris M to take it. No, the spray! It goes wrong, and 2D4K able to take the round. Oh no, it was looking so good for the Huskies. What happened?
I mean, typically we don't see Keanu struggle in those gunfights. Like, the mechanical skill isn't usually an issue for them. But this map, I don't know if it's just the mental of losing as much as they have, but we've definitely seen some whiffs that could have gone a different direction. That early Sheriff could have found a kill, you know, early in that B main as the spike was trying to go down. I mean, to be fair, you know, the pressure looked like it was on their head, so I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but maybe a ping issue. But that is definitely a situation where you want to
You
see
should run.
a bit of a different story as far as the mechanical skill that can be brought to the table by Keanu.
Senja does have to break that boom bot. As 2D4K teleports into the B site. This lockdown does come into effect. Chris M is able to find Wave on that flank though. The Nightfall comes in for Tiny. As Flash does get taken out, does get dealt with, and they're all corralled here in B main. This is that effect of having Chris M there. The Nightfall though does go in on the other side. Scriven Roku able to sort of stabilize at this point. Oh my goodness,
One enemy
Senja,
remaining.
1 HP, staying alive in that smoke. Bondo able to take care of Scriv. It's Roku and Bondo probably going to have to face off here. Bondo takes care of it, and it's a third round for Keanu. By the skin of their teeth, they're able to pick up a round at the end of the half.
No, you don't deserve my invention.
Yeah, this is a 9-3 situation. I said I wanted to see at least 4. They didn't hit that, so they're just going to have to hope the 9-3 curse can work in their favor. To be fair, they will be starting or switching onto the side that has the advantage, so they do have that under their belt. Yeah, they continued to show, even in that round, they barely scraped by there. And it's because like they're starting to struggle a little bit in just finding those heads. They're not able to get those head taps that you need to see. Their aim's starting to struggle a little bit. So if Keanu can clean that up a little bit, maybe I don't know, practice a little bit, open aim labs real quick, and maybe you can warm that back up, because it just seems like these players are sort of struggling to do that. So they need this pistol more than anything. If they don't get this pistol, I'm not entirely sure they'll be able to make that come back to reality.
They need that aim labs flick of the day type of aim training, you know what I mean? But we immediately see out of Rowan this insane push into A. We saw Flash kind of double satchel in off the back of that C's nade in A lobby, which has become so popular. Wave does actually get tagged up here. You know, immediately put down to half health. That's pretty serious. I think it's just going to be this C execute that comes out, though. Wave does kind of force this, you know, a little bit of stalling here. Chris M looking in towards B as Bondo tries to check the flank, and that's the spike! Oh no, Roku able to find a second frag onto Chris M.
Find you.
Oh my goodness, this Sheriff. Tiny does eventually swing out, but Senja goes down in kind. It's a 2v4. Tiny able to pick up a Sheriff now, so armor is a non-factor. And Savo with a Ghost.
30 seconds left.
It's gonna be on Flash here. Is he checked? Isn't directly checked, but is kind of revealed.
Look at this
Tiny out of ammo. This is such a good time waster by Flash. As now the flank comes in from 2D4K. Savo at 1 HP just tries to double satchel into sight. Nothing gets done. The pistol goes the way of Rowan.
Yeah, and it's like I said, if they didn't get that pistol, it's not looking very winnable for them, and I absolutely continue to believe that here, because it's now the 10th round, and very likely the gun advantage is an anti-eco coming out from the side of Rowan. They're going to be able to very likely take this round as well, just with that gun advantage. So unless a Thrifty comes out, that'll be 11-3, which would mean 8 rounds to tie it up, 9 to at the very least take it to overtime or match point for Keanu. And that's, I mean, they haven't gotten, they would need 3 times what they currently have in order to achieve that. So it's going to be a difficult push.
We do see that C's nade come out again immediately, and Flash is able to pick up that ult orb. Info and utility been traded in towards main. Bondo spotted a little bit of a jiggle, so I don't know if that was intentional or not, that little classic shot or two. As we saw Tiny actually invest a fair bit into this round. Now down to like 900 credits or something to that effect. So I would love to see what he's able to get done in this round. You know, obviously you're gonna want to kill here, buying up so far.
Right there.
B main orb
Right there.
is all
Right
yours. You go for it. Senja able to find 2d4k as now that spike to go down. Tiny grabbing that bulldog, but Savo
Spike
and Bondo
down, B.
both go down. That's the spike down again. Man, Tiny just holding here.
30 seconds left.
As Chris M gets spotted out in lane.
Last
Tiny
player
goes down.
standing.
Chris M as well. It's just onto Senja. 1v4. He does get spotted. Wade takes care of him, and now it's 3-11. What's going on with this spike?
They have courage.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. As Keanu sort of seems very incohesive in these pushes. I don't know. They definitely just seem to be running out of steam here. Not really going into each round with like a set plan on exactly what to do. Which is creating some of that struggle as far as getting that spike in a good position. As they're just trying to push for those early kills, especially when you're on that anti-eco and you're on the eco. So now they're going to be on a buy. They've got the gun advantage. We'll see if they can make some good progress. They are pushing into B, and it does appear to be that site that is undefended.
Yeah,
Never mind.
it is only that sole toxic train defending it, but Keanu opts for that A hit instead. And Scriv is here. I mean, he only has a Spectre, but he is in fact here. This is a bonus round for Rowan, so you obviously want to see what you can get done. Scriv does eventually go down, does get pushed out by some utility, as well as good placed shots from Tiny. Chris M now holding down A main alongside Bondo. Bondo able to start finally heating up again and gets that first pick onto Wave in terms of the retake. 2d4k gets revealed. Tiny playing around.
Wait.
Senja, Chris M, and Tiny, all three at the same time. It's a flawless round for Keanu's Worth.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a way that you're gonna try and make it look like a comeback is possible, that's the way to do it. Get a flawless buy. Now, obviously, that's against a bonus. Their guns were quite a bit better than what came out from Rowan, so there's a little bit of asterisk on the flawless. But at the same time, they still got the flawless. They're able to keep all of their guns. Their eco's going to take a massive boost here. So, although eco's not really going to have an opportunity to be a factor just with how big that round differential is, at the very least, it does mean Keanu has guns to put up a fight with as we move forward into this half.
For sure. Now, Tiny having to play around that Snake Bite being sent deep C main. Flash able to find that early pick onto Savo, though, and that B main engagement is so big. Now, Bondo does use that Nova Pulse to try and flush out anyone remaining, but no one will be affected by it. Roku tries to get a little cheeky pick onto Tiny, but Chris M there and ready to swing. A is clear. Spike's going down. Smokes are in. Retake is ready. 4v4.
Where are you?
Tiny. What can he get up to? Mischief in the back sight. Scriv taken care of down by a drop. Bondo able to find one onto 2d4k in towards A main. And now Senja not able to find Flash in towards drop.
Last player standing.
Flash able to get a second, and now it's just Bondo. It's Bondo in 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
He's able to find Wave, so now it's a 1v1. Flash just
Oh,
holding.
there's no time.
Is able to get it. Bondo. Clutch.
Yeah, much needed clutch as well. Bit of chaotic hold there. That pulse plant it didn't look amazing, but it did get the job done. Able to find as many picks as you'd like to be able to get that round. And honestly, that time pressure was definitely played well. That time was played very well by Keanu to get it down to a point where that aggression had to come through. And at the end of it, they just decided to go for the fights instead of sticking that spike. So comeback is still very much so possible. They've got the gun advantage now. What can they do?
Yeah, it's not a comeback yet, right? It's just they're trying to throw some steam in for map 3.
Yeah.
At what point do we consider it?
I've said this a lot, and I sort of think this a lot is I will only believe in a comeback once they've taken it to that tied match. Once it's
Mm.
tied, I'll believe it's a comeback because up until that point, it could be a fake comeback. It could be shut down at any moment.
All right. Well, we do see Scriv alone here with the sheriff. Possibly. Oh, he's in towards tree. That's what it is. Yeah. Now, no one comes in off that first rotate, like that first door spin. Senja and Bondo able to find two pushing out C as now Roku is just holding this position. Does he try and get a little antsy here? Yep, he does peek out and find Bondo, but Senja there, able to trade out, is now Scriv. Trying to hold on to the site by himself. Chris M pushes into the smoke, and he does fall, but Tiny and Senja, there to hold, to stabilize, whatever you would want to call it. It's a 6 now for Kiana.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to make a good impact here. I will point out there's still 2 timeouts available. I believe 2 timeouts, unless it's only 1 per half. But at the very least, there is a timeout still available for Rowan to pull out here. So that's probably going to come out relatively soon here. Assuming, I imagine it'll come out if this buy is lost by Rowan. So that round was a bit better from Rowan. I think they were going for those proactive plays. They just didn't find any value out of them with that gun difference. Kano's starting to turn it up with their aim. It's starting to, maybe they did open up that aim.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, we're seeing Senja and Bondo hit some pretty crazy shots as now Bondo and Tiny are looking in towards C. Savo there to join them as well. Senja just trying to lurk around B main, try and fight for that control, make sure that no one goes for any crazy mid-round push. And Chris M just being that classic Viper lurk, just general ghost mystifying presence towards A. Boombot does come out, tries to explore alongside his best friend, the Prowler. And that Nightfall comes in C. That's huge. That's going to start pulling rotates, but Flash is still here. He isn't able to find anything as Bondo, with that quick switch, able to find it. Tiny, now rotating off. It's a race to the A site, and Keanu will arrive there first. PR time as Savo speeds in. Now clearing out tree. It's good. Chris M in towards stairs. That Nebula is down. They don't have any way to directly clear him. Scriv, though, able to find Chris M as Chris M tries to go into that smoke. Main's been smoked off now. Tiny, what can you get done? 2D4K tried to stick the defuse while the rest of his team he took around it. Tiny with that haunt, able to find Wave. Bondo able to find Scriv, and Tiny switching to the classic. It's a 7th round for Keanu.
Yeah, it was a massive monsters that in there, and it was never taken care of, and so they could have a clear vision of who was on that spike. So, yeah, like I said, off of this buy round loss from the side of Rowan, they are going to be pulling out this timeout. No question why they've started to struggle on this defense. This map is offense sided, but it shouldn't be this offense sided. Typically, it's like 7-5. We have about a 52% win rate for the offense, which is enough to make a difference and make it, that offense sidedness we typically see. But it isn't enough to, have either team struggle this much on their defense. So it's very clear Rowan is just struggling. There, you see them go for some of these like more aggressive plays, like on their ecos, they sort of push up quite a bit, which is sort of what they want to do to try and catch Keanu off guard. But Keanu's started to get ready for that. So their typical eco strategy hasn't been working. When they're on that buy, they're just not able to hold the site as effectively as they may want to. They sort of get baited out, or again, on this map you do sort of have to be careful because it's so easy for the offense to rotate. You have to be ready for the possibility that the offense rotates or you're getting baited out. So hopefully for Rowan, they can sort of start to switch that up and try and shut this down. They're only 1 round away from that match point, but Keanu, of course, not going to let that go by easily.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see the Shiko round, as it's called here in Valorant, come out. Have you seen any interesting Shiko plays recently?
Honestly, I haven't. But this A hold could have found something, but it's not going to be pushed into. So
I think Keanu, I think at this point, no better than to try and play games when sheriffs are on the other end, because as I like to say, a sheriff is basically a vandal if you think about it. Now Savo does take care of that alarm bot and does force out a fair bit. of this utility from Scrib on towards that C site. This hit is coming in now. Savo satcheled out in towards Bend, and Tiny sending out that Prowler to clear out the site. It's a competent hit, and it seems to be a full 5v5 retake on the side of Rowan. Chris M still waiting. Bondo having to run in this far away onto the site. Heat smokes have already faded. Tiny able to find one of the 2v4K, but Roku, Scrib, and Wave all able to find one of their own. It's Bondo and Chris M. 2v4, forgive me.
They never planted.
Now, no, they never planted.
Left.
And now, as they rotate into B, you know, Spike hasn't gone down, and Wave delivering these rifles over to the... Oh, did Chris M pick up? Yeah, Chris M did pick up Spike. Okay, hold on. I got scared for a second. No, Chris M going to plant. Now Roku, though. Let's get that headshot onto Bondo. Chris M 1v4 in that post plant. He's in the Viper's pit. Now that being said, Wave just immediately swings in, takes care of Chris M. It's match point for Rowan, and they're looking for map 3.
Yeah, the Sheikah round is successful. I think that came down to a bit of a misplay from Keanu. Instead of getting ready to set up for post plan on C, they decided to play a bit more aggressive, try and clear out those angles, and they played right into the hands of Rowan. Rowan was just able to find those early opportunity moments. You said it yourself. Sheriff is basically a vandal when you think about it, and Rowan was able to find those heads that they needed, and then it just came down to winning that numbers advantage, and they had guns to be picked up. So. Now that match point, 5 rounds in a row need to be won by this side of Keanu. They just won 4 in a row. Can they turn it around and win 5 as well?
Yeah, it was super tough. Savo now actually they're applying pressure towards A main. They haven't really done this in a good while. It's just been Chris M playing super passive over here. Tiny, no stranger to the Odin, decides to pick it up. Savo tapping on that tree door. The Prowler does spout out Roku. As Odin just sprays him away. That lockdown is being committed by Senja in towards this A site. Roku has to get out now, but he's going to be detained. He is barely able to get away in time. Savo now in towards backside, and a lockdown being committed by Rowan in time. Savo's been marked. They know where he is. He jumps up. He pushes in. They're going for this lockdown, and Savo is able to destroy it. 2d4K is in drop though. And Wave is nowhere to be found yet. Chris M lurking in towards stairs. He's been caught out in this position before. This Wave is pushing stairs. Chris M not watching for it just yet. Wave is able to take care of Chris M. Senja in tree, Savo in drop. This is a deadly crossfire. The alarm bot spotted Wave already. Wave pushing into tree, able to take care of Senja, but Savo able to close it out. It's 8-12 for the Huskies. They have been able to stabilize yet again.
Yeah, fortunately for Keanu, they've just been able to work up a good amount of eco because of that massive win streak that they had. And it wasn't like those rounds they were winning were as close every round as maybe you'd expect. They were pretty dominant for Keanu a lot of the times. So their eco is able to get built up here. So all it takes is one round win to stabilize it. Keanu is using their final timeout now to figure out how they would like to play this. That round was okay, but it was sloppy in a lot of ways. They were expecting a flank. It didn't come through. Chris M was punished for that. So there are definitely a few good misplays here and there as far as where they're watching these post plans. To be fair, it's difficult to know where to look, but the fact of the matter is they're not looking in the right places. So trying to figure out how they want to set up for that post plant when they can't watch every angle at the same time. What do they do instead to sort of block off one of those angles so you're not having to worry about it? Maybe play out of that sort of vulnerable position where all it takes is someone pushing you from the wrong angle and then you're done. Because again, Chris M died there, and although they're still able to win it, it came down to that 2v1, which ended up in a 1v1. Although that cross was played well, it could have gone better for Keanu, right? And so you just want to make sure you're not looking at those weaknesses and you're closing them out with hopefully more rounds, or sorry, more players on your favor, because that can instill some of that confidence. Cosmic Divide is available. We'll see what Keanu can do.
100%. We will see what they can do now as they're looking for their 9th and trying to take it to overtime in map 2. Now Wave, again, forcing that snake bite out, and we see Chris M alone towards A. Now, when this has happened before, there's been a lot of players here, but instead we see this B aggression. Now, Savo able to find Wave, and this might just be
Oh.
the call to push C heavy. Chris M gets the info that about 3 players are there pushed out B, and actually it's going to be all 4. The sides have swapped.
Yeah, the
All
spike
4
can be planted for
defenders,
defense.
all 4 defenders are actually pushing into the site through the way of the attackers. Now Savo is towards C link. He isn't able to find Scriv. Tiny has gone so far. Tiny is like in defender spawn. And now Scriv maybe just getting a little bit confused and paranoid as Tiny now running back Bondo. Kind of sitting alone here. Bondo I guess not looking. Now the Nova Pulse does come out. Tiny able to take care of Flash. And Tiny again just ADSing. Oh my goodness, that was clean.
Yeah, that might be the first play today from Tiny, where he's able to find those kills. I mean, although no, sorry, he was just struggling on Haven. It does seem he's been able to find his footing here, and that absolutely showed it. ADS with the Vandal, you don't see it a lot, but Tiny's gonna make it look good. I have to start doing that myself. We've got 3 ults available for Keanu. That Cosmic Divide wasn't expended, despite the fact that you're in this scenario where you're down quite a few rounds. Your opponent's on that match point. They've decided to be patient with those ults, especially when they don't think they need to use them, and that has paid off. So they've got 3. It's going to be against an eco this round, so this could be a good win.
Absolutely. Although one thing about that Cosmic Divide is it's a very slow ult to use, and in a round like that where everything was going so fast, it kind of makes sense that you don't really necessarily want to commit it. Something that is also just important to note about Tiny. Tiny is a Fade main. Like, that is his. That's his comfort agent. So him being fragging up here, I don't want to say I'm necessarily surprised. I'm actually more expecting. Right, him on Breeze, it's okay if he has a kind of performance, so to speak. Savo able to take care of Scriv now in tree as the side hit comes in onto A.
I'm just thinking about when we saw Tiny on that Yoru on Blue, and just how well he was performing, which is why I'm sort of like, I sort of have that idea in my mind. But
that's fair. Wave able to find one as 2 on this flank. Roku having to try and fight this flank by himself. Savo's alone here. Savo's alone on site. Wave tapped. Savo is in the smoke. He's just waiting that decay out. This is going to be a huge round. If Wave can not pick up any more kills, he is able to find Bondo, but Senjo, Savo... I was about to say Senjo. Ooh. Senja, Savo, and Chris M able to combine. 3 alive, 10th round for Keanu.
Yeah, we do have that Cosmic Divide still available. Showstopper still available. So, and no ults on this side of Rowan, at least not yet. There's definitely probably a few that are close to coming up at this point, but they're not up at the start. And Keanu should be able to take advantage of that, assuming these orbs aren't really fought for by Rowan. So, yeah, Keanu could definitely apply some good pressure here. Chris M's got the operator to watch A.
Did he actually commit to that buy, or did he sell it?
Do you think he committed to it?
Oh, he did. He did commit to it. You can tell by the ADS line. Savo, with that showstopper, immediately in. Bend has been cleared out, so not going to find a kill per se, but did find a bunch of space. Tiny, taking this aggro peek in off of his C's. Scrib is able to find one, and oh my god, Flash! That's everyone! That's everyone! Everyone's dead. Bondo didn't plant again and takes the pick. Oh no, Senja and Christian does have a Vandal now.
Last player
Trying to maybe get a peek. It doesn't come through. He gets the first onto 2d4k. It's a 1v5 for Chris M, now turned 1v4. Roku, hopping away. The Nightfall comes in. It seems to be just a bunch of peaks, one after the other. No, it's a high-low setup. Wave able to close it out as Chris M tries to b-hop to safety. It's 13-10 on Lotus as we are looking forward for map 3.
Hey, and you know what? Although it was a map won by Rowan, that was impressive by Keanu to be able to get it that close. So I gotta hand it to them there. Tiny rank 1 Fade in the UK, maybe not putting up the performance you'd expect from that type of player, but at the same time, still going top frag on Fade on Lotus, which is a weird sentence to say. But both Fades ended up top fragging. So that's going to be map 2, 13-10 for Rowan. We will be going to that map 3. 274 ACS for Roku, 255 for Tiny. So we're seeing those sort of high ACS scores for both teams here. And then similarly, we do have just Rowan putting up some very high numbers here. So um, which is what we saw from Kayan on the previous map. So I'm going to be interested to see if this sort of performance can be carried through into the next map, or if Kayan is going to be able to find that sort of early shutdown that they would need.
Absolutely. Well, don't go anywhere. We are going to be back with map 3 of Ascent after this quick break. All right, welcome back everyone to our third map in our best of 3 series in the opening round of the Samsung Dreamhack Invitational qualifiers. We are playing against Rowan. I'm Ancient Angel. I'm here with Sleepy Boy. We're casting map 3. It's Ascent.
All right, yeah, let's jump right into it. We're going into the comps here. And interestingly enough, we've actually seen Keanu switch off of the Astra, which we've seen them on
Chris
Ascent
M
with
on
that
Omen?
Astra before. So, I mean, you know, their Ascent of the maps, I think coming into this, Ascent might be their worst win rate, although it's still a very good map for them. So I think maybe they just wanted to switch it up, see what Omen can provide. I mean, Omen's been the standard agent on this map. Even maps like the Guard, which had done a lot of innovating and trying to make it through challengers with their controller setups and trying to go double controller on most maps. Even they would have Omen on Ascent, just because it's such like a standard comp. Ascent might have the most meta composition, just because a lot of these agents are hard to beat on this map. Sometimes you see Breach instead of KO, but we do generally see this comp coming out. It's the same comp, mirror comp from both sides, as I would expect. So it'll be interesting to see how this defense ends up getting played. As we do have Keanu starting on it. Ascent typically favors this offense or this defense, not super heavily, but enough to where it makes it a bit easier to be on the defense of this map.
Yeah,
Right
something
here.
interesting that I'm seeing immediately is this kind
Right
of
here.
lean towards A. We see Chris
Scanning
M
ahead.
actually opting to play in tree. I think he would do that anyways. Oh my god,
Oh.
Tiny. Oh my goodness, Tiny. Flash is already at like 1 HP. And he's in towards Boathouse. This execute's going down onto the site. Tiny and Senja both actually choosing to play towards backside or Boathouse. Oh my
Right
god, Tiny with these spams. Bondo able to take care of Flash. Tiny just trying to get these peeks in over and over. Bondo able to take care of 2-4K. Scrib and
Right
Wave
here.
Evil able to get one
Spike
each.
down, B.
Tiny finding one of his own.
One enemy remaining.
Senja able to find Roku and Sabo able to find Wave. That is a
Yeah, what a
physical play.
chaotic play there. Keanu, or sorry, not Keanu. Rowan's decided to. I mean, they tested in towards that B garage. They started in, but that Sova dart scared them off. So then they just decided to go through mid. Luckily for them, the alarm bot was actually out of range for a minute there, or a minute or two there. So they were actually able to push up a bit in mid as well as help with the smoke. But there was a bit of an issue where they had their jet dash in and close door, and then have to turn it around and reopen door, and they just took so much damage in that aggressive push.
Now, Sabo does get scanned here by this dart. But it's gonna kind of serve as a deterrent, so to speak. Wave picking up, or it was... Yeah, Wave picking up. This is interesting. We're seeing Wave now on the KO, whereas we've seen Wave typically be that controller player for Rowan. 2D4K sticking to the Omen for this map.
Here.
Yeah, definitely a bit maybe what you'd expect. We'll
Enemy
see.
killed.
Ooh, Sabo able to take out Roku.
That was a
That's
rough
it.
peak. Yeah, I mean, that's numbers. We see now moving in towards this B site. 3 players from the Huskies are here, and so many have been scanned. Tiny only in the show. This guy is crazy. Senja takes care of Scrib with that nano
One
storm.
enemy
Tiny
remaining.
with one of the flash. Bondo with the fragment onto 2D4K.
30
It's
seconds
just
left.
Wave 1v5. Tiny finds him with the sheriff. It's a flawless anti-eco for Keanu.
Yeah, and this is when you start to see why this map is defense sided, because you just see these players get, especially in that push in towards garage, you get caught in that choke point. And that's sort of why you need to have a good amount of mid presence on this map, is because when you're entirely rushing in through that main entrance, you can just get caught out. I mean, we saw 2 mollies find kills, and that's just because you really only got one place to go unless you're going to back out. But when time pressure is applied, you sort of just have to stay in there, and you get caught out in those corners. And well, Keanu happy to take advantage.
Happy indeed, as now Savo trying to peer in towards main. Tiny just B-hopping. He's ready. He wants this fight. He's able to take care of 2D4K, and Roku having to back off because of the drone ping. Can't get a trade. Tiny is at low health, but as Bondo tries to flash and poke in mid, numbers have gone the way of the Huskies.
Yeah, we saw this in the previous round as well. Once that player advantage was there, and I did say you need mid presence on this map, and you do have these players in Rowan taking that mid presence. Going to be aggressively pushing in towards mid now, through into market, getting ready to move on to B site.
And as this site hit increasingly looks likely to come in, we see Chris M with this smoke onto site. This is going to provide the Huskies with so much cover. Tiny just trying to probe out mid. It seems that Rowan is waiting for their Sova and B main, but Scriv with that pick onto Tiny could potentially open up so much. Chris M gets flashed in CT. The paranoia coming out now.
Wait.
Bondo's blinded though. It's a team blind.
30
The
seconds
door goes
left.
down market. Senja gets taken
Spike
care of,
down,
so does
B.
Bondo, but Chris M on the push, he's able to get the trade. It's 2v2.
Last player standing.
Flash with that push out lane, though. That's such a huge pick to
Spike
find. It's a
planted.
1v2 for Savo. He's no stranger to these situations. He's got a bulldog. Let's see what he can get done with it. ADSing. He wants that quick burst. That quick kill. Rowan deciding to double up on that stairs angle. If Savo just pushes a little bit, he might be able to see that cape. That's Sova's cape.
One
He
enemy
does.
remaining.
He sees it. He gets the spam. He knows.
Oh.
That flash has to be in Boathouse, and there it is. Savo 2v1 clutch. The bonus round goes the way of Keanu.
Yeah, what a beautiful way to do it. I mean, you know, Rowan definitely had the opportunity there to take the round. They just misplayed that a bit. I mean, your back sticking out. No real way to play around that. I mean, I don't know. That was just played beautifully by Savo. Rowan early on tried testing in through mid. They were very successful in that push. They're able to get quite a few kills. In theory, you know, numbers advantage that should have gone their way. It's just that in that 1v2 situation, their post plant wasn't in a way that would benefit both of the players. Their backs couldn't be entirely watched there. I think both should have maybe played from Boathouse. Could have given them a bit of a better hold, but at the end of the day, this is all hindsight. What they should have done, they did not do. Situational awareness wasn't there.
Savo trying to get this pick
Oh.
onto 2d4K. He gets it. Oh my goodness. That's such an early opening pick. We do see Flash dash in towards lane. Senja takes care of him, but Tiny goes down. So Senja's alone here on the site. Chris M slowly looking to try and cover the gap. It's 3v4, so numbers still are in the way of the Huskies, which does spell good signs. This is definitely what you want to see so far.
Yeah, for the fourth round in a row, Keanu ended up with that early first kill. And that first blood is so pivotal as well because they're never getting traded off, which means that it comes down to for the rest of the round, it's going to be trying to even that back out for Rowan. And you need to be not getting traded off, but oftentimes Rowan finds themselves having to trade each other off. But when you're down a player, you can't really afford that.
Yeah, but now Senja's back alone at B. The rest of the Huskies have rotated in towards
left.
A. So as this mid hit starts to come in, as this B hit starts to come in, you know, as Scriv chooses to take mid pressure, and now in market,
Destroyed.
there's no one to help Senja here. Senja does see that paranoia go off. He sees two. Scrib able to take care of Senja, but Time is running low here. Chris M
Last
tries to
player
keep off the flash,
standing.
gets nothing done. Wave as well. Gets Bondo. Savo 1v2. He has the off.
Spike planted.
Barely enough
Sheriff's
time
only-
there.
Sheriff's only for the other side. Roku now playing on lane. Or no, he's on that box. He's on that wooden box in the corner. Savo.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my goodness, Savo on the third. He jumps out with the Blade Storm. Oh,
You can't
he
do this
almost
to them
missed it.
again.
You can't do that like that, Savo. A clutch before and a clutch again. Oh my goodness.
4-0. 4-0 to start it off before Keanu And 2 clutches back to back from Savo. Again, I said it. Tale as old as time. They get that early. They get that early pick. And honestly, these past 2 rounds, it hasn't even made a difference having that early first blood, because it's still evened out and they still gain that player advantage. But regardless, they are still able to find the round. Savo being an important factor to try and go for that 1v2 when you have an operator is typically something you want to avoid. But it works out for Keanu when they go for it. And Savo going to be happy to continue to have to clutch because they're able to do it successfully.
Now, Bondo chooses to get disabled here. The read comes in. Tiny with that Odin, not really able to find too much. And the fragment does push Bondo out of place. This Odin spam does come in. So does the lockdown, though. Oh, just these little tippy-tap tags are coming in. Tiny, alone in the backside with nothing but an Odin to his name. He gets to
get out of it.
too. He needs to live. Chris M able to find a pick to equalize, or well, not really equalize, but stabilize here. It's a 3v4 on the retake. Senja working in towards market as Chris M and Savo are doubling up CT. This retake about to come in. Senja and Chris M both out. Savo still holding B main with that up. Nope. Now taking a peek in towards the site. Stairs has been smoked off. Savo just with that shorty, trying to get a cheeky pick, see if someone is holding. Chris M goes down, so does Savo. Senja alone, 1v3, isn't able to find it. It's the first round for Rowan, and it's a team ace.
No charges.
And just like that, apparently on the rounds where Keanu does not find that first blood, they're just going to lose it. You see that there. The early player advantage goes the way of Rowan this time, and Keanu's not able to get it down to a 1v2 where Savo's in that 1v2. And that does mean Keanu will take their first loss. Still, 4-1 to start it off is not a bad way to do it. I talked about how this map can be defense-sided, but it's not terribly so. Typically, a 6-6 half is decently balanced on this map, if not 7-5. And so the fact that Keanu has a 3-round lead is definitely looking very good for them.
100%, it is very good, but now we see Rowan going in for this A hit. Senja has been pushed off site. And Tiny with this Guardian really is the only rifle here. Everyone else on Sheriffs. I mean, surely you go for this retake. Oh, the wall bangs for Senja, if only he knew. Savo does get taken out first by Roku. As this spam comes in, it's a spam battle between Heaven and Hell. Tiny, not able to find anything just yet. Chris M tries to teleport into the smoke with the flash. Ends up spamming him out. Wave with one on the Senja. Flash spamming through the floorboards. Able to find Tiny. It's Bondo. 1v5. Exits name of game. Not anymore. Now at this point, it's the Spike that's looking to take your name. Does he get away? He does. He saves the Guardian into the next round.
Yeah, and you know, it's you know, as far as expensive guns, it's, you know, the most expensive behind the Phantom and Vandal, so kind of makes sense there. But at the same time, Keanu didn't play that great. Obviously, it's an eco. You're gonna struggle a bit, but they just allowed a site to be taken, and I mean, you're down guns. You really can't just allow them to swarm into a site like that, because having to try and retake with no util, no guns, it's not gonna be easy by any means. So this round they do have that null command. They got the Hunter's Fury. They got the From the Shadows to combat Blade Storm and Hunter's Fury from Rowan. We'll see if Keanu can shut this down and control this map.
Fury comes out in towards B main. A tag is made. And Savo able to capitalize off the chaos with a pick onto Wave. Now that, oh, the Nano Swarm, it puts him down to 7 HP. The jump peak comes in from Scriv. Oh, that's it. Bondo able to find one onto Flash nonetheless. Scriv does trade out. It's 3v3, and it's a mirror match. Both the Jet and the KO are gone from both sides.
3v3. It's nice that it's been evened out, but Keanu does lose out on that null command opportunity, and all they have is that From the Shadows, which is very difficult to use on this map, or just in general, but especially on defense.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that's typically considered very easy to use. Tiny alone here at the B site. Chris M, for the most part, still with full util. I mean, he used those smokes earlier, but they're both back now.
Right here.
So
30 seconds
now
left.
we see this smoke come in for 2D4K. Tiny just finding a gap here in that execute. Only gets
enemy
handled.
remaining.
Roku able to find the trade
Spike
onto
down,
Tiny.
B.
Chris M back onto Roku
Okay.
and through the smoke. The smoke whisperer, the smoke demon of Chris M.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta wonder if they can see through the smoke just like we can. That was a perfectly placed shot to finish them off as they were already low. 2 ults now available for either side. Once again, both teams have that from the shadows, but no command for the side of Kayana, which is an easy counter to the Blade Storm, which is on the other side of the spectrum. So when we're in this 5v5, it is going to be interesting to see. I do see Rowan getting ready to maybe possibly push in towards B, but this does look like a bit more default to me, although that spike is left in B lobby. So
Cover going
we'll
out.
see what Kiana can do. It looks like they want to try and find this early mid vision. Never mind, they're getting pushed back by that dart.
Yeah, immediately
Too
that dart,
suppressed.
and now that kind of recon dart or the little disable. It comes in,
0
it tags
point.
2 of them. 0 point. That's the
There you
name.
go.
0 point comes in, it gets 2 of them, so they know that this mid aggression or this mid play should be coming. Bondo able to take care of that owl drone now. Does force him to back off. As we see KO of Rowan's side, Wave, choosing to scale up towards Cat. Now Savo is in tree. He should be able to catch this off unless he gets flashed off the angle, but he's playing close. He doesn't see this peak initially. He's waiting for them to come into tree. As it seems this is where Rowan want to commit. They're just waiting on Scriv. Scriv finally rotating over. That initial peak has been made. Savo opting to leave. Chris M goes down though. Goes down on that A site. It's just Tiny here. He knows that one is back Jenny. It's Flash. Flash is going. Tiny peeks out. It gets a second onto Roku. A third onto 2D4K. It's down. Scriv though. Scriv goes huge. In towards Cat. It's just Senja. 1v2. If he can kill Scriv here, he might be able to res Bondo. But there's 5 seconds. The fragment comes in.
1 enemy remaining.
1 HP for Senja.
Last player standing.
Or 6 rather. Is now it's a 1v1. Wave opting to wrap Heaven here. Trying to lurk in back through tree. Senja doesn't know where his robot foe is. Hell, clear it out. He doesn't know about Heaven. Wave gets the timing, and it's a 3rd round and a clutch for Rowan.
I'm not entirely sure how that's. Oh, I guess he was down in that
Yeah.
no command. Anyways, we do have from the shadows still available for both sides. Again, proving how difficult it can be to use. It's very situational, and neither of these teams have found themselves in need of this ult quite yet. Do still have that Blaze Storm for Rowan, but they really don't need to use it because their eco's looking pretty strong. They do just want to save it for when they need to use it on an eco round. Lockdown could be a factor for Kayano, but they also are on an eco right now, so likely won't want to use it.
Blade Storm coming out from Rowan. Flash able to find Savo, and Chris M trades, but that's just the spam through that flash. That paranoia does so much work. Bondo only on a classic here, but he's no stranger to
Spike
getting
planted.
impact with low economic advantage. Tiny back on this Guardian that he loves oh so much. Flashes out for the Owl Drone actually. That's kind of an interesting play. The tag does go on to 2D4K, and that Guardian spam does come through. The 3v3 on the pick now turn 3v2. Senja on this frenzy. If he can get close here, oh, never mind. I was gonna say if he could swing close here, he could maybe surprise Scriv. Doesn't happen. Wave takes care of Bondo. 5-4. This lead is
I can hold
closing.
an area pretty well myself.
Yeah, I
Shot
did
to
say
cover
how
areas
this
I
map
can't.
intended to be balanced. So again, 6-6 is nothing to be embarrassed about. I think if we go into the next half tied 6-6,
Right here.
it's still a winnable
here.
situation. I'd say it's more even. So at that point, I wouldn't say Keanu's winning necessarily, but if they can at least take it there, it's not a bad half, and I do think that it's still winnable for them when we do switch sides, assuming that their offense is going to look a little bit better than their defense. We do still have that lockdown for Rowan and that from the shadows, but there's also a
Scanning
lockdown
ahead.
over on the other side as well, along with the Hunter's Fury. So mirror ult plus a Hunter's Fury.
There's that milk mid.
That Milkman is out. Chris M able to find Flash. Wave does trade out. The Hunter's Fury has been cancelled by that Milkman. Wave able to take care of Sabo as well. Tiny able to find a pick onto Roku, 3v3. Lockdown has come out for both sides now. The spike will be planted, but at what cost? Senja's been detained here, and the defensive lockdown has been destroyed. Bondo and Tiny are looking in towards Supreme now. The flash has gone in, but Bondo just barely not able to find that pick onto 2v4K. The recon bolt will destroy it. Tiny takes that swing out. Senja able to trade out, and now it's a 1v1. Senja versus Scriv. The battle of the killjoys. The battle of the S's. Whatever you want to call it. He thinks Scriv is towards main, but no, Scriv was backside the whole time, and Scriv able to get the kills, and now it's 5-5.
Yeah, Kano unfortunately wasted both of those ults that they had. That lockdown was destroyed. The Hunter's Fury was canceled by the null command, and that sort of wasted that util, which could typically make a bit of a more impactful ultimate. Has started to that's going to weigh on them, right? So as we move into this timeout, we'll see what Kayana can do as far as replanning how they want to approach these rounds, because they're sort of allowing that site to be taken. And I think it's because typically, or sorry, when they have tried to hold close and try and hold main and take them out early instead of allowing them to push onto site, they have been shut down. But I do think they need to be trying to do that again, because as they're playing off this site, or at least back site, their util isn't able to slow down that push or prevent the plant, and then they're struggling to do these retakes because, just like how there's choke points in those entrances onto sites, which the defense can take advantage of. When you're trying to retake, you're also sort of caught in some of those same choke points, or at least similar choke points. That defensive spawn is hard to push through. Heaven can be difficult to push through. It's a very good choke point as well as tree, so it's just difficult to try and retake on. So you do sort of need to prevent this push onto the site in the first place.
It's a very difficult push to actually kind of contest. But now that the Huskies are back down on an eco, let's see what they can do. Bondo looking to do a quick cheeky mid flash. It's Tiny in towards does send out that recon bolt. He's back again with his guardian. He got that easy shot onto Scriv through the wall. The Blade Storm's out for Savo. He goes pushing into this smoke though. Bad times will await him. Chris M, super deep in towards tiles here. He's playing to contain. And there's no way 2v4K clears that. Chris M almost gets betrayed by that, look back. Oh, takes out the knife. It's Roku now in a 1v5, which would be required of him. Doesn't come through. It's a thrifty round for Keanu. They love these cheeky
round in the half.
Yeah, it's a dominant one, and it seems as though once Rowan tries to go B, they're once again caught in that choke point, which I talked about, applying that early pressure from Keanu. Obviously, it's an eco. They're going to play a little bit more aggressively, but regardless, they're still able to apply that pressure, and it works out for them. So, as it does look like maybe Rowan's going to try and go for this mid pressure. If Keanu can lock it down, prevent that entry onto the site, they may find themselves in a similar situation going in the next half 7-5. I said 6-6 is nothing to be embarrassed about, and we are at the possibility of that happening. But if Keanu gets to 7-5, it's looking like a much more winnable map.
Yeah, I mean 7-5. Who could complain about a 2-round lead, right? So I think if you're Keanu, get that 7-5. It's gonna look good. The smoke does come out deep mid now, so we're seeing a fair bit of mid aggression out from the side of Rowan. Senja just trying to keep body check of Roku. Bondo in towards that B site. Now, it's going to be very interesting to watch this Bondo and Chris M defense on B, as the 3 remaining players are over by A. But this is the A site. This is where Rowan are choosing to hit. So Savo on that double stack does eventually get cleared. Senja hasn't been cleared though, and he goes big for 2. He's able to somewhat equalize. Chris M teleports into that flank. He's out in the open. He gets spotted out by Scriv.
What a misplay.
1v3. Full kit of util on his back. It doesn't matter. Wave takes care of it. It's a 6-6 half by round, but this round just felt like a bunch of misplays, right?
Yeah, again, it just seems like when that A, when that A push ends up coming through from from Rowan, Keanu just doesn't know how to defend it. It just seems they sort of get run down, run over a bit. B, they could definitely defend very well, but that A site, they couldn't really do a whole lot. Obviously saw that incredible play from Switch, but still just gonna get overwhelmed, and then some misplays on that flank just prevents that pinch on the retake that they're trying to pull out. So we do switch sides. We do have now Keanu on that offense. It does look like they're gonna start it off on this pistol, going for that A push. It's actually very aggressive mid hold from Rowan, so this actually could work out very well for Keanu, as Rowan will have to flood in through tree, or at least go for a powerful play.
Rowan doing a quite unusual pistol strat, if I do say so myself. Scriv just trying to buy time here in hell. He does pop both of those nanoswarms, as it's an immediate flood in through main. Now Chris M isn't able to find anything just yet. Bondo does plant the spike, but I think that Savo knows that there's tries to flood out alongside Tiny. Scriv does get traded out, but it's 4v3 on this retake. Numbers are still in favor of Rowan.
Nobody's watching
Paranoia
Heaven.
comes through. Bondo. Now the sole contact. Tiny able to find one onto Roku.
Last player
2v4k
standing.
able to find one onto Senja. Bondo's the sole survivor, and he's in hell. This is getting stuck by Flash. 2d4k finishes it off, and I mean, once again, it's like the defense is lacking.
Yeah, that was disappointing to see from Keanu. Typically, they're on top of their game, but that round, one of their key factors was, first of all, they're allowing themselves to get smoked off in hell while their other players are pushing through hell. So you're sort of just going to be called off from helping your team. But on top of that, they just completely decided not to watch Heaven for genuinely no reason. It's not like they had any util to clear it out. It's not like they cleared it out. They just decided, you know what, we'll just completely watch main and tree. Now, they did know players were pushing through there, so it kind of makes sense in that regard. But that did mean they got completely flanked in their unexpected, the hole in their defense by 2d2k, and well, or 2d4k, sorry, and we'll see if they can clean it up as we move into what will be an anti-eco.
That's an interesting name. I wonder if he got that from like Star Wars. Like, is that the name of his Star Wars droid? 2d4k?
I don't think so.
Or no, because it's the opposite way in Star Wars, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
letter number.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way, I mean, 2d4k been putting up numbers throughout this whole series, so super impressive out of him so far, especially on those supportive agents. Savo taking a little bit of a cheeky sheriff duel alongside Flash in A main. They're just trying to 1v1 it out for now. Bondo with the spike also towards A. It seems that this is where they want to end it. 2d4k now jiggling tree, jiggling in towards Cat. It's gonna be on Tiny and Chris M to take the spike. Oh, and the sheriff shot's just lit. 2d4k starts to swing wide. Tiny's able to stabilize. The tail flash does come through by Wave, and Wave is able to take care of both of those players in towards tree. Savo on the sheriff.
Standing.
It's a 2v1 now, as Senja gets taken care of as well.
In HP, we've seen Savo in these 1v2s, but firepower not going to be there this time around. Ooh.
Good dart. Sabo not able to close it out. That Guardian is just too strong for him. And that's both of the like most expensive rifles that were on the side of Rowan that are picked up. You have that Guardian and that Phantom.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely a good start for Rowan to try and take this map. Reminder, this is map 3. This is only round of 28. We still got potentially 2 more series to come today. So, you know, definitely going to be a longer day if Keanu can win this. And they're starting to show some cracks, a little bit of these misplays. Their stamina is starting to run low. You can tell they're just getting a little bit exhausted and trying to figure out these new strats, which, you know, doesn't bode well for how many games they're going to have to play today. But hopefully for them, they can clean it up here. Now that they're on this bye, they're going to be pushing against this bonus with this full buy. Can the gun advantage play a factor? There's an operator in the hands of Flash. What can Flash do with it?
Nothing, as there's just been a full util dump, bullet dump, everything on the side of the enemy towards Cat. Maybe they were reading that a possible play would come in with that operator in towards tiles. Chris M, however, just opting to play it out. In towards backside, Saddle found first onto Scriv. The reload betrays him as Tiny has to spam out Roku with the Odin. Wave trying to push through the smoke, gets caught off. Chris M now in towards stairs. It's a Sheriff and an Op on this retake so far. 2v4 play. And Flash! The no-scope leg betrays him. And 2v4K goes down to Tiny's Odin.
What do you say, drone?
This is a really close map 3.
Yeah, losing the majority there is not great for Kayano, but they do still win with 2 of their players alive. It's going to be a difficult setup here to try and get everyone a gun
Right here.
here. Some of these players just going to have to force a bit on some low shields, low guns. We'll see what they can do. There's Hunter's Fury available. Tiny's managed to get that up. It's such impressive play. Just in these first 3 rounds.
Track them
See,
down.
Hunter's Fury could be an important factor, especially in a post-plant scenario, but they, post-plant implies that the plant has gone down. So we'll see if they can get on the site in order to do just that. Or, never mind, use it here.
Yeah, I mean, just using that Hunter's Fury early, try to get something out. A couple tags did go your way. Flash does eventually trade out with Savo, which, again, when you have even trades like that, it does favor the attackers. And in fact, through all the chaos, numbers are actually in favor of Keanu. So, and unfortunately for Savo, he's out of the round. But, if you have numbers, you take numbers, right?
Yeah, and I mean, in that first half, it was really important when Keanu got those numbers up. They were able to win the map, especially when it came down to the latter half of the round.
Oh, this B. Ooh, this little B conflict. Senja doesn't clear it. No, Scriv able to get it. And now as Bondo and Tiny walk up hand in hand through mid, they want to clear out Scriv. They want to make sure that he doesn't have this avenue in towards B. They want to get him. Bondo able to clear that out eventually, but watch out now
30
because
seconds
Wave
left.
is right here with a Sheriff ready to take your dome off. Bondo and Tiny both trying to take care of him, but no, he's staying alive. Wave just won't die. The smoke, where is he? He's in front of Dice. They still haven't found him.
remaining.
There
Wave
you
finally
go.
goes down with 10 seconds left in Bondo. 3 on the round to close it. It's 8-8 all.
Yeah, Wave gonna be kicking himself after that. Caught a player with their gun out in the middle of B garage and couldn't find the kill. Had to just run away. Unfortunate there for Wave, but fortunate for Keanu, who's managed to tie it up. 2 rounds, the first 2 rounds of the half won by Rowan, returned with 2 rounds by Keanu, keeping it even in this 8-8. Keeping it close. Now that was an eco coming out, or a bit of a half buy coming out from the side of Rowan, and so they are going to be able to get a buy going this round. Still more ults in the favor of Keanu right now. No command and blade storm.
Oh wow, and they're just using them immediately. They want this B main pick. Savo, able to find Wave immediately. Flash does trade him out though. So again, even trades, and Keanu used this time to just immediately fake. They're immediately in towards this A side. Tiny does get spammed down between the turret! It was never taken care of. Scriv actually gets that kill. The spikes getting tapped. Senja ready to commit it. This is going to be a really tough retake for Keanu to try and defend here. Chris M opting to teleport onto the site to try and help Senja. Senja able to take care of Scriv. Chris M able to take care of Flash. Bondo in the 1v2. He flashes out of the smoke and he's able to get close. It's a 2v1 clutch again for Keanu. This time it's on Bondo.
I was prepared for what I was going to say when they lost. It just seemed like that was the way it headed. I mean, to dry peek, I mean, there was a flash above, but it didn't hit anybody, so just dry peek through there and still find the kills. I mean, once again, Wave's going to be kicking himself after that one, letting that happen where he has perfect opportunities to find kills. He let it happen twice where he doesn't manage to find it. And, yeah, 3 ults now available for the side of Rowan, but they now have to take yet another eco. I was just about to say the A hold from Keanu, whether it was on their defense, on their offense, hasn't been great, but it did pay off for them in that round. So we'll see. This time does take out Flash.
I think that with that round specifically, the key there was layers, right? You had the layer in A main, the 2 players on site, each holding different angles, right? There was a layered defense, which is so crucial. Now we see Keanu with this lovely man advantage. It's a 3v5. This is exactly what you want to see. If you're Bondo calling right now, this is your dream. It's 3v5. Chris M able to take out Roku on the site. They want this win, and they want it now. It's been a long series, and there's a long day ahead of us even after this. They want to go to round 2. They want to make it to Atlanta. And Tiny gets another kill, this time onto 2D4K. It's 1 left remaining. It's just Scrib. 1v5. He can't get it done. Bondo closes it out. A flawless 10th round.
Yeah, 10-8, flawlessly done. That's against an eco, so there's a little asterisk on that, as I always say. But at the same time, they are still able to take it. 4 ults are available for this side of Rowan. They didn't manage to use very many. I think they only used the Blade Storm. So they do have that from the shadows, the lockdown, the Sova, Hunter's Fury, and of course the Null Command. Over on the side of Keanu, they've got a lockdown and from the shadows. I don't even think we saw the from the shadows used in the previous half at all. So I don't know if we'll see it come out here now that Keanu's on offense to see what they can do with that.
Yeah, and we see that, again, that flash in towards tiles just to maybe feign some aggression out of Rowan. Flash taking that peek into tiles doesn't really manage to find any peek early. Savo and Tiny looking towards mid, using a dart, opting to just try and fake it out. Chris M on this A lurk, I find to be quite interesting. There hasn't been any aggression by Rowan, but now that deep tree smoke has them wondering, maybe they're lurking up main, maybe something's going on. What is Kano looking for here? What's the...
Do you think they're just trying to possibly see if they can find any players that are speaking out a bit too aggressively for info?
Well, there it is. Too suppressed in towards tree. I think the call is going to be made, especially knowing that that op is there. Savo just trying to grab this orb, try and get that ult, that Blade Storm back online. The Null Command, though, does come out. Bondo able to find Scriv on the B site, though. This site is almost theirs. Let's see if Flash can get there in time. Oh, Roku might try and push out of the smoke. He does it. Bondo caught on the reload. Chris M on the site, ready to plant though. It's 4v4 in the retake, and there's no Null Command now. The lockdown does come in. Hunter's Fury on the other side to trade out. At 0 point, does detain a couple of mates. They do know a couple are here. That dark cover does come out to smoke it off though. Tiny able to spam through anyways. It doesn't matter. Chris M towards stairs, able to find one, trades out. Savo dashes in towards lane. Drops down the site now. The reveal gives Tiny yet another kill, and now it's just Roku 1v3. Can he do it? He's buying a lot of time. Savo able to close it out though. Now that the question is, do they fall the spike? Oh no, not even close. Never mind.
11-8 now score as Keanu continues to creep up on the possibility of winning yet another map on Ascent. But when they need it most in this tournament, as they've been struggling in this series, especially early on in this map, it didn't look great from them, but they are starting to bounce back here. They're able to clean it up. A few of these players from Rowan just starting to maybe themselves get a little bit of that struggle and running out of stamina here. There's 2 ults available for Rowan. They've got that lockdown. They've got the from the shadows. Same over on the side of Keanu with that from the shadows. We'll see. Again, still no usage of it, but in that previous round, Keanu was able to just find that early contact. And they do it again here.
I mean, what a play. Savo able to get that pick onto Flash at the start of the round. And again, it's numbers for Keanu. It was a little bit of an aggro player, a little bit of an animal. Didn't entirely pay off. Scriv, though, with that Guardian, able to find Chris M in main. Tiny eventually trades out. Hunter's Fury for Tiny does come out, trying to find a peek or a tag. Nothing just yet. Wave looking in towards mid with the Spectre. Now grouping up, or at least trying to hold a little bit of a crossfire with Roku. There's 4 members alive for Keanu. The only problem is there is no smokes, so it's going to be very difficult to try and hit a site, especially if Rowan decide to stack. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like they want to, unless Roku... No, they don't want to stack here, as it's just a pause.
30 seconds left.
This is...
Oh. Start over on B is interesting. You saw them now they're just playing so far back, waiting. And now they are, of course, going to be able to get together to
Player
try and
standing.
retake. And
Spike
Sabo
planted.
takes out Roku. It's just a 1v4 now for Wave.
Now,
Flash
Savo's
control.
already up ahead, and this is, again, what we were talking about with players. They know he's here. Tiny just trying to spam him out with the Odin.
Nope.
He does eventually go down to the hand of Bondo. It's series point now for Keanu. They have 4 to close it out.
Match point.
5v5. The eco is not looking amazing for Rowan. Suffice it to say, you see how many Guardians they are pulling out here. It's definitely not looking great from them. It was from the Shadows and Null Command. I don't even know why I keep saying from the Shadows. I don't think it's going to be used, but this Null Command over on the side of Kayana is going to be a lot to push through. It can easily allow for an early take of site. There's also a lockdown available. On the other side, though, that Rowan can try and use to counter the site hold.
For sure. This is... you said they're not going to use it. I want to now just see, just to spite you with Raptor's Curse, Chris
Yeah.
M uses it and gets like a 3k or something. Just to like completely spite you. But for now, that null command actually does come in towards mid. It's another eco out for Rowan, as those guns are going to try and hold. Savo fakes the cross. So because of that peek by Scriv, they know it was a fake. Savo in towards tree, Chris M and Tiny in towards A main. Loki goes down a tree at the hands of Savo. Chris M teleports onto the site. That lockdown is coming in fast. Tiny just looking to plant and then get out. Bondo and Savo each take care of one. Chris M with the cancel.
There you
Able
go.
to shoot 2d4k for the cancel. Bondo, low HP, but just trying to guard.
Wow.
Chris M closes
Attackers
it out.
win.
It's 13-8. Keanu advanced to round of 64.
There you go. After a long first series, there's still a potential 2 more to come. Very nice numbers put up though by Kayana just in this first series. I think they've done a good job here of showing what we'd expect them to show, what we've seen from them in the past, which is just this sort of across the board, very equal amount of kills, very equal ACS. You've got 3 of your players above 200. You've got Tiny with 317. Tiny's been a powerful factor in these past few maps. And I am definitely looking forward to seeing Keanu. I'm hoping, just for the sake of Keanu, that Rowan was the toughest competitor they'll see today. Might be a bit of a wishful thinking. It did maybe be a little bit too close for comfort. Rowan definitely showed some good promise here. I think although they were not able to beat out Keanu, they definitely, they took up a map. They end up getting 8 on the scent, and their Haven wasn't horrible either. I wish they would have maybe, at least for Rowan, I think they just needed to clean up some of their players not having the best game. Somehow Wave went 15 and 15, but he also had some of those pivotal whiffs that Keanu took for a few good rounds in there that ended up leading up to that just the takedown of that eco.
For
Yeah,
sure. It
yeah.
was a super, super close game out of Keanu and out of Rowan. Keanu, though, able to progress. And hold on, I might actually be able to give you who their next opponent will be. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Bear with me. Their next opponent is, drum roll at home, please. Where is it? Whoa. Wait. There it is. It's Oklahoma.
All right, should be an exciting matchup. We do see. Let me see here. Yeah, so they're going to be facing Oklahoma. It should be another exciting one. If we get 3 best of 3s today, that's 9 maps. We'll be here for quite a while, so it could be a bit of a marathon. But if you want to hopefully see Keanu do well, this is where we end up going. So we'll see Oklahoma beat Gray or Tamu in a 2-0. So that's going to be an exciting one. We'll see if they're going to be a fiercer competitor than we saw from Rowan. But anyways, before then, we're going to go to a quick little break while we do get that second match set up. And when we come back, it's going to be a best of 3 once again against Oklahoma for their spot in the next round of 32.
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here. It's the Samsung Dreamhack Open Qualifiers round of 64. We are the Keanu Huskies. I am Ancient Angel. I'm here casting with Sleepy Boy, and we're playing against Oklahoma University, Map 1, Ascent.
It's cool. I'm so excited for this one. This is we've been talking about it behind the scenes. This is the matches that Keanu has the potential of facing today are some of the hardest. So it's going to be a very close set of teams that we're facing today. It's going to be some tough fights here and there, and this is no different. Now we're not going to be a complete observer POV today. It's just going to be from Keanu's position. Which is completely fine, but just to warn you. But we're on Ascent, and we've got the standard meta comp from both sides once again. We are going to be seeing this map first, Ascent first, obviously, starting on defense is Keanu. Then we're going into Haven, and then the decider is Bind. So we'll see if we get there. I imagine we will. This is not going to be... This shouldn't be a quick 2-0 from either side. So... yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We'll see if Keanu is going to be in the same situation as they were previously. Are they going to have a slow start, or are they just going to be able to take the win? They ended up actually winning the majority of their rounds on their offense, despite this map tending to favor the defense.
Hello.
Senja doing a little silly boost. I
Hello.
hope this gets taken care of. Yep, there it is. Okay, cool. Showing off the little silly boost for the stream. That's always cool. Tiny, just sending in that arrow towards the main, and immediately some picks going in, or some spam going in through the wall. Now, the interesting thing, and the interesting challenge for us. Oh, hold on, wait. Oh my goodness, look at that. Two players in towards mid. Chris now lurking out towards the cat alongside Sabo Bondo, trying to get something going. Tiny able to find that first kill onto Shortify, but Jet was here. Never mind. Chris M able to take care of Winders, and now it's a 3v4. Keanu have numbers, and we know what that means when Keanu has numbers.
Right here.
Look at Bondo just pushing so aggressively down in towards. They're pretty sure they're in this garage, corralling them in, and Senja's going to be the first spot. Netten goes down. Nathan goes down. And then IJNEB.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know.
Or Benji.
Able to find
Benji.
Benji able to find a pick, and then Tiny going to trade it off.
Yeah, it's a 2v1 here. Now, in all fairness to Tiny and Chris M, the numbers are great, but this is a pistol, and anything can happen. Now, these smokes have
30
come out,
seconds left.
and it makes me think that the Omen might try and make a play
Standing
in
ahead.
from market. Don't ask me why that intuition is coming to mind, but
Last player standing.
nope, never mind. The Omen in towards stairs. Civ able to find that pick onto Chris M.
Clutch.
And now it's Tiny 1v1. He pre-aims the wrong spot. Civ, using that shadow step to his advantage, picks up the pistol for OU.
That was an insane shot from Civ. Very quick reaction time coming out of that, and this is going to. It appears like it's not going to. Like I said, it's not going to be an easy match for Keanu. Winning the pistol for this team in Oklahoma is not really that good for Keanu, especially considering this is the defense. But for Oklahoma to get the first pistol on a map like Ascent, which can tend to favor the defense a bit, that is a good way to start it. It's going to be an ITE code now. Keanu just going to have to play with the pistols.
Revealing area.
For sure, but as soon as kind of aggro mid play, Shortify able to take care of Sabo, and Senja moving back towards B. That turret is down now, though. So if any player on Oklahoma chooses to capitalize, no, they don't. They don't want to capitalize. Instead, they just want to play on A. Chris M is kind of trapped. He's able to find one onto Winders. Isn't able to find a second, and Nathan does trade out. Tiny now lurking in towards Hell on this A site. If they choose to run away again, Senja will be here in mid to catch the info. Nothing being done yet. Tiny able to get the pick from Nathan. Isn't able to get the second though. It's a 3v1 for Senja. He has picked up a Spectre, so
Spike planted.
isn't possible yet, but he does now let them know his position and his weapon. Just trying to jiggle out a couple shots here. Surely he doesn't go and save, right?
No, I think he's wrapping around so that way he can play for some exits. When he catches players off guard.
Makes
And-
sense.
I do like the decision to break the door there because you sort of deny that easy info that could otherwise be given that they're not in tree, so or that they're not going to be able to push the tree. So breaking the door is a good decision there. Although this turret will spot Senja out. They do get flanked on by Shortify.
Yeah, Shortify taking advantage of that open door in tree.
Everyone note down your observations. Then
able to
let's
get that
run it
wrap.
again.
Gets the kill, closes it out. It was a couple deaths here and there on the side of OU, but they were able to confirm that anti-eco with numbers.
Yeah, this 2-0 is going to be difficult to push through for Keanu, although, going to be on a full buy now against this bonus from the side of Oklahoma. This should be a good win for Keanu. They're definitely showing some weak spots here. They're not able to win as many gunfights. They're not able to lock it down as well as they could otherwise in the previous matchup. So let's see if they can clean that up a bit, find those early picks, and take advantage of that.
For sure. And when you have Bondo sitting in pizza like this, just being
Right
able
here.
to play super passively and just play for sound and info, I think Tiny hears something. Tiny hears a who. And that does eventually get broken. That recon dart in main does get broken, and the market door as well. So, Sava, are you a fan of defenders pre-breaking that door?
I think it makes sense if you think that there's possibly going to be a push through main, you'd rather just break it and deny that security to the offense if they do end up taking the site. I don't think it necessarily
It's over.
That's
pursues.
4. That's 4 scanned by the 0 point there. Senja also able to pick one up through the smoke.
Spike planted.
Looking in towards Cat, just trying to clean it out. Senja choosing to reload at this point. He is double teamed up with his friend Bondo. Chris M looking in towards the site. Trying to get these players out. Winders does go down by Chris M. Shortify and Sid
player
able to
standing.
combine for
Oh.
3. Benji able to take care of 1, and Shortify closes it out. It's a 3K, and I mean, that was a bonus.
What do you
Yeah,
say,
that was
drone?
not
Ready
played
to
that well by
stretch your
Keanu. You
wings?
saw them all just flood through door and just get completely mowed down by those players in hell. It's very clear Keanu is definitely going to be struggling a little bit to match that mechanical skill. You can just tell Oklahoma is clearly very practiced. Just in this map, you can see how comfortable they feel. You can just tell how confident they are when they take some of these swings. And in a move like that from hell, that's definitely going to ensure that confidence further and to be able to find that value as they did. As we move towards these rounds and also become a factor, we'll see if Keanu can make a
No
comeback.
charges left.
For sure, 100%. Savo trying to find a little peek in towards mid. Nothing comes of it. Tiny alone with this Ares. Man, what is up with Tiny and just these high pen guns on Ascent, man? It feels like we've seen him with a Guardian or an Ares or an Odin like every round. Or a Sheriff.
Revealing area.
I think that's a classic Silva setup.
Yeah, now Tiny, his recon bolt did get destroyed, so it does give him a little bit of a clue as to what's going on in B main. Not anything too major. As Savo just opting to remain by Tiny's side for now. Look at this control that Senja has in Wine, though. They, like, have full vision of aiming. Never mind, as Winders with the top does end up converting that opening pick. Bondo able to take out Civ. Get traded out. The no-scope for Winders. Oh my goodness, Tiny able to find Benji. Because now it's a 2v3. If Winders is holding this...
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Oh, I was so ready for Tiny to just peek that and die to Winders holding like some crazy CT angle. Oh, hold
Scanning
up. He's
ahead.
got lineups. I need that. Someone screenshot that and send that to me, please. I want to see where that lands. Oh my
Out of
goodness.
charges. Right here.
That landed like on that front wall of main.
Last player standing.
Oh, they do bait out the op shot, but Shortify is there to get the 2 and clean up the round. It's a 4th for OU.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change up from what we saw on Ascent previously, where the KO on the opposing side was not that good at finding those kills, but here you do have this player in Shortify just absolutely dominating on this KO, able to find
Placing alarm bot.
these plays where they're just really able to mow it down. Eco at this point very very stable for Oklahoma.
Placing sentry.
On this side
Placing
is
swarm grenade.
Keanu just gonna
Placing swarm
able to get a
grenade.
buy together, but they do need to start making some contact. Otherwise, this map could go very dominantly in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's a super, super rough start, going 0-4 down. I feel like you have to stop the bleeding here.
Yeah.
You don't want them to run away with this half. Bondo does get tagged out by that recon dart. Ooh. Just barely not spammed out. That Killjoy turret does go down towards the main, though, as Benji is able to take out Bondo. That's such a huge pick, as we've seen how impactful Bondo can be in these rounds, right?
Yeah. It's also just like this numbers game where we even saw it on Ascent previously. Once Kano had those numbers, they were able to play so well with them. But in this, it's sort of just been Kano being denied any of that chance. It's also left B completely open, so pretty much just waltz onto site, get that spike down. Kano's just gonna have a very tough time.
Yeah, I think honestly, with the way that this map has gone so far, I think you know that
Spike
it's a
planted.
B commit at this point. The spike has gone down. I think maybe you just try and look for an over-eager player on OU. You did clear out B main. I think maybe you just try and look for an over-eager player on OU. We see that Omen is set up backside.
Oh,
And I think now at this point, you might want to start. You might want to start considering the save.
yeah,
Maybe
3-4. Omen does not take save for an answer though.
Player standing.
No, they don't. And unfortunately, that's a 5th round lost, and it's going to mean another eco coming into this next round.
Yeah, these are plays like Kana's making, and I think some of these pushes are sloppy, like when they were peeking from through stairs into boathouse. Tiny had pinged the operator in back sight and wasn't expecting someone else to be holding close. Those are like small things that Keanu could get away with in the previous series. But against a team like Oklahoma, I mean, it's going to be nearly impossible to get away with stuff like that, as they're playing a near perfect game. You have to yourself put up a near perfect game, and Keanu's sort of just failing to find that early contact.
For sure, but the KO does get disabled by that 0 point. Now Savo with this Guardian and Chris M with the Sheriff do take early contact in B main. Doesn't really combine for anything. Bird goes down in B main again, but I don't think Senja wants to take that fight. Now the Owl Drone may have spotted out a Savo. It sure did, but Savo able to get that pick on Dimension. That's crucial, especially when we're talking ecos. But the side hit is coming on the A site. Hunter's Fury is out on the side of Tiny. And he is able to get Shortify. That's such a huge pick. Chris M just opting to wait, spend his time wisely. That spike getting replanted, and that door into tree is finally broken. No spike plant has gone down yet, as Tiny and Bondo are just looking to try and delay.
And there you go, they're going over
the
the
shadow.
30
right.
seconds left.
Yeah, it's such a huge opportunity to rotate. Naitan still on the site though.
Spike planted.
There he goes, off in towards tree is Naitan.
Oh!
He turns around. He assumes someone's gonna try and capitalize. Does Savo check in time? Oh no, he knows. Instead, that Winders is headed in towards being able to call that. Senja though isn't able to get the shot. Savo is though, and that's huge. That's an op. I think at this point, again, you have to consider not going for this and just saving.
Last player standing.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, it's not your operator, so there's really no need to save, especially when you went into the round on the eco. You don't really want to save in that situation. I mean, you're right. I think getting an operator out of it would have been good. But at the end of the day, if they're struggling to pull retakes together with these sort of regular guns, imagine trying to do that with an operator, trying to find those early picks. It just seems as though they're struggling to do that. There's some ults in play now. We do have over on the other side Oklahoma with Null Command, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm, and Lockdown. Sienna does have Bladestorm, kind of from the shadows.
Savo Is he able to
Spike
get
down,
two? No,
B.
he's just able to get one. Bondo, though, able to find a re-advantage onto Winders. Super
Chris M.
huge. Chris M gets cleared here by the Owl Drone, which he is. He does have to leave now. He's running away. Tiny.
Flight.
With that Odin in towards market, now looking towards mid. Watching inside this dark cover for potentially a mid cross. Nothing seen as of yet, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't have taken it earlier. And now he just chooses to jump peek. Spend his time. It's a 4v3. There are admittedly 2 ults in play. Senja might seem to hear something, but that Sova is tagged towards B. So, unknown
down.
as of yet
You should
what
run.
the play is for OU. So now, as this
Oh.
lockdown comes in, Civ is spammed out. That's huge, because that means that there is no fake potential here. That lockdown doesn't get destroyed in time. It
30 seconds
doesn't.
left.
Players are detained. Oh, that's so interesting.
Oh!
Wando, though, doesn't even care what I was about to say. Just closes out the round, gets that double spray down. It's Keanu finally finding their first 7 rounds in.
Yeah, that's massive, but at the same time, they're already down 6 rounds. So as good of a round as that is, there's a bit of an asterisk on it because there's just so much they're still having to push through. If they go into the next round without the advantage, this is not looking good for them. There is a null command for both sides. Hunter's Fury for that side of Oklahoma, and then Keanu does have their
Turn out.
Blade Storm. So there's definitely chances here for Keanu to get back in this with these ults.
It's a super aggressive A-hit. Shortify does take care of Savo, but Tiny able to equalize. That's super important going into this. That was your player who was using the blade sword instead of an actual rifle, but Winders able. Oh my goodness, Winders swings in towards Tree and is able to find a second pick of the round onto Chris M. It's taking him a retake. Winders trying to go a little crazy here. He is eventually found.
Spike planted.
That's a huge pick. It's 2v2 now. KJ's on both sides. Omen v KO. I would love to see Bondo use a little bit of utility here. Maybe try and set up Senja.
Interesting fragment.
0 point.
Get rid of the youth
Placing
zone.
sentry.
Yeah, I like that. 0 point. Going in. Flash drive in towards
Last
main.
player standing.
Civ from heaven
enemy
able to
remaining.
find one. Senja gets Benji.
Don't interrupt my work.
Oh,
Oh.
but Civ just on the swing out through that smoke, able to find Senja. It gives Oklahoma a 7th round.
Yeah, big round for Oklahoma as well, because that's the advantage going into. That's going to be the lead going into the next half. Still that null command, still that Hunter's Fury for Oklahoma, still that null command and lockdown for Cam. Or
Here.
now there's a lockdown for Cam, I should say. They had the Blade Storm before and weren't able to find value out of it. Again, you saw some of that
Right
confidence that Oklahoma has right now. They send Winders just deep into Tree and Garden, and they're sort of just allowed to do that. Completely unchallenged. They're just able to flow through, find kills, finally get shut down, but again, it's that numbers game like I talked about. Once you're down players, it's so hard to reclaim them.
I can't use that.
And Winders again finding pick after pick. Tiny does trade it out, but Benji trades out onto Savo. Tiny gets another kill. It's another 2v3, but
Ooh.
Senja
Spike
drops the
down
spiking
A.
tree. That is so big. And Bondo's here in cat. I think it was picked up though. Senja now rotating in. Bondo flashing himself into the angle. He's able to find Shortify. And now it's Civ versus Senja 1v1.
There
Civ
you go.
grabs Spike, opts to teleport out to B, using that from the shadows.
Bomb grenade out.
You remember last
Spike planted.
map when we were talking about how difficult it is to use that omen? Clearly, Oklahoma has practiced that use of that from the shadows so many times to just get to the other side of the map as quickly as possible, which is really what you want to do. And definitely showing the skill level compared to the previous opponent.
For sure, as Senja now having to clear out this whole site by himself. Able to find Civ though. That's a huge second round for Keanu. And I think now it's come off the back of 2 clutches, right?
Yeah, I do think so. Or no. The previous round, no, their round win they had like four players alive. The previous one was it was a 1v2 that was lost. similar though. But yeah, so we're in this 2-7 scoreline now. At this point, for me to feel confident, and you know, Keona did win more rounds in their offense previously on Ascent in a previous matchup than they did on the defense. So that does sort of make me think their offense is going to look better here. But that does mean I want them to get the rest of the rounds in this half for me to feel confident they're really going to be able to make that comeback a reality. So Null Command and Hunter's Fury still available for Oklahoma. Lockdown and Null Command still available for Keona.
Yeah,
Sending
it's
ahead.
been super interesting.
There
Tiny
they are.
using that recon guard,
Defeated.
and he's
Oh.
able to swing in and catch Benji off like that. Very interesting. He knew that Benji would probably be positioned to be a bit more like preventing from an Odin spam, and Tiny just takes advantage of that fact and gets a
Right
spray
here.
on onto Benji.
Yeah, it's that confidence that's required here to really
here.
try and make a difference. Because, ooh,
Got one.
Bondo though,
100.
dies and cap, but Senja able to take out Winders. That's that big player we're talking about on the side of Oklahoma. Chris M opting to teleport back into his smoke, leaves Savo alone to kind of jiggle around and play aim labs here at A main. Now,
Yeah,
we
this-
do see that owl drone in towards B,
Ooh.
which means that Senja is going to be put to the test yet again as an anchor. And that alarm bot goes out in mid.
One enemy remaining.
Chris M
You know where these
having to
players
watch
are.
backs. Nathan goes down to Tiny spam through the smoke. Shortify does take out Chris M.
Oh!
Bravo and Tiny both combine and get that third round for Kiana.
Yeah, that was beautifully timed. I do think something that's become very characteristic of Oklahoma just in this match is they're super fluent. Like they're confident enough and they feel comfortable enough on the map that they sort of just do whatever they want. Like they'll start on one side of the map, test in, lose some players, go to the other side, lose some players there, go to the other side. Just trying to catch their opponent off guard in how quickly they're willing to move around the map. And honestly, it's been working out, but just in these past 2 rounds, Keona, you can see, has wised up to that and just pushes in, finds those early picks, and prevents that early numbers again.
Yeah, and immediately we see
Oh,
it come out
my-
crazy from Savo and Tiny
Enemy
combined.
remaining.
Chris M taking out Shortify.
Deploying
And
drone.
Civ left in a 1v4. It would be an ace
No.
required of him.
Oh.
He's able to take out Chris M, but Tiny gets out of that owl drone in time and is able to close it out.
Last
Piano
round before the
grabbing their
switch.
4th round.
Use everything
Yeah, that
you
is the
have.
confidence that's really required. And I was going to say this 2 rounds ago when Tiny got that kill in Garage. You really, when you're up against a team like Oklahoma, who is just doing such an insane amount of they're just doing such an insane amount of those like aggressive, confident plays. Like I talked about, they're so willing to be fluid and go wherever they feel like it. So to combat that on your defense, you do the same thing. Just be aggressive, go for those aggressive plays, and you'll catch this team off guard who feels so confident that they're willing to go for these aggressive plays without care for the possibility of those flanks coming through.
100%. Now we see that Senja might be getting tested in towards
Right
Cat here.
Alarm
He
bot
does have
down.
this kind of A setup. That alarm bot
Right
is
here.
taken down in mid, so Bondo gonna have to be a bit more of an active participant in that fight to control mid. Savo, though, with that op, able to find Benji early. That's huge. This is that lurker that we've seen maintain B control for OU so many times. That's able to allow OU to be so fluid.
Yeah, now they're almost going to be funneled in towards mid and A. And this time around, Keona doesn't actually have that good of an A hold, so this is a real weak point. It could be bad for them as they get smoked off here.
Now Senja is able to take care
Scanning ahead.
of that 0 point as this site hit in towards the A site comes in.
Right
The null
here.
command, excuse me, does come out
Spike
on the
planted.
side of Bondo just to try and prevent any post-playing detail from being
Deploying
set up.
drone.
But just like that, it's gone. Now, as Senja uses this, the Hunter's Fury does come out for OU, and Tiny
Oh.
uses the Hunter's Fury of his own. They love doing this counter type of play to bait out the position from the Sova. Savo in with a shorty. Now switches back to the op, gets
Oh.
the quick scope onto Shortify, and now Chris M sitting in the
enemy
smoke,
remaining.
pushes through, goes crazy. Civ up towards heaven, or no, hell, rather, excuse me. Chris M
There
gets
you go.
the 3rd on the round, and it's 5-7 at the half. All right,
Yep.
Sleepy. You tell
I
me.
said I wanted to see them get the rest of the rounds for them to have a chance on their offense, and they did just that. They answered my calls. Now they're going to the second half, up or not. Well, they're still down 5-7, but at this point they've got some good momentum behind them. Their mental's going to be feeling good. Oklahoma has started to show some of those cracks, those weak points which Keanu, again, very characteristic of Keanu to lose a few different rounds, figure out where those weak points in their play is, and then take advantage of the weak points in their opponent. And that's what you saw in their defense. It took them a while to get there, granted, but at the same time, that type of proactiveness could give them the needed momentum and movement through these rounds to do some magic on their offense. Now, their offensive style is not nearly as confident as Oklahoma's typically is, but that may work in their favor.
Revealing area.
Absolutely, and as we see Keanu try and take a bit more of a mid stance for this pistol round. Now, Tiny using that Sheriff and using that high pen to try and get a little bit of tag damage. Oh my goodness.
There you go.
Through that little mid smoke. Now Savo off that paranoia coming out
Spike carrier is
from Civ does dash
Spike
forward.
down
Winders
A.
finds Bondo, which does drop Spike, but Savo able to respond. Shortify though going huge for 2 in tree as now Chris M sitting in main as Senja is starting to come up from mid. Looks like Chris M to clear out these corners. Is able to clear out Shortify, and Chris M also able to clear out Natan. They choose to go B here. They choose to rotate Chris M and Senja. Both are like, you know what? We're gonna run B. It's a 2v1. We're just gonna try and fake him out.
Ooh, this is expected though.
Yeah, the KJ util was already here, so
30
I
seconds
suppose
left.
you're just assuming the KJ was gonna peel off, but
There you go.
take the fight towards stairs together. They get the round. Whew. That pistol
Yeah.
for Camo, it's a lot. It provides a lot of relief, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, and this is a good pistol round to get as well, because when you're down 5 to 7, you get that pistol, you're going to be able to make an anti-eco, and guess what? That should enable you to just tie it right back up. Obviously, this third, the round after is probably going to go to the other side, but we won't talk about that. We'll just talk about how this could be the round that to tie it up. And what I will say is Oklahoma showed some similar play style to what we saw in their offense. You saw them go for some of those more aggressive plays, and I think Keanu sees that, and now they're going to be wise to the sort of more aggressive holds, the aggressive pushes out. And look at this, they're already watching for these players to be pushing up aggressively through these entrances.
Yeah, this is super, super good by Keanu. They're expecting a little bit of A main aggression. Doesn't come their way, so now Chris M just trying to be that kind of mobile flank watch. He does drop for now, as mayhaps he starts to explore a little bit in mid, but Senja just playing super passive on B. They're really, really awaiting some sort of aggression here, and it's just not coming. Chris M, though, able to find Shortify, and I think another one there, yes. Winders was in mid. Paranoia just to get him off the angle, but Natan able to trade out Chris M eventually. This is an opening he could have found. Senja able to find Sid in mid. He knows that the last 2 remaining are Natan in that Killjoy, who tends to set up on B, right? We've seen it. We've seen those nano swarms out on that B lane. Killjoys love that little microwave setup. Instead,
Yeah, we're gonna need Oklahoma to maybe
30
show
seconds left.
a little bit more adaptation, because again, I was able to read it. If I can read it, the much better players than I am can probably read it as well, that they were gonna go for a more aggressive playstyle, especially on an eco, right? You're gonna be playing against an anti-eco, you're gonna want to go more aggressive. And here we go, Nathan able to take out Savage, traded off by Bondo though, and then Benji, of course, getting ready to take out Senja. His names almost seem like they belong to the team, and Tiny gonna shut it down.
Gun here.
talking Bondo and Benji.
Yeah, no, Benji and Senja.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Ninja.
But yeah, so Oklahoma went for that sort of aggressive playstyle on their pistol. They were feeling very confident. You could tell that sort of more confident, aggressive push out. So Keanu responded by deciding, you know what, they're probably going to do the same thing on their eco. They decided to just play a little bit more of that, waiting in a lobby, waiting for that push to come in. And guess what? They played right into that
not
as
the equal.
Oklahoma pushes right down cat rather, and into that A lobby hold. Beautifully done by Keanu with such good patience to make it work.
100% now. The team flash does come through for Savo as he looks directly into the eyes of the heavens. Not to be confused with the point on the map, heaven. But it seems like a fast B play. You want to come in with those lower guns, catch these players off guard. Savo now, but ducks into the smoke to try and avoid that recon bolt. Benji though, able to go huge for 2. Natan wanting to get his.
Standing.
Of course, Tiny getting one before going down, and now Bondo in a 1v4 isn't able to close it out with the Sheriff. That's a very quick bonus for OU.
Yeah, obviously Carano's not necessarily expected to win this round, and I think this is almost gonna get. I feel like I don't know. Seeing this player's perspective, I can almost see like a bit of like the annoying playstyle that Oklahoma brings, where they don't respect and try and like use util to bait you out. They will literally just run into you and try and take you out aggressively. And I think unless you're prepared for that type of aggression, you can get caught out. We saw a bit of a misplay there. You saw them TP right into the hands of the defense. But I don't expect this to go poorly. Now that we're on this sort of evened out, we'll see how close it does end up being.
Yeah, and we immediately see this kind of two-way aggression in towards A. They really want to contest that orb. The Owl Drone does come out for Tiny. Benji having to now retreat off of breaking it now. The flash is good. It does get a little bit of cheeky tag damage done. Nothing too crazy as the Huskies start to look back in towards mid. Just wanting to take this mid control. This is I'm assuming that's a missed smoke for OU.
Maybe they're just hoping that they'll be able to peek through this crack here, but I'm not gonna budge. Keanu's definitely taking it very, very slow. They're hoping Oklahoma might slip up.
Yeah, but this team is very disciplined. They're not just gonna dry push things. So we'll see what Tiny and Senja are able to do in towards B. They are now mollied off due to the Nano Swarm. So Savo, as he looks into the site, he sees that smoke back site. That typically means there is someone playing on site. It was Benji. There could be another though, so watch out. Bondo, I think that's Spike in front of the site. Savo clears it all out. Chris M able to find that pick onto Winders and finds another one on Natan. It's Civ, 1v5. What can he do? 0 point. It doesn't connect, which means they know that he backed up heavily. This could just be a save out of Civ, or he could just be trying to fake it out. He does try and fake it out, and gets the spam. It's a flawless 8th round.
I was not expecting a flawless to come out. I'm going to be honest. Keanu getting this flawless does show some immense promise. Traditional round structure played out as we came into this half. The team that won the pistol was able to take an anti-eco that they won, and then after that, the bonus was lost, as it typically goes. But to return with a flawless round does show that, again, that sort of more slow, methodical playstyle that Keanu brings does help counter that more aggressive playstyle that Oklahoma is trying to play. Because if you play too slowly, Oklahoma doesn't know where to place those sort of aggressive pushes, and then when they get pushed into, they're not really ready for it.
Speaking of not ready for it, they definitely were not ready for this first aggression. Out of Savo, catches Benji off guard, and the swing from Natan gets Savo his second. That spike planted by Bondo. Chris M able to find another pick onto Winders. It now just feels like this is like happening in reverse, right? It's like the first half all over again.
Yep.
Where
2v5 here. I mean, still looking like they want to go for it. They did invest a lot here, so they really don't want to necessarily let it go to waste, but they also don't want to lose it here. And it does look like now they are just going to go for the save. So there's potential. Keanu gets yet another flawless round to get 2 in a row. And although they don't kill the final 2 players, to get away with all of their lives. And you can see them being a bit more aggressive here, and that's because they don't need to get away with all of their lives. They'd rather risk getting the ult points up and the kills. But they are not awarded that opportunity. Still though, 9-8 for Keanu as they take 2 flawless rounds in a row against a team that early on in this map did not look like a team Keanu Esports would be able, the Huskies would be able to just completely roll over like this. And to be honest, I do think it's not looking like, even the flawless rounds, weirdly, although that previous round did sort of look very dominant, the one before that didn't even feel like a dominant flawless round.
Yeah, it was almost like a shocker that it was flawless, right?
Yeah, it was very slow. It seemed like it was more painful than it was. So for Keanu to get away like that, ooh.
And now Winder is able to get that crucial first pick of the round onto Chris M, but Senja with the trade, he's able to get 2, and he gets so much info. Yes, that's rifles down, but he knows that was an aggressive B pinch just to try and force out Senja. So now it's a 3v3 on this retake. Tiny, Bondo, and Sabo. Let's see what they can do. We've seen them each go big today. Let's see if they can continue. Bondo now watching in towards main for any potential flanks. Nothing seems to be coming as of yet, as we see this double up towards watching heaven. Now, that lockdown is committed.
Not ready yet.
Can't get spammed through by Odin. Savo able to find one onto Shortify. He has to run. Tiny's stuck on site. There's nowhere to go. He's able to find Benji, but Civ is able to trade out. It's a 2v1. That smoke is on the spike. Now, as we speak, the fragment goes out just to try and buy a little bit of time. There is no time. Civ tries to peek out. Can't get anything done.
Oh.
I think Savo goes. He tried to pick up the skin.
Are they us?
Unfortunate.
Questions.
But a 10th round nonetheless.
10-8, definitely a good score line. Now it's a 2-round lead. Suddenly, the lead and the dominance that it looked like Oklahoma was going to have is slowly slipping out of their grasp. Because you do have this Bladestorm and Hunter's Fury. These ults have started to come up in this half. And, you know, that round, honestly, it was an eco coming out from the side of Oklahoma. And they played as aggressively as you might expect from them on the eco, but Canada didn't necessarily wise up to that. They weren't, you know, they didn't do what they did on that second round, for example, where they waited for that aggressive play, and that's why it looked closer than the buys. It's because that aggressive play came through, and Keanu wasn't necessarily expecting it at that point.
Speaking of aggression, look what Savo's been able to do here in mid, and in only like 20 seconds, able to advance this far, and actually was posted up for like half of that time. Super impressive. But we see that market door already being broken. It's gonna call a fall off now. Chris M is kept in towards A main, but Winders on the swing, able to find Senja. That's so big.
Yeah, you can see them rerouting towards A.
And this killjoy utility towards the A site. So important. The 0 point doesn't find anything. And Savo's completely out of utility.
Actually, let's say maybe they want to pivot over to B.
Yeah, they want to repivot. But I feel like at this point you have to be wary of Winders and where
30
that op
seconds
could
left.
be. And the
here.
market door is down. It's going to have to be broken by this. There it is.
Oh,
Winders is able to find Savo, but Tiny immediately B-hopping onto site with the Odin.
Oh.
Nothing
Spike
does
down,
take care of
team.
it. There's 10 seconds left. They have to go
10
for this.
seconds.
Bondo swings into stairs, able to take out Knockon. Chris M, low HP. He's one rifle bullet away from
Last
death.
player standing.
As the plant comes in, Shortify, able to take care of Chris M. It's Bondo in a 1v2. I've seen this before.
okay.
Gets taken out by Shortify. Unfortunately, I think the barrel just betrayed him a little bit. So unfortunate. It's a 9th round for OU.
Yeah, good way for them to bounce back as well. That was definitely a round where you could see sort of the change of pace from Keanu, where they, instead of some of the other rounds where they were playing a little bit slower, a little bit more methodically, they decided to go for that more aggressive playstyle. They're denied in B, decided to pivot over to A. They're denied. They're held back by that Killjoy util. And they're out of, you know, some of those recon pieces of util from their initiators, so they just decide, you know what, let's go back over to B. But unfortunately, at that point, they only had about 30 seconds left. They're able to get through market. They start executing with 20 seconds. At that point, you're down to 20 seconds. So time pressures have been applied very greatly. And then you saw them hold these sort of risky angles. And although the spike does get down, the 1v2 is too much to beat.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate for Keanu, as I think just we've seen some insane play out of Winders. Right?
Yeah, I do think Oklahoma has definitely showed a bit of adaptability. On their offense, they were playing very aggressively, very confidently, and now they're playing a bit more methodically, waiting to respond as you should on a defense. And I do think they're sort of being rewarded for that now, as they're sort of instead of what they did, you know, maybe the first few rounds where they were sort of just pushing in, hoping to catch the players off guard. Now they're going for that more passive. Let's respond to where these players are going, and they're doing it very well. So 4 ults now on the table for Oklahoma. This is a round which will be applied for Keanu. They've got some good eco to work with, and they should be able to buy next round as well. They've got some very good eco built up. But yeah, so this 4 ult defense could be difficult to push through. We'll see what Kayano can do.
Turret out.
Absolutely. As we see, it seems to just be a really aggressive B hit, possibly off the back of this null command that Bondo has. Just waiting for some initial aggression to come through. Now that Odin spam does hit early. And you immediately see this Hunter's Fury in kind, just to try and delay. Bondo doesn't mind being the sacrificial lamb, as Tiny is able to get an insanely good kill onto Shortify. Now, as this site is beginning to be cleared out, don't know. Oh, never mind. They just found where Benji was. He was sitting in towards Boathouse. Savo takes care of it as it's a 3v5 on the post plane. But Bondo and Savo are super low.
Looking for Sembo. May have a good position here.
One enemy remaining.
They don't need to use. There you go. Finds the pick on the Civ. Tiny takes out Winders. It's now going to be a 1v5. Not going to be another flawless. Nothing going to take out Savo, but it does end up getting traded back. 11-9 is the scoreline as we get ready to continue to progress. They're 1 round away from match point as Kayano from going into the second half after finishing their defense 5-7. Now they're on their offense, and it seems as though this map can tend to be defense-sided, both of these teams have made it look offense-sided, and Kayano's happy to do this. I mean, they did it before as well when they faced off earlier against
Here.
the Rowan against Rowan Gold. They did do this similar thing where their offense was much more impactful. So more traditional A main push.
I definitely would not be surprised if this kind of trend continues. Bondo as an IGL has conjured up some beautiful attack rounds out of the ether like a wizard. So I'm sure that he's going to be able to do it again. Now we do see that this lockdown does come in just to delay a little bit of time off the spike. Chris M holding in towards main here. As this retake comes in, it's a 5v5. Milk command is available. Oh, Chris, I'm don't do it. Don't mind. Just
okay.
Pull good. There it is. Bondo and Tiny on the site are able to combine and take care of this flood retake easily. Savo takes care of Natsun at the end, and it's match point for Kayano. 3 to go this time.
I'm not gonna lie, my mind was flashing back to Masters, and
Yeah.
I was like, not this time. But 12-9 match point now. Hunter's Fury available for Kayano. We've got a null command and from the shadows over on the side of Oklahoma, and they've proven that they actually know how to use that from the shadows, which teams can sometimes struggle to use. Now I'm to get a very impactful flawless round like that from this coming out from Kayano is definitely going to instill some confidence. That wasn't eco, so this is going to be a buy from Oklahoma now. Full buy from both sides to finish it off. They did a very good change of pace in that previous round. This time they're slowing it down.
Yeah, and it's a nice slow round. It's a nice change of pace. It's a nice almost fake out now. Wine has been cleared out by all this utility. Hunter's Fury has gone out. Savo being able to swing off of it, taking care of Shortify. Chris M teleporting onto the site. Savo has his back. Bondo gets the trade onto Winders after Winders takes out Savo, but Benji from Heaven eventually gets traded out despite finding Chris M. All these trades have been 1-for-1. Double stack. He gets revealed. Bondo. And now runs away. Surprised there was no sort of like average Jonas type of lineup to get Bondo. But Tiny unable to get the trade. Surely both of them are low. As now it's up to Senja.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
Heaven. They got one onto Civ.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Turret
This
out.
one grenade is out. Oh, the turret. Just betraying him.
Placing swarm grenade.
It's half.
Swarm grenade out.
Clutch.
And
there you
gets it.
go.
It's 13-9. I had to stay quiet for that one. I was praying. There it is. Senja with the 1v2 clutch. It's a theme for this team. They get it done on Ascent.
Yeah, map 1 does go the way of Kayano. 13-9 is nothing to scoff at. The previous win on Ascent was 13-8, so they're definitely putting up a similar performance. This post-match summary looks actually quite beautiful. It's weird. You've got 3 Kayano players at top. It's Tiny, then Savo, then Chris M. 327 ACS for Tiny. Once again, the top player here. And they're on Sova. Then you go down, and all 5 Oklahoma players are below them, followed by Bondo and Senja. I've never seen anything like this before. But yeah, very equal play across the board for Oklahoma, as can be said about just how even they are, and like where they are on the leaderboard, where all 5 of them are right next to each other. It goes to show that all 5 of those players are putting up a good fight. And I don't think Oklahoma is going to stop now. I think Ascent is just a map that you can tell Kayano is very confident on, and I do look forward to seeing where Kayano does take it on our next map, which will be Haven.
Yeah. Haven, coming up soon. Don't touch that mouse or keyboard, though. We will be right back after a short break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dreamhack Invitational the Samsung Dreamhack Invitational Open Qualifier number 2, round of 64 for Keanu Esports. I'm Ancient Angel. I'm here with Sleepy Boy.
Hello, yeah, we continue with our marathon as we move into game 2 of this matchup. Now, we in the first matchup today, we saw Haven, Ascent, and Lotus. And now we're seeing Ascent, Haven, and potentially Bind, but for now we're just on Haven. And Keanu's actually up a map, so there's a very real possibility. Sorry, there's a very real possibility it ends right here. And we do.
There's a very real possibility that Haven, we end this series 2-0, and Haven is the final map of this series. Keanu is able to take care of Oklahoma right here and now. We do see them starting on this attacking side. We see Chris M on the Astra, and interestingly enough, we've talked about it before, we see the Swamp comp come out on the side of OU.
It's a very unique composition to bring out. We talked about it a little bit before, but to reiterate, I'm not really that big of a fan. I think you do sort of have to have a really solid understanding of how to play it, and even then, it's not necessarily. It depends on how the team you're playing against knows how to play against it, right? Because if the team you're playing against doesn't know how to play against double controller, you may just get, they may just get run down, and yeah, I don't know. It could go either way. Sorry, my brain's not functioning.
You're good.
Got it.
Yeah, getting run down, no fun for anyone. But in the meantime, we do see that this kind of C hit is coming in, and it's just a commit. We see this Viper wall, though, across the C site here. It's going to be super interesting, and it's able to carve up the space super well. You see the gravity well, and these paint shells combined to be able to take out Sabo. That's excellent utility. Chris, I'm able to find Benji, but the trades do come in, as now Bondo and Senja are going to be looking in towards Garage. The spike is down on C, though. Savo had that spike. So, ultimately, this round, the rest of it is going to revolve around the defense of this spike and how well the Huskies can take it back. Bondo now looking in towards CT. Aftershock, or the fault line. Back in forward, showers, Bondo and Senja combine onto Winders. Civ does take out Tiny at long. As Bondo runs
30 seconds
CT
left
to try and carve out this space. He finds a second onto Civ, a third onto Nathan, and Senja closes out the round 1-0! Oh my goodness, Keanu, how did you manage that?
Is that a 2v4 that they... that was an insane round. Keanu, of course, rushing right into C. It's heavily defended. They're shut down because of that. Spike ends up going down. Keanu ends up needing to, clamber to it. They're trying to get a rescue mission going. They're able to find a pick into Garage, and from then on, they're just trying to find their way through, and you end up seeing 2 picks come out, I believe, from Bondo, and then the final pick comes through, allowing a very big clutch for Keanu to now move into an anti-eco with the gun advantage.
For sure, and as we see Senja just trying to lurk and maintain control of mid, this is the advantage of the Astra, is that exactly Chris M lurking all the way over by C, and Senja able to take out Shortify as well. Now that backside, I think they are slightly trying to be heaven. Benji tried to drop out of that smoke, and Savo was able to take care of Civ, trying to slip out CT. Now, it's a 5v1 on this retake. Nathan able to take care of 1, now 2 onto Bondo. So a couple people have dropped, but most of the weapons carry over, right?
Yeah, so the fact of the matter is you get the majority, and that does mean Keanu can put up a good, decent half-buy fight against what will be a full buy coming out here. So their bonus is going to be pretty successful. Keanu's definitely showed just in these first 2 rounds some good promise in their executions. I mean, obviously this round was a bit wonky, but they're able to clean it up, and they do show some good proactive adaptability to situations, and good situational awareness as far as how to execute in those types of situations. So Keanu's already looking very solid here.
Now we see that interesting dart down short come in, and we see Savo just try and fake out the defense there, maybe expecting,
Placing swarm
maybe trying to think the defense, make the defense think that they are crossing a lobby. Instead, it's this A explosion onto the site, or C explosion, sorry. As now,
right
these
there.
nebulas are trying to come in. I think Chris M is actually out of nebulas towards CT, so it's gonna be up to the rest of the team try and hold down the site now. That nebula does eventually come out into showers as they push through. Tiny not able to collect onto Naton. It's actually onto Senja. He's able to collect, and he gets another. Bondo goes down. It's Chris M and Senja. 2v2. Blinders is gone, and now it's a 2v1. Chris M playing in towards long, just trying to jump spot. Tap goes in, the nebula on the
Swarm
spike.
grenade out.
This could be it. Nope, never mind. Senja, this is like his third or like fourth
Yeah.
nanoswarm kill this entire series, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly this post-plant nanoswarm players just aren't really ready. I mean, you can counter them pretty easily if you're ready for them. You can destroy them as you expect them to come in, but Oklahoma's just been completely oblivious to the fact that they may come in. We saw even Ascent end because of the double nanoswarm that was thrown from heaven on A. So clearly, again, Keanu showing some good adaptability. That was just a very solid round. They were pretty much, they baited out that push into A, able to waltz into C, and then they played that post sprint beautifully, taking aggression where they need to, finding those early fights and winning them to get some good guns, and also a good win moving into this 5.
We do see that Sky try and take a quick little jump peek.
Right here.
And now Tiny following up Sabo in this kind of two-man hit. Winder's able to take out Senja, but Bondo very quick on the trade. Shortify though, while blind on the fadeaway, is able to take care of Tiny. Chris M trying to look in towards mid. Maybe try and recover some of this man disadvantage. Maybe get a timing in somewhere. Bondo in towards short, and Savo, or Bondo in towards long, Savo in towards short. Forgive me. Chris M, that's the timing you're looking for. That pick onto Benji. It's going to start stirring confusion. It's going to make people think that they've rotated off. This is on Bondo and Savo to just maintain presence for now. Maintain control. Fake that rotate off. Chris M coming back now. And engagement was taken in short.
Revealing area.
It's just a triple push out long. That's what you want to see. That recon dart has gone in. The smokes are in. Those nebulas are down. Savo, updrafts onto that triple box. Nothing really found. Savo or Bondo deciding to just go and plant under heaven.
Take flight.
Owl Drone comes out for this post plant. That's going to buy them so much space here.
You can see Oklahoma, they're using both of their smokes at times, showing that they have double control. Ooh, Savo able to take out Shortify. Meanwhile, looks like being taken in short. They're going to take out Savo.
Towards heaven.
One enemy
Get
remaining.
one onto Savo. Civ goes down in short.
Last player standing.
And Natan
My ult ready.
able to get
Okay.
the full damage.
My own style way. I
Able to
take it.
pick up that final kill.
Everyone
Chris
note down
M
your observations,
just
then
lights
let's
him
run
up
it together.
enough that the 15 health does not on in. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, beautifully done by Keanu to close that one out. What I was going to say is that Oklahoma is showing that they understand that they have two controllers. We've seen them double up on some of those smokes,
Right there.
but they're not really being very effective so far in that controller util. It's not really doing a whole lot of anything other than, they smoke the same area with both of their smokes to show that they have two. Like they used both Nebula and that Poison Cloud on a short in that previous round, which is a bit interesting. So small little things like that.
Too stupid.
Yep, Senja does go down to that showstopper at the start of the round, but Chris M able to trade out. Benji though, Savo I think just goes in a little bit too early before that flash is ready to pop. Chris M trying to bait out some Viper utility in towards C. They know that Viper is probably playing around garage. Tiny and Bondo looking towards a short still. Trying to see what work can get done. They know they pushed Benji a fair bit ways back. And the site is theirs. Bondo now just checking CT. Tiny. Does he cross? Oh no, he's going to keep going. And he's able to take out Civ. He catches Civ off guard. No one's expecting to hold that. Bondo swings from the corner, and Benji also gets caught off guard. The re-peek from Tiny in towards CT. Nothing to come of it. The Trailblazer comes out, and now it's on to Tiny to stay alive. The reveal comes in. It forces these
One
players
enemy
back. Yet
remaining.
again, the play to delay is so huge as Tiny is able to take out Natan. And now Chris M on this backstab. Chris M, chill, just get the
There
kill.
you go.
He does. Shortify goes down. It's a 5th in a row for Keanu.
Now, Keanu is starting on this offense, so they're going to have a bit of an advantage. It is a 3-site map. We talked about it in the previous series when they were on the offense. It's a bit offense-sided just because you have to watch so many entrances when you're on this defense. I mean, if the offense is able to bait you out, you suddenly lose so much vision because you have to move out of those entrances. And you do see Keanu not even necessarily needing to take advantage of that. We've seen Chris M able to get some players in that round off of A by just peeking in towards C and finding some engagement there, baiting out some of that Viper util. At this point, if they see Chris M, they're going to be expecting him to be the lurk, which is why it does seem as though they're putting that spike on Chris M, so that way they can send someone else to do that lurking.
Yeah, and now we see Savo lurking in towards mid around this nebula. The triple face out, actually. And as Winders is pushing deep into attacker spawn here, the nebula comes up. It's a very defensive smoke out of Chris M. Just trying to wait, just trying to buy time for the rest of his team. He wants Senja to be able to group up with everyone else, which Senja now starts looking to do. Winders presumably would have left this space at this point. Bondo does come back to just double face it. And we see this Cosmic Divide coming out.
Well divided.
There it is. And the Rolling Thunder gets invested too. This is just a classic use our ults, execute onto the site. Tiny in this poison orb. He's decaying. The line he stays in. We saw one peek out heaven.
Flash out.
And now that turret is gone. Flash goes in. Hell has been cleared out by Savo. Shortify and Civ, though, able to combine Winders with another Sheriff shot onto Savo as well. It's a 2v5.
You are divided.
And the Cosmic Divide comes in.
The hunter.
The Hunter's Fury comes out, but is it too late? They're sticking. They're off. He's able to get a first pick onto Natan, and Chris M, through the Cosmic Divide, is able to find Winders.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Yeah, they're just
and it's
sticking
getting
it.
stuck by Shortify. The
Thrifty.
triple kill. It's a thrifty round out of Oklahoma.
Keanu played
Enemies
a
close.
beautiful beautiful fight there. A nice decision to I liked when they were trying to take that fight in their spawn. They were doing that because they were sort of willing to punish Oklahoma's aggression. They knew that it might be coming out because we've seen that from them on those ecos. They go for those sort of aggressive plays, and Keanu wanted to punish that. Unfortunately for them, Oklahoma did end
Hit
up
them
just
fast,
backing out.
hit
They
them
saw the presence. They're like, all right, we're not going to play into this. We don't have the guns for this. And they did back out, and it allows them to get all their players on A, get ready for that retake using the Cosmic Divide.
Yeah, super well played, and just some amazing shots done by Oklahoma. But as we move into the second half of the first half, you catch my drift. That Owl drone and this heavy garage take comes in for Keanu. They want that garage control. Winders, though, with that operator. Oh, the dash just whiffed. Tiny able to find one onto Civ, but Benji takes out Savo as the dash whiffs onto site. Senja, Tiny, and Chris M.
I've got
It's
your
the supportive
trail.
trio that we've seen oh so many times before. Tiny, with that ADS, just looking to tippy tap away that Seeker. Prevent it from really gaining any ground here. As Chris M is looking in towards long, you don't want to peek into that operator, and you have no clue where Winders can be at this point.
Right.
Spike drop.
Just a quick little transfer of the spike as Tiny now opting to be the first in. Takes a couple of jiggles out towards ceiling. I think
30
it's a C
seconds
commit that's coming out from Keanu. Chris M and Tiny opting to take a little bit of damage here. Do they plant C or do they just hoof it to A? I think they've decided to take the hoof. Now
Yeah, but
in
it is
4
kind of
seconds.
ready here.
It
gonna
is,
know.
yeah, time's in the red.
10 seconds left.
Vulnerable position here for the plants. Lockdown though.
Lockdown is able to delay a fair bit, but you have to be careful of this push out because they could just drop heaven and just immediately destroy it. Now they do know one is short, and one is long as well. Two are actually long. Chris M with the info. Shortify does flash them off the angle for now with that the guiding light. Shortify able to take care of Tiny. Winders trying to blast pack out onto Senja. It doesn't work. Benji can't get the trade. It's a 1v1. Shortify and Chris M. The tap comes in for Shortify though. Chris M just decides to swing. It's a second round now. Going the way of OU.
And it's a 1v2 clutch to do it from Shortify. That was just a round where I think Keanu just got caught out early. They lost some of those players that were more impactful. They couldn't make the progress that they wanted to early. End up, getting into B. They decide, you know what, that Boombot has caught us out. Let's just go book it over to A. But the Boombot also told that team in Oklahoma where these players were going, so that way they could get over, go for the flanks, and try and go for a proper defensive retake. And unfortunately for Keanu, they do end up in that position where they are in that 2v1 and they lose it. So it just came down to simple losing those gunfights. And had they maybe played their numbers a bit better, there could have been an opportunity to win it. But that is all that they're going to be talking about in this timeout, as well as figuring out how they want to approach these initial executes and these early rounds, because they have been struggling a bit.
Yeah, it's been super rough in these last 2 rounds, right? Obviously, we saw a lot of picks just not go their way, and maybe that clutch could have been played differently from Chris M, but ultimately, when you're in that 1v1, do you just swing and try and take the fight, or do you maybe just hope that it was a tap? Just a super rough play either way. Now, we do see a bit of a lighter investment coming in for Keanu, as Savo only down to the Spectre now. But he does have the Blade Storm. Yeah, that's what it is. He's ready to use that Blade Storm.
This is gonna be
Yeah, but you're right. The eco is starting to run low just a bit for Keanu. They are starting to lose their grip on that massive amount of money they built up. So hopefully they can clean these up. Get a few good ones.
Now the flashpoint does come into Garage. Savo is able to take care of that turret. As looking in towards B. I think that's what Keanu want to do. They've established a lot of mid-control. Chris M lurking around here towards A this time. Typically, we see him be that kind of C lurker. Chris M really knows how to play around that C-long pathway. But the execute comes in. Savo ready to go in. Chris M able to find Winders, trying to be a bit too aggressive, if you will. And Natan in the back of the site, able to take care of Savo. Tiny having to B-hop out through the snake bite. Takes a little bit of health, but he does find his way out. The aftershock does come in. Does push people off the spike, and Tiny is very low. They have to check that spike now.
One enemy remaining.
Benji eventually gets pulled off, and the trades have all come in, and it all spells out Keanu Esports.
Yeah, that was of course the beautiful classic. Just get that spike down on B and play post plant from main. Or from mid, and it can be difficult to push through and try and retake, especially when you're not necessarily prepared for something like that. And when you're running this sort of double controller setup, it can be difficult to approach those retakes like that. And I think that's sort of what Oklahoma fell victim to. I will say you got that swamp comp, and it's really not working out that well for Oklahoma, especially considering this team, from what I've observed, goes for that more aggressive play style. And despite that, they go for this sort of double controller, which doesn't really enable that same aggressive play as, say, a Breach would, where you can sort of have those better executes.
The other thing that I think doesn't work out for this Swamp specifically in this iteration of it is the Astra, right? Typically what we see with the Omen and the Paranoia is just a much more initiator-heavy kind of play, because you can just throw out the Paranoia and boom, it's like another blind. You don't have that with the Astra. So instead you have to be much more calculated in your utility, and not to say that it has no chance of working, but I think it's a lot more difficult to have like no other real initiation help besides that Sky. But speaking of Astras, Chris M ready to send those Nebulas down onto the site. The fault line does come out, and so does the flashpoint into the back of site from Savo. Senja able to find 2 in the push-out garage, and it's a fake. They've dumped all this util, and they want to NC. I think they're trying to get into OU's heads here. As Chris M ready to send out that Nebula. Ooh, Bondo just barely
30
lives
seconds left.
as that Nebula goes up in time.
Reloading.
They
Just
does
like
lead.
Savo.
Yeah, look at this timing. As long as Savo doesn't get like outflanked, so to speak, he might find something really interesting here. He knows that one was in towards that CT. I think it was Natan. He gets traded out. Savo able to find another one onto Benji. Winders in a 1v4 turn 3 eventually. Tiny closes it out with a shorty actually.
Yeah, yet another round where Keanu ends it with that player advantage. I do believe that was an eco coming out from OU, so you know, they were okay. I mean, they're not okay with it, but you know, if there's a round to lose, it is that one. But you can definitely tell Oklahoma is starting to struggle, starting to lose some of that mental energy, some of that confidence we saw from them on Ascent. And I think part of it has to do with they came into this tournament round of 128 and they got a 2-0 to start it off. They're probably feeling pretty good coming into this series, and I think the fact is like they were denied that confidence on Ascent, and now they're just struggling to really figure out how to play this double controller on Haven.
Yeah,
Right
I feel like with this comp, you can't really be playing this aggressive. Winders
way.
gets completely caught out on his own there in long. It almost feels like Winders should be on the jet here. Civ is able to take care of Chris M, but Bondo and now Senja able to keep numbers in favor of Kiana.
One
Benji
enemy remaining.
is able to take care of Tiny, but again, the trade goes in favor of Bondo. It's a 3v1. Backside is Natan. Isn't able to do anything. It's an 8th round now for Keanu, and I'm gonna ask the question now. If you're OU, what is a minimum number here?
They've already lost it. The minimum number for me would be 5 because, you know, I talked about Lotus and I said 4, but on Haven it's much less offense sided. It's still offense sided, sure, but it's not to an extent where I would, you know, if it went 6-6, I'm like, wow, the offense lost it. I still think that's like a very good score line. So they've lost 7-5. I think 4 is still kind of possible here that they might be able to come back. But considering the way this team has struggled to figure out double controller on this defense, which, you know, double controller probably favor that side.
Oh, hold on. 3 kills have just gone in the way of OU. Bondo and Chris M were eventually able to kind of prevent more bleeding, but at this point, the damage could already be done here. Chris M opting to try and re-explore A main. I think it's going to be an A recommit. That's what this is shaping up to be for me. Bondo just trying to spot out any sort of aggression in towards that attacker spawn, trying to prevent any deep flanks from happening. Chris M doing the same just from A short. Now as the angles switch, Bondo taking his turn up to scale onto the site. The turret taken care of. The recon bolt sent out now. Onto the site is Civ. Isn't able to find anything as Chris M takes him out. Chris M, a 3rd on the round. He's on for the ace. He takes out Benji.
30
These last 2
seconds
players are unknown.
Yeah, I do believe they're probably going to be trying to come to that flank.
Yep, there it is.
enemy remaining.
Outlong and Winders able to take care of both the showstopper. Just barely able to reach them both. Maybe doubling up in hell when that showstopper is online. Not the smartest idea.
That's very much so a situation that I think had that showstopper not been there, Keanu could have won.
Last
And the reason
round
is
in the
because that
half.
initial, yes, I do think Oklahoma able to take that 2-player advantage is definitely a good way to do it, but they weren't able to pick up any guns. That was denied by Keanu. So that's why they were able to take side again. It's just because they had that numbers advantage. They were able to find yet another kill. It wasn't until that showstopper ended up hitting them and leaving it in that just 1 player left for Oklahoma and refused to come through. Like, I think had the numbers, or sorry, had that ultimate not been there, it definitely could have gone the way of Keanu. They had that sort of advantage. It just came down to that ult.
There we go, as this entire garage bullet spam fight is coming through. Tiny opting to send all of it, like just that entire Odin clip in.
Reloading.
Now we see Savo peeking deep in towards C off the back of that owl drone. That toxic screen does come up, possibly survive for, you know, any sort of rotations or any sort of crosses to be made. Chris M being that old dependable anchor over towards A. Ooh, but that Sky Flash in towards mid, that guiding light does find someone. Savo just gets a little bit of the spot in towards C. It's a fake coming in now. The Cosmic Divide does come in towards C, but these Seekers are gonna snuff it right out. This has to be now. That's when this site has to come in. Savo
30
jumps
seconds
up,
left.
the Rolling Thunder comes in, and it's the Hunter 3 just to counter. This is so big, it's going to allow this plant, it's going to allow these deep post-plant positions to happen. Chris M and Savo able to find 2, Benji and Winders able to find 2 of their own. This Cosmic Divide comes in, it's Chris M able to find the 3rd, Senja and Bondo, these 2 veteran players for this team,
One
in
enemy
a
remaining.
2v2 post-plant. Oh, but both are detained! Bondo able to find the 1st, the 2nd, unknown as of now. Oh,
CT.
probably CT or Heaven, yeah. The Nebula in, and Bondo reads it, gets it. It's 9-3 at the half.
Yeah, what a
Switching
pivotal
sides.
mess up there from
Right there.
Oklahoma for both of their players to get caught there. And at that point, it was pretty much over. 9-3 at the half. They switched sides. Oklahoma's now in the offense. There's maybe a chance that they can get the 9-3 curse, but we saw this same situation on Lotus for Keanu previously, where they switched the other half. It was 9-3 or so. I think that was the situation, right? And they weren't able to make that 9-3 comeback. And I think that just goes to show, like, I think the 9-3 curse doesn't really matter as much when you're talking about a map like Haven, which it favors the offense, but it's not as heavily as you'd want to see compared to like a map like Lotus or even some other maps like Fracture or other offensive maps, Breeze. And so it's just harder to make those 9-3 comebacks a reality.
Yeah. You see this Viper wall or this toxic screen in towards C. The Trailblazer out as well. It's 3 players here. Chris M does go down in towards mid though, so maybe it was just a fake. Just an immediate fake and rush. Savo up super far on A, has so much A control given for this team. He isn't able to convert it though. Benji reads it and gets a pick onto Savo.
Reloading.
This is not looking good at all. As now Senja, Bondo, and Tiny
Spike planted.
are looking into what they can do in this 5v3 retake.
Reloading.
Now, something that is very interesting, and I don't know how it's going to play out throughout this attacking half, is what this Viper and this double controller is going to be able to provide in the way of fakes. So that's going to be super interesting. Tiny trying to jump out of Heaven, does get caught out by Shadowfly. Senja able to find 1, but is eventually cleaned up, and it's 9-4 now. OU takes just...
Yeah, but like you said, these fakes could be definitely a very important factor. Notably, if the 9-3 curse was gonna come through for Oklahoma, that was it right there. That was the round to take, was the pistol, and they did. So there's definitely still at that point, or at this point, there's definitely potential for them to try and make that comeback happen. But yeah, you're right. The double controllers, and one of the benefits is you can sort of bait out some of those rotates. You can bait out some util here and there, and that's the thing with the Vipers. Their util is very committal. In that it's very permanent, right? And so when somebody sees it on a site, they're just going to assume that that's the site you're going, right? If you're going to bait out a rotate or bait out a push, all I can do with Asterisk is you can that util's not permanent, and there you go, Benji can shut down Savo.
Benji also proving that life is not permanent, as Winder is able to take down Senja now, and Civ able to take out Tiny. Chris M just holding here with his sheriff. Doesn't get cleared, but takes a couple shots to find Natan. Bondo 1v4. What can you get done? The answer is nothing. Benji able to clean it up. That's a pretty clean anti-eco as far as rounds go. So this is surely the round you want to see stabilize, right? For Keanu?
Yeah. Obviously, Keanu now going to have that gun advantage. Going to be able to get a full buy going. They should be able to shut down this bonus traditional round structure. If by some miracle Oklahoma is able to take the round, that could definitely be a good number that for them anyways, that they'll be able to make a comeback happen and take advantage of that 9-3 curse. But Keanu is a very sound team. We saw them on Haven, and I'm fairly certain they'll be able to shut down this this more aggressive playstyle that Oklahoma might bring to the table.
For sure, and we see Chris M immediately playing in that kind of rat spot that we know he loves to play. He
Here.
loves to play that corner close on C with that Nebula by his side. You see a lot of attention actually being put towards garage. You saw the paint shells get thrown in there, a couple spams through the door. You do have this kind of trap play though with Senja and Tiny waiting to flash him out. And then this double push up A. So it actually does kind of feel like the information and this kind of neutral game has gone the way of Keanu.
Yeah, they know for sure they've got good control over garage, which is very important in the map. They know for sure nobody's going A right now, and if somebody does, it's an immediate shutdown. There you go, Bondo gonna take another on to prove that.
Revealing area.
Yeah, but they could have lurked up through that Viper wall. Savo able to take care of Benji, and yes, two
Oh,
of them
you're
were
right.
actually on A. Shortify able to find Bondo now. The spike's getting planted. Now Keanu does have numbers on the retake, but they need to wait for these pieces to all rotate into place.
30 seconds left.
Spike hasn't gone down.
No,
There you go.
but it is still here at A. I think they maybe tried to bait out a couple pieces of utility.
Last
Shortify
player standing.
and Winders pushing in towards CT makes this a 2v1.
They're going
Chris
B.
and Senja lined up. Oh, are they running to B? Last second?
10
Yeah.
seconds left.
Tiny
Spike planted.
now has to keep quiet. They might already know that he is rotating to B. Or rotating, I should say, in through C link. But his position last was unknown, so surely this is being watched for. Building in towards main. There's the gravity well. Forced out by Tiny. Fault line comes in. Holding for a peek on that garage side that never comes. Aftershock
Oh,
forces Winders out, but Winders peaks anyways. Oh, so unfortunate.
They demand a fight.
yeah, that was a bit of a misplay. The aftershock should have gone out before the. You shouldn't have tapped the spike first, because obviously they're going to swing you after you tap to make sure you're not still on it. Yeah, that's 3 in a row there. So that does mean I said there could be a potential 9-3 curse
Here.
taken advantage of by Oklahoma if they get that 3-round win streak to come through. And guess what? They did just that. So we do see Keanu having to go for that eco. You've got Oklahoma moving towards this this full buy. They're going to be able to do some good damage. Saba takes it.
Yeah, unfortunately stunned by the fault line of Tiny. As this wall is coming towards B. This is the common A lurk wall that you see, so you know for a fact that Bondo is going to have to be wary of this A play. He is able to find out Winders, but Civ is able to take him down, and Natan able to take down Senja. Tiny's in towards
Spike
heaven.
planted.
The spike is planted this time, so it is an A commit for sure. Tiny gets a couple dinks out with that stinger. Oh my goodness, I was about to say Spectre. It is not a Spectre. And now Savo has to kind of drop the judge here.
Last
He's on
player
the flag.
standing.
He landed on someone's head. He
Ooh.
got the kill onto Shortify. It's a 3v1. Judge still in his hands. He doesn't check graffiti. That's where Civ was hiding. It's now 9-7. And I'm going to be honest, Sleepy, I'm getting antsy here.
We move in. Got it?
Yeah, and I think you have every reason to be. Obviously, again, eco coming out from Keanu. There's, not necessarily going to be a win in that regard. Just because of that gun disadvantage. But I do think Keanu has sort of been struggling to figure out how to play this. You've seen them in a lot of these rounds send those aggressive pushes up through those main entrances in the hope of catching the players off guard. But they've done it so many times and haven't found any value with it. At this point, I do sort of want them to return to sort of, your classic holds where you've got, your jet, so Avo like maybe swinging long C main or A long, that type of hold. You got a dash again, just traditional sort of jet holds. I think could benefit here because they're sort of going for these more aggressive push up plays, and they're not being rewarded for them. They're getting denied in them, and it also creates an awkward position when you have to rotate because then you have to either decide I'm going to go for the flank or you have to run all the way back through your site over towards another one of the sites. And so far, there hasn't been one of those pushes where they've hit the site that's being held and they found good contact out of it.
Yeah, it's been super rough so far in this attacking half. I believe this round, if OU win, it will have been 5 in a row for OU. You definitely don't want that if you are Keanu. So let's see if Keanu can start adapting,
Swamp grenade.
figure out what it takes to finally counter the swamp
Deploying drone.
from OU on the
Enemy
attacking
tagged.
side. Now, that turret does get tagged and deleted immediately towards mid. Savo gets taken out by Winders in short though. Senja does find the trade, and that's huge. Winders we've seen go big on this map and on that previous map of Ascent. So definitely a huge contender and a huge name to wipe off the board early. Chris M staying towards C. Does try and bait some peeks out and bait some util maybe. But no one's on A again. This A site is completely clear. They're playing it for full retake.
Good Bondo's
This is-
position
I've
here.
got your trail. You are
Oh,
divided.
those Seekers come out. And
They're
the
going
Cosmic Divide. Yeah, it's surely going to be an A commit at this point. Yeah. Spike getting planted now.
Spike planted.
Now, the thing that Keanu have to be careful about right now is that someone could have put through this kind of slight gap in the Cosmic Divide that's available. And we see there's just like a bunch of smokes being stacked on top of each other. No star available just yet, Chris. Come on, get it up. There you go, buddy. Smokes coming in for the retake. 3, 2, 1. And the snake bite is immediately in. Chris M able to find Shortify anyways, and he's able to find Natan. Civ does get tagged up heavily by Chris M. Towards that site, Civ able to find another onto Senja. Bondo finds Civ, and Tiny able to get Benji, and that's a almost perfectly done retake out of
My
Kiana.
ult is ready.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Be fair.
Some of that controller util was being used by Oklahoma to prevent that push through that C link, but as Chris M dropped down, he didn't even need his team. He found 2 kills before going down, and that delayed so much time, and it just allowed the rest of Keanu to get ready for that retake. A well done round to finally take a round in this half on their defense. They've been struggling just a bit. I do think this is a very big change of pace. I feel like Oklahoma on their offense of Ascent, it was a lot less strategic feeling, right? Like they seem to just be very committal. Sometimes they'd even just push very quickly and try and go for those weird flanks. But Keanu, although they were expecting that this time, are not going to be receiving that from Oklahoma.
Bondo immediately with this kind of Hunter's Fury. It did get a tag, I believe, towards A. Chris M still being that dedicated C anchor that we've seen. Savo now trying to take a peek in towards A short. Oh, but that was 2 huge bodies seen. Winders going to force Bondo off that angle with the smoke shells as the smokes come in. They are ready to hit this site. Winders actually able to find Tiny too. That's such a huge pick. But Senja, Savo, and Chris M are all pushing in aggressively on
Spike
that
planted.
flank. So it's going to be up to Bondo to try and distract. Now, I believe one of them already had to shoot a little bit of Killjoy utility that was actually watching the flank. So
Yep.
that is going to be important. But Chris M and Bondo able to find 2 huge picks. That showstopper coming out now by Winders. It's unknown where that actually came from. He still hasn't fired it off yet. Oh, there it was. Natan in garage, able to find one onto Bondo. Chris M does end up taking it out. It's 2v2. Winders able to find Senja. Chris M with 30 HP. What can he get done?
One
Does
enemy
that
remaining.
Nanostorm come in? Gets the first pick onto Benji, but there is no time remaining on this spike. Winders, 4 kills in the round, able to find the 8th for OU.
Yeah, 8 rounds, 8 to 10. This comeback is starting to look very, very possible. And this wouldn't be the first time in this series where one team ended that first half looking like they were going to take the map, and then we switched sides and they came back. That's what happened when on Ascent, when it was 7-5 coming into the second half for Oklahoma, and then Keanu was able to pull it back together and take the win. So I do think Keanu definitely is very aware of the momentum that Oklahoma carries right now. But I also think they've been in this situation before where they've had teams sort of catching up on them. And I think it just comes down to Keanu understanding the fundamentals, how to shut down some of this momentum, and deny that sort of early contact in these. I mean, they've pretty much just been allowed to walk onto the site for Oklahoma. And I do think Keanu needs to be ready to shut that down, not get baited out as quickly.
Yeah, now Chris M immediately, with this kind of play in towards showers, it gives him a lot of room to work with, but Benji and Winders able to find Chris M in that nebula. Going to leave Tiny and Savo almost on an island, so to speak. Savo, with that blade storm, able to find a clean hit onto Winders. Tries to kind of fly him out now. Shortify able to find Savo and make sure that Blade Storm is minimalized. Shortify also now swinging out, able to find Tiny. Hondo with that Sheriff.
Right here.
Not much getting done.
Spike planted.
Senja
Last
and
player
Bondo
standing.
2v4 can't get anything done. Benji cleans it up, and we're almost looking at a tie game.
Yeah.
Time.
One round away from a tie. Again, I
Only
feel like
one, no
Keanu's
for
not
me.
doing the best at. I mean, that was Nico, so you know can't really judge it too much. But I do think Keanu is sort of struggling to shut down this team my brain's not functioning right now. They're not able to shut them down as they're trying to push into these sites. And I think they're sort of just being allowed to get on there, and then Keanu's struggling to do retakes. So I think they need to be playing a little bit more aggressively on these sites. Be ready to find those kills and prevent them from just getting onto the site.
Yeah, and we see immediately with this kind of A aggression, or this utility that Viper's able to kind of give on A, that just the amount of like info or false info or possibly even attention that it can provide. Shortify does take care of Senja in Garage, but Chris M in towards C gets a ding. Oh, the Phantom Retracement, but Benji on this flank cleans up Tiny and Savo. It's Bondo in a 1v4, and he has 10 HP remaining.
Spike planted.
1v3 at this point, just gonna sort of just hold this Vandal. I will say I think it's just continuing to be a factor where Keanu's just not able to find those picks and preventing that push onto the site. They're trying to maybe hold those more aggressive angles, but they're not able to take advantage of that necessarily. And I think it's just come down to like you need to have more people ready to take those fights. They've been leaving some of these sites open so that way they can put these players elsewhere, but those players aren't really doing anything elsewhere, and so it sort of just feels like you end up in these situations where you're down numbers trying to clamber to a retake.
Oh, Shortify, you didn't have to do that. That was just mean, dude. Just
Here, there you go.
randomly, like, I guess maybe he heard the jump up. Just, oh man.
10-10. It's tied up. Slowly losing their grip on the game as Keanu. They came into this half up 9-3. It's now 10-10. So that means 7 rounds have been won in this half by Oklahoma. And meanwhile, Keanu has only won a single round. You don't have to say that they're struggling. they're definitely showing that.
Yeah, now Savo, with this judge, hey, listen, if all else fails, buy a judge and hold a corner, right? Now, if that Trailblazer might force him off, oh, it does. It spotted him. That snake bite as well. Going to push him out. It forces the fight. Shortify able to take care of Savo, and Benji on the swing finds Bondo. It's a 3v5, and I mean, with the weapons we're looking at, it's going to take some insane heroics from Chris M or Senja. Oh, ooh. Okay, I thought he was dead. Tiny able to take out Civ, and now it's Senja. They know what he is. It's a 4v1. I think any pick here would be a massive overachievement for Senja. Not able to find it. OU taking their first lead on this map.
They think they're better than us. I can tell.
Yeah, I don't know. Keanu's just really struggling here to find those early picks. They're pushing a little bit too aggressively. They're not playing that well. Just as a team, I feel like they're sort of going in one by one. They're not there to trade each other off. They're not watching each other's back. They pull out util when they're about to face one of their opponents. It's really just like a series of bad events, and I think for probably the first time since I've seen Keanu play, I think they're starting to lose their mental a bit here.
It's entirely possible, but as we see a ton of spam in towards C, we've seen kind of Chris M, a more veteran or mature player for this team, really try and hunker down this site. Tiny choosing not to throw out that Rolling Thunder now. Chris M just jump peeking the angle, just jump peeking C long. The Seekers are out now, and that's going to be super important, not only for the attackers to know where the defenders are, but also vice versa, right? It kind of gives you a general idea of where the attackers are going. The attackers are on A. That Viper's Pit is out. Tiny's going to have to find massive value with this Rolling Thunder. He has insane retake ult stockpiled up here. Now, Both Killjoys have committed their lockdown. Savo's in the site. He's able to find that first pick onto Winders. What else can be done? Natan able to be taken out, and Shortify as well.
Oh,
2 players are detained on the side of Keanu, and 2 players that's both on the side of OU. It's done. There's nothing more to be done here. Bondo able to hold and watch that peak from
One
short.
enemy remaining.
I mean, this
The
Cosmic
defuse
Pride,
comes in.
Cosmic Pride was, yeah, it was played very, very well.
Okay, we know the drill.
That's a mechanic with those lockdowns. I think both teams were just more concerned about trying to win their gunfights that sort of lost in the sauce, as we're saying. 11-11 is now the score. Finally, Keanu gets around.
Need a drop.
Is that the round they need to bounce back here? They're able to tie it up. Able to keep it even here. Listen, I'm not a big fan of overtimes, I'll be honest, but if there's 2 teams I want to see it happen to, it's probably Keanu against a team that is putting up a very solid fight.
Yeah, we see that Hunter's Fury come out immediately and towards that A site. Doesn't get any tags yet, and no info will kind of be
Deploying
given
drone.
either way. That Owl drone coming in. Chris M able to find that first pick onto Benji and just spraying through. Gives a couple more shots. Now Senja did hear that raised satchel over towards C for the blast pack. Oh, Natan able to find that crucial pick onto Bondo. The timing, just walking through that toxic screen. Now, I think they know it's yet again another A hit, and man, these A hits have been a staple of this attack
Spike
inside
planted.
for OU as the fault line comes in. No aftershock just yet. They want to clear out a couple of these corners. They want this poison orb and the snakebite to go down. The paint shells have been used to delay a push from heaven. Chris M again, just waiting for the stars to come up. The retake smokes are in. Natan able to find one onto Salvo. Chris M able to
Yeah.
the trade, and Shortify goes huge for 3. That's match point for OU.
I mean, that retake was just a bit too chaotic. They tried to clear out that player in hell, and there's like 3 of them looking at the same player, and Shortify was able to take advantage of that, finding a few good kills. 1 round away now. Match point for Oklahoma. No matter what, this is the last round of this half. So all of these teams, all of these players are just going to be force buying all of their util, all of their abilities.
That's how you surprise.
This is it. Showstopper is available for Oklahoma. I don't know how to say Colorado. And they're going to be wanting to use it.
No
There's
target.
but Savo able to just completely get rid of that showstopper from the equation. An insane opening pick. Natan able to find that trade, but Tiny now out of util for the round. Does get a flash and does kind of reveal a fair bit of information. Chris M on the back of the site here, just trying to kind of take a couple peeks, gets a little bit of info in towards C-Long and just nestles into that back site area where he's going to sit for presumably the rest of the round. But Benji gets that pick onto Tiny in mid. That's so crucial. Now, that B site is wide open as Bondo's left. Bondo's deciding to stack A here with Senja because, he only has a Stinger. He cannot take a fight on his own. We see... I mean, it feels like it's either B or A, right? Surely this doesn't end C. There just hasn't been a lot of util here. Oh, maybe something's been heard in towards Garage. Yeah, there's the Trailblazer actually out towards Garage. The Nebulas are up.
30 seconds left.
It's a C commit. The flash has gone out. Chris M able to find that first kill onto Benji. Chris M just playing in that snake bite. Just able to play around it for a little bit, staying alive. That's all he needs to do. Like PG said, not able to find one onto Bondo, but Chris M able to trade on onto Shortify. There's 10 seconds left. If
10
Chris M
seconds
can
left.
just keep being a nuisance on this
Last
site,
player
which he
standing.
is, Civ able to find one onto Chris M, but now
Spike planted.
the spike has gone down,
No,
and Civ
and that's
able
it.
to get the
Attackers
headshot
win.
onto Senja, and that's map 2. It's a loss, 13-11. So close for Keanu.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough loss to take, especially considering Keanu. I genuinely think there started to be sort of that breakdown of team play towards the end there. I think a lot more misplays than is typically characteristic of this team. You had somebody like Chris M having to get 31 and 17, 366 ACS, top of the leaderboard for the server, and still they don't get a win because below them are 4 Oklahoma players. And yeah, at the end of the day, I think Keanu just started playing that defense a little bit poorly, stopped playing it so much like defense, started peeking when they really didn't need to, those types of things, and trying to catch timings that ended up backfiring on them. At the end of the day, I think that's all stuff that can be fixed. I think Keanu is a team that is typically very adaptive and can find their mistakes, and I think that's something that will be fixed before our map 3, because Keanu did win that map, or not this map, the previous map. So as Oklahoma takes this one, there is going to be a third map, which I believe is Bind. So all of that and more to come after a short little break.
Hello, hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Samsung Dreamhack Invitational Open Qualifiers number 2, round of 64. I am Ancient Angel. With me today is Sleepy Boy, and we are on map 3 against Oklahoma University.
Yeah, this is the final map. This is the decider. This is the second 3-map series we've seen. And if Kayano wins this, there's still another series to go. So this is a bit of a marathon day. But yeah, so Kayano is in this map of Bind. It's actually been a minute since I've seen Bind. But very recently there's been quite a bit of changes to the meta on Bind, and we even see that coming out already. You see Kayano with Tiny on Yoru, which is actually a similar comp to what they ran on Breeze, where they had Tiny on Yoru as well. So clearly Tiny understands how to play this agent. We've seen him do well on Yoru before. And then they've got the double controller, which again is pretty standard. You've got Brim and Viper, and then they've got Raze, their duelist, or obviously yours a duelist as well, but he's more that supporting duelist. And then you've got Sky as your solo initiator. Over on the other side, similar comp, except that instead of having that double duelist, they instead have a Sentinel in Cypher. So Oklahoma's running also a pretty standard comp. I think we're seeing this sort of Euro comp pop up more and more. But it is not necessarily the meta yet, and I think it's really just whatever comp teams are feeling confident with. But I've seen this Euro comp more, and I also kind of like it. I think it makes the game a lot more interesting.
Oh, it definitely makes this game really interesting. We've seen Tiny on maps like Breeze. He actually does really, really well on the Yoru. Now that Trailblazer does come in, and so does a Teleport, actually. And unlike a Yoru, you know, you can't really play mind games with the teleporter so much. So Bondo choosing to just GTFO, as the kids say. And now, Chris M looking towards, ooh, B site. Shortify does take care of Sabo, but Chris M does get the trade. Tiny now waiting. Getting a little bit of time. Senja looking in towards Puka. Maintain the split control. Chris M on for the ace in this round. Never mind. As soon as I say that, Bondo able to find one onto Winders. And Benji in Hookah. Senja just playing a little bit. Don't throw this away. Don't throw this away now, guys. This is like a 4v1. Let's chill out. Let's get the round. The snake bites out. Just gonna stall for time. Senja and Bondo both in towards Garden.
Just peek him one by one. See what happens.
Oh, yes, absolutely. On a pistol? 100%. Just choosing to 3-2-1 peek it. Off the bird.
I don't think he's sticking it.
Are we counting?
Oh,
he wasn't sticking it though.
Oh.
Bondo able to get that pistol round. There it is.
Thought for a second maybe he was sticking it, but you do have that first round going to Kayano. Hopefully this is the start of a bit of a switch up from what we initially saw on Haven, where Kayano definitely very much so struggled on Haven, although their offense went pretty well. So we'll see where it ends up heading for Kayano. Definitely already we can see Oklahoma struggling a little bit. They did some weird plays with the teleporter. They end up sending a player through TP, and that's the last player, so their position is of course very much so adamantly known. So small stuff like that could definitely still be a factor, and you do have to be aware of that.
Absolutely something you're gonna have to be aware of super well. Now immediately Chris M does get that kill onto Winders, and now post plant just immediately coming in. Chris M second kill, this time onto Benji. Savo, or no, that was Senja, not Chris M. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Senja's on the Viper. But now, of course, as soon as I realize that Senja does go down, just trying to play a little bit of fun, silly games with the clone. Can't really get too much done with it, as now these remaining 3 players are walking up long.
One enemy remaining.
The trades are coming in, and Savo is able to close it out. A second round for Kiana.
You're up. Stay
Yeah.
safe. We're going back in.
We did end up seeing this sort of more aggressive play. Again, it's an anti-eco, so they're able to sort of just run into B. They will, it seems. And it does end up paying off. If they're able to get in. The spike is able to get down, and from there it's just about playing a good post plant, which they are able to do. Yeah, we will see this where this direction is headed.
Yeah, now this is a bonus round on the side of Kiano.
Reloading.
So I'm hoping that maybe Kiano can, you know, put something together here that just kind of forces out a lot of utility, a lot of kills, like a lot of weapons, because you don't want this economic advantage to be diminished, right? You have the ability to kind of take this round and not really do too much crazy with it. So hopefully they will be able to kind of find a fair way back into the game. Sid is able to take out Chris M, and Savo is able to take out Winders. So, you know, equal footing for both sides as Raze takes out Raze and Brim takes out Brim. And Kiana are looking to move onto that B site. Tiny being the leader of the pack now, with that stinger in hand. Guiding light does come out. Tiny. Oh my goodness, Bondo! What an insane shot! Hello? Who let him get away with that? Senja now gets to pick up a Phantom and is gonna try and wrap with Savo in towards CT, as all three Seekers have been discovered. Coming out CT. Savo looking to just keep off the guiding light. He is able to, and Bondo and Savo combined for 2. It's now Natan in a 1v3. The spike's already been down, and there's a fair bit of time ticked off the clock. Natan is able to find Savo, but Senja closes it out. That's a great bonus round for Kiana.
Yeah, 3 in a row to start it off, and you can start to tell that Keanu's, you know what, maybe we haven't seen them on Bind. This is definitely a map they've still practiced though. You can tell how strong they already are. They've got a good understanding. You even saw them with a bit of good communication there on that swing into CT. They were able to correctly identify when Natan had gone through and into the smoke. So this is definitely being played much better already than we saw at least towards that end of Haven. So
I would love. I think, you know, like, just to give this a little bit of thought here. How much of this do you think is due to the fact that the Yoru is so in play?
I'm honestly not necessarily thinking it's necessarily because of the Yoru. I think it's also like you sort of see some cracks here and there where Oklahoma just seems to not have the best like holds on this map. They're not necessarily able to play as well as you'd expect on this map, and I do think that Euro definitely plays a part. But I also think enough you probably have played against enough players in the scrims who are running this Euro comp that I think you should have an understanding of how the Euro comp works. And I wouldn't necessarily think it's because they're being called off guard. I think, you know, maybe if you're pulling it out after nice shot from Tiny after that first Bind reintroduction, I think maybe then you would have seen sort of that situation where Yorick can catch you off guard, but I just think most teams would be used to playing against him now.
That's pretty fair. For those of you that might be wondering why we weren't talking actively about that round, it's because it was an eco. That was an eco out for OU. Kiano able to pick it up, only losing, I believe it was Senja, or was it Chris M?
I think it was Chris M. Maybe not.
I think it was, actually, I want to say it was Senja, because Senja runs those default skins on the Phantom and Spectre and things like that. So it was Senja. Senja unfortunately died to just a little pinch play, but, you know, anti-eco. Now we're getting back into the fun action. Tiny using that dimensional drift immediately to just try and clear a lot of space. Oh, and that's Natan's like position figured out on the site. He does get revealed by a tripwire though. That is going to have to be taken care of. Chris M kind of holding down this flank in towards Market. Orbital Strike does come out and force some player either deeper into showers or further out of showers, depending on how you see it. Savo just satcheling to keep people in line. Benji able to take care of not just Bondo, but also Senja. Chris M throwing out the
Last
molly
player
now.
standing.
Winder is able to take care of Chris M and Tiny, and Savo gets cleaned up by Sid. It's now a flawless round in the other direction.
I mean, if there's a way to bounce back, that's the way to do it. 4 rounds in a row for Keanu, but then Oklahoma gets a near... I mean, no, that was a perfect round. I was going to say near perfect round. No, that was a perfect round. Complete flawless denial on A. The players just caught out in those angles, especially just holding in towards U-Haul, sort of just stuck there. And they were, you know, shut down because of that. So I do think that might be a story that may continue where these players are maybe caught out in these weird positions and these holds. Especially considering we just haven't seen bind a lot from Keanu. So hopefully, you know, hopefully that's sort of a one-time thing. And Keanu typically does, you know, they find one weak point, they clean it up. So hopefully they don't do something like that again, where they're sort of just caught out and they're able to just get mowed down like that.
We haven't seen bind from them a lot, but we have seen it a couple times. So like it is a tested thing before. The Trailblazer does come out to give Tiny another ult orb towards that dimensional drift. It seems that the game plan for Keanu's attack side is revolving around this dimensional drift, actually. Clone comes out, sprayed through. Now, Savo sending out that paint shells into lamps. It seems that Keanu again wants to test this A site, but Natan through the smoke, able to find Tiny and Shortify, able to find Savo on the flank. Chris M able to find Shortify, but Blinders, oh, just able barely to find Chris M, and now it's Bondo in a 1v4 situation. Knife out, gets caught out by Natan, timing not available.
I think this A side is just not the move for Keanu. And you did talk about the dimensional drift. I've observed quite a bit on this map where dimensional drifts can make a really big impact in a lot of rounds. Like there's definitely some teams where, I mean, I've literally observed some teams they pull out Yoru on bind and they only have 1 rounds where they had that dimensional drift out. So clearly it's a node that is a lot more powerful, and I think teams don't necessarily realize how powerful, or viewers may not realize how powerful that your dimensional drift can be, because the vision and info you gather on a map like Bind can be so useful in those side executes.
Yeah, and of course, and now we see Savo and Chris M able to, you know, get that numbers lead and advantage for Keanu. Chris M does also go down as a result from a push out of Hookah, but you know, numbers are in your favor, so just being able to now play fundamentals and you know, play out, get those trades in, you know, make sure that Tiny stays alive in towards showers, which he's been pretty good at on Yoru. I think that this guy definitely, you know, #1 Yoru NA, you know what I mean? Like, this guy is insane. So let's see what he is able to set up here as Bondo and Savo looking to take a little cheeky contact in towards the B site.
Player advantage is definitely going to be something Keanu could take advantage of. And I do think Oklahoma would be expecting them on A, just because of how long Sam has been cut, although now they may be wanting to rotate back towards B.
I mean, this was like a completely open site. Like, no resistance. I think they just gamble stacked A, presumably because the Viper was still up. Senja now watching towards long. I think one of them at least took the teleporter over, so you know, you're gonna have to be a little wary if you are Keanu. Oh, some towards CT.
Nice.
There was a flash towards long, and that's actually really crucial if you're Bondo and Senja. Like, that team flash might seem like a bit of a choke or a throw. There's kind of like a million IQ brain power type of play for it.
Now get up.
Tiny able to close out the round though, and that's a 5-2 lead. And when we talk stats on this map, is this a defender sided map or is this attacker sided?
It's definitely sort of, I think it's more and more, I think before the changes it tended to favor that defense just because those choke points were easy to take advantage of, kind of like Ascent. But these changes have sort of made it much easier for this offense to rotate quickly. And, you know, we've seen these more aggressive comps come out, like Double Duelist, where it does sort of lend its hand more towards that offense. We were able to get into that site quickly through those choke points and take advantage. Obviously, Keanu struggled on this A site, so we'll see if they're able to do it this time.
Double, you see that showstopper come out now. Shortify, able to take out 2, but Savo and Tiny combine huge for 3 off the back of the showstopper. Benji, able to take care of some of the dimensional drift. Oh, Tiny, he peeks out too early, and he gets shot in the head. Oh no, Chris M. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, having to dig himself out of this 1v2. Benji, what agency from him to just be able to take that teleporter just in time and collapses upon the rest of this team. Chris M finds himself in this situation. He did magic on Haven. He picked up the spike. What can he do now? Lurking in towards showers, just slicing this pie, going angle by angle, clearing it out, going super slow. You do not want to get caught by a cypher trip at this point.
30 seconds left.
So
See
tense.
one. I know this is such a like.
It's like a horror game.
I know this is when Valorant becomes a horror game, man. This is exactly the moment. He's gonna try and force a fight in CT, see if he can find anything.
It's running low on time. He's just gonna have to go.
10
He's cooked
seconds
so much
left on
space.
the
10
clock.
seconds left.
He really has, but he didn't clear out lamps. Oh, but
Oh.
showers! The wrap from short in through showers. Benji able to find that kill onto Chris M. It gives them a third.
That was like the perfect timing possible. Yeah, you're right. That lamps had never really been cleared out. Yeah, well played from Oklahoma. I think that early fight was I mean, it was pretty much over at that point. You just had that player advantage, and I think that early fight was played very well. I think Keanu did a good job in it as well. Had there not been that misplay from Tiny coming into the dimensional drift, and that may just show a bit of a lack of experience with the agent, possibly just not understanding the timing, but definitely.
and Winders in that aggression through short, able to find out Spinja. That's gonna be so big. It leaves a really big gap actually in towards this A side. Tiny having to kind of cover for it. It's Chris M. Trying to bait out a fight Hookah or just trying to take care of the Cypher utility. Does get spammed out by Benji though.
It's starting to look very good for Oklahoma. They're starting to look much stronger as the rounds progress.
Absolutely, Savo and Bondo
Spike carriers down.
kind of tag team
Spike
towards
down
short.
A. Last
Now
player
only onto Savo, 1v5. He's able to find one onto Civ, but that's all. A shortify. That's it to a 5-4.
Yeah, it's very clear that once the offense loses that player advantage, it's very punishing on Bind.
Here.
Or at least for Keanu. Like, if they're down players on this map, they just seem to not be able to make any further progress. So hopefully for them, they can start finding some of those early picks or figure out how to equalize it after losing some of those players. I think Oklahoma has stopped going for so many aggressive plays. So Keanu can't necessarily take advantage of that anymore. But just trying to find those early picks.
Oh my goodness, that spam through showers. I don't even understand what the thought process was. Maybe just because they heard the footsteps and you had the safety of the Viper's Pit and you wanted to know whether that was a Yoru decoy or you could actually get something done with it. Unknown.
I think they should know. I think they should probably rotate at this point.
I mean, maybe, but we don't actually have any confirmation of where that Viper's Pit is. We did see the Brimstone over here. And it's a guiding light flash through the wall. Shortify, able to take out Chris M in towards showers as now the rotate has come in. They want to try and force the issue here. They know that this is where the Cypher likes to set up the tripwires. The first one has been taken care of. The second one yet to come. But it's unknown where it is currently.
I've got
Yeah,
your trail.
it feels like because of this kind of Cypher Viper combo that a lot of teams choose to run, Keanu is really stuck here. Like they
30 seconds
feel very
left.
boxed in.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're really sure how to approach this at this point, so they're just caught
Reloading.
between a rock and a hard place. In Hookah, just waiting.
Last player standing. Spike Spike down B.
And time
have
is
10
running
seconds
down
left.
to an absolute low. Winders got 3 in the round, and Savo at this point, he's like, you know what, let me just save. Let me just take this Vandal, and I'm just gonna run all the way back home with my Vandal. And let it alone.
Timeout now going to be called, and there's no question as to why. Keanu has sort of just been shut down in these early rounds. It's like I said, they need to figure out how to find those picks when they sort of haven't been pushed into very much. I think there's a potential weak spot in showers. I think sometimes we do have it where Oklahoma's pushed in towards showers, being a bit more aggressive, possibly testing for that orb. But I do think Keanu could maybe take advantage of that weak spot there. I also think there's just potential to maybe try and use more util to sort of bait out some of those rotates. It does seem like they're not really trying to go for any lurk plays very much, and they're sort of just getting shut down in their attempts to push through these entrances because these are choke points, which is what I said. And I think you sort of do need to, with a map that's as small as this, you do sort of need to take advantage of the ability to rotate for the offense, where you can sort of have these lurkers. You can be willing to use these TPs, and I think maybe a play where, classic, we've seen it many times, you just push down B long, and then you take TP and rotate to try and hopefully bait out that rotate. Something like that, where Keanu just sort of goes for these strategies, and it looks like maybe this time around they're going to get ready to possibly fight this showers push.
Okay. You're a pretty brainy guy,
Time
I'd
to
like
jump.
to say. So
I'm
let me
afraid
interest you
this
in this
might
little
get
theory
loud.
that I came up
Here.
with all the way back in like 2021 when I was in bronze. In that sometimes we think about agents wrong. We think about agents in the opposite way, where we think of duelists being really good on the attack and sentinels being really good on the defense. But I think that based on the way that some teams decide to play, it actually might be the opposite, where sentinels actually get really good kind of ratings on the attack, and duelists get really, really nice, like, kind of impact on the defense. It's entirely dependent on the team's play style.
Yeah, I think it's a good thought process. I actually, Benji does take out Chris Sam. I actually do kind of agree with that to an extent. Maybe not the part about the Sentinels, but I do think, especially when you're running a double duelist comp like this, where you've got this Yoru, you're sort of using it almost as an initiator rather than you would as a duelist more. So more like aggressive initiator almost, trying to find some of that early info. You've got TPs to utilize, maybe peek those angles, try and find good info.
30 seconds left.
And especially on that on that defense, that can be very advantageous. And you can also go for those more aggressive plays where you're pushing up, finding picks, especially on a map like Blind where there's not a whole lot of long angles to watch. That can be more advantageous.
Yeah, but of course, as we say that, Winder's just able to absolutely mop up Keanu here. It's a flawless round. Now,
Last
guaranteed
round before the
a tied
switch.
half.
Don't save anything.
Yeah, 5-6. Now, this map can tend to be a little bit more balanced. I say it kind of favors the offense, and that's because it kind of does. I think if you take advantage of that ease of rotation, it can. But it's also a struggle to try and take advantage of that ease of rotation. So there's different ways to look at it. I'd say of the maps, it's a little bit more balanced. So I'd say 6-6 is probably a good half. 5-7 isn't bad either. I think Keanu has definitely proven that sometimes they're just a second half type of team. And that may pay out here.
100%. I don't know why this is sometimes with Keanu, but like, it sometimes just feels like they need that first half to like figure out how the team's gonna play on the other half. You know, like, you see it so often, especially like on that defense, like on the defense side. Keanu like loves to like try and figure out, like, almost probe like teams' reactions on defense in a way, and then use that to like figure out what they need to do on offense. And it's like a super interesting kind of like strategy. Or that's how it feels, at least. I could totally be wrong. Alright. Oh my goodness, Chris M able to find shortly, spraying into the smoke, maybe caught out his shoulder or something. Tiny able to find one onto Benji, using that dimensional drift. Now Civ able to find Senja as now Savo and Tiny 2v2.
The satchels come in, knocks off.
One enemy remaining. Last player
There's no
standing.
time remaining. It's a tied half all. No!
What?
The defuse came in! Not untapped just at the end! And Salvo couldn't get the spray in time!
Switching sides.
That was probably the first time in a while we've seen that spike go down even. And I thought that was all Kayana would need to do. I mean, what a fumble there. To lose it at the end. 5-7 now. It's okay. I said this is an okay scoreline, and I do still believe that. I think if Keanu just gets this pistol, it's pretty much over. And we've seen from Oklahoma the power to shut down that offense from Keanu. So there's a chance Keanu is able to return it. Like you said, they've got these two duelists that may be able to do more on this defense. And I think you don't go for a double duelist comp if you don't think you're going to be able to play well in your defense, and that may pan out here.
Absolutely. We do see Senja in towards B long here alongside Bondo, just to try and gain some early B info, as well as this kind of showers wall that we see a lot of teams run. This is like the standard wall now, it feels like, to fight for defense. A triple stack in towards showers. Winders able to find 100%, but Savo able to find two himself. Savo and Tiny not able to find Civ, as now it's a 2v3, and it
Spike
feels
planted.
like Spike should go down on A. Hello? Was that like a person that Bondo saw?
I think they might think it was, but I'm not sure.
Toxin screen down.
It is definitely down on A, so you want to focus your attention here.
Yeah, Senja just spending a little bit of time clearing out these angles.
Last player standing.
Oh, Benji
Toxins going
able to find Bondo as like that kind of counter lurker flank watcher. And at this point, Senja opting just to play for exits against that Brimstone. Benji on the wrap, able to claim Senja. That's an 8th round for OU.
Yeah, Kano needed that pistol very badly. You know, I'll go back to, I believe it was Ascent when we started off with, where they only got 5 rounds on their defense, and then they switched sides, got the first 2 rounds of the offense, and then they continued that to win the map. So I think that could have been a similar story here, and it just isn't going to be. Keanu's definitely starting to lose their grip. They were in a position, this is so unfortunate to see, they were in a position to win 2-0, and then they fumbled the previous map. It seems they're starting to just lose some of that momentum and stamina they need in order to make it through these matches.
Yeah, well, that Trailblazer does get forced out. I think it does reveal a fair bit. Tiny, able to teleport away just in time after Benji is spotted deep near attacker spawn. Now Savo playing out
Toxin screen
side
down.
of the showers. Senja looking in towards Hookah. And Tiny just jiggling around elbow. It's a very passive setup for this defense, as now this hit comes in towards the A site. Natan able to find one onto Chris M. Savo, if he dares
Spike
go out
planted.
the smoke, there is someone waiting for him on the other side. So instead, he decides to back off, wait for his teammates to come in. Tiny in towards Heaven. Bondo and Senja out towards Elbow. As now the peaks start to come in. Savo wrapping through triple. Fortify.
Out of charge.
Goes down. Savo gets a second on this stinger. As now Bondo starts to tap, tries to bait out some of those lineups. The incendiary
Last
missed.
player standing.
Savo goes down to it
Okay.
either way, and Tiny at 12 health. I mean, surely it's just as easy as that. There is
One
no time
enemy
remaining.
remaining.
He does get the headshot onto Civ. Isn't able to find Winders. And I believe Winders just gets to teleport away for free and live. See another day.
No more doubts. We're
It's not
ready.
bad though. That was an anti-eco, and they lost all but one of their players on that side of Oklahoma. So Keanu definitely did a very good job of shutting that down. They're able to get those 4 kills. They definitely showed some good promise there. Sava had a very nice play. Speaking of which, Sava's numbers are insane right now. I'm looking forward to see if the rest of the team can sort of make up and match that, as we are going to be going into a bonus, or what should be a bonus for Oklahoma, but they only have 1 good gun to keep from the previous round.
Blinded.
Now Bondo being able to send out that blinding light or that guiding light
It does give a lot of information and it provides a lot of pressure. Now we do see Tiny just trying to kind of bait out a little bit more info and play some of these mind games with that decoy going through the teleporter, right? Doesn't get spammed out, so it's just able to cross for free. As these sky smokes come in, Savo
Last
gets
player
shot
standing.
out of the sky by Winders and it ends up with 3 kills. Bondo 1v5 turned
Spike
1v4.
planted.
What can you do?
I mean, I just want to talk about Savo for a second. He was on those boxes, saw one of the players coming in through short, and then still pulled out the showstopper and started boom packing the other way towards showers.
I think there might have been more players out towards showers. I think that was like the
Yeah,
call.
but they were watching. It was just weird because they were holding they were holding short, holding it down, and then as soon as they saw a player, they turned around.
Now Bondo able to find a second, nice little exit, but Winders 4 kills on the round. I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, this is not good. I'm gonna be honest. This is not looking good for Keanu. They've lost their grip on this map entirely. They got 4 rounds at the start of this map. Got 1 after that. Haven't found any success in the past 8 rounds of play, and I think Keanu's starting to just. I mean, I thought maybe they, especially after those first few rounds of the half, I thought they were going to show some good promise of the practice they had coming into this map. But they're definitely showing a little bit of not that. I think maybe they haven't had as much time to practice this or practice against teams that are at the level or understand how to play against teams that are at the level of Oklahoma, and it's definitely starting to become very worrisome.
For sure, this Trailblazer coming up and spawning Bondo long, but oh my goodness, Bondo! What shot is that? Natan in towards Market is able to find Savo and Chris M. Tiny able to eventually get that trade and is able to teleport out. Save. There you go, Tiny. Now just kind of playing that rotation game, but Shortify through the smoke?
Spike
Able
planted.
to find Bondo? Hello? Maybe Bondo was just knife out running it. Tiny though, now running it through showers, trying to buy a little bit of time for Senja and a little bit of space for Senja as well. Just to sneak out, make his way to lamps. I believe Tiny did hear. Yes, Tiny did in fact hear where Shortify was.
Last player standing.
Spy cam is out.
Oh,
And through the flash, Tiny able to find Shortify. 5 bullets. No time. Unfortunate, but Tiny not able to close this 3v1 out. Benji gets them to 11.
I'm gonna be honest. I want Keanu to force a buy here. I don't want them to. Actually, they can afford a buy. They don't even need to force it. I was saying that because I don't want them to try and save here when they're down so many rounds. To just allow your opponent to get to match point would just be probably not what you want to see. They're taking this time out, and it's a much needed one. They're really just struggling to find very much contact. The previous round wasn't horrible. I think that that it was played a little bit interesting where they sort of just let time get away from them. I know that they were trying to hopefully get a pinch going through U-Haul and such, but when time is that low, I think it may have just made more sense to take those fights individually. I don't know. There's a few different times they could have played differently. I don't know if those different plays would have worked out. For example, that round could have just gone differently if Tiny had hit his shots a little earlier or something like that, right? So I think there's a lot of different ways this could have gone. A lot of times there's just some whiffs in those 1v1s and some bad situational awareness, decision making here and there. I think Oklahoma is playing very well as well. They've realized that this series is winnable, especially after they came back from the 9-3 in the previous map. So I don't know. I think Oklahoma is feeling very, very good about themselves, and I think this confidence is allowing them it's allowing them to just manifest these impressive plays that we're seeing.
100% Savo opting instead to take this peek towards B short. We're seeing a kind of pinch. There's the decoy coming out. Savo off of a showstopper and orbital striker out on that A site. Winders able to get taken out by Senja. As now, snake bites are traded between short and triple.
Oh.
Savo able to find a huge critical pick onto Benji. This spike is going down in truck though. Tiny able to get the timing. Perfect. And Natan actually blocked from leaving. These last two players are revealed. That spike is going down. Tiny needs to get out now. He is able to leave with his life. It's 2v3, and now Tiny had an adequate number of health points.
Specs doesn't go
One
down.
enemy remaining.
No,
Oh.
Civ
Spike
actually went
down.
for a
Defender
gamble
spawn.
to try and equalize numbers towards CT. Shortify and Tiny
Son,
now next to duel up, and Tiny finally able to put another round on the board for Keanu.
don't stop fighting.
That was really good. They were very aware that there's probably going to be a lurker towards B. They heard them out, and so they wanted to take those fights. They sent their player. They left, I believe it was Savo there to watch that rotate over towards B. So as soon as that lurker got taken down, they knew that they could commit to watching A. Spike was tapped, and then they could really start to take those fights. Dimensional Drift, which we've talked about many times already, came out this round, and it did have an amazing impact. You can see Keanu starting to bounce back a little bit, show a little bit more thought process in these strategies, a little bit better situational awareness and decision making. So hopefully this continues.
There you go. That peek from Benji is so crucial. Winder's able to find that shot onto Tiny though. Bondo gonna force out these seekers to try and get something done. Civ,
Spike down,
unfortunately,
B.
being the first to fall on the side of OU. Savo now doubling up with Bondo. See, maybe something strange can happen. Benji and Winders. Winders double satcheling out onto the site. Shortify able to take out Bondo. Chris
Oh.
M though from CT is able to equalize, and now it's a 2v2.
TPs heard twice, so pretty confident. This could be
I've got
rotated
your
to third
trail.
day.
Confident in
Seekers now come
Seekers
out.
coming out now is crucial.
Spike
Senja
planted.
going to have to
One enemy remaining.
kind of
Oh,
burn some
nice.
time here. Able to find Shortify, and now it's just Natan alone.
Last player
Hear that
standing.
lineup. Natan able to find that first pick onto Senja, and now the Viper's pit is out.
Beacon here.
Chris M trying to play a little bit of mind games here, as now the pit has been entered.
Hold on to your
And
hats.
Natan choosing to drop the pit just to buy time. Speaking of time, there is no more for Chris M. It's done. Natan gets the kill for good measure, and it's series point OU.
Keanu needs
Match
6 in a row to take it to overtime, to fight through overtime, to take it to a third series in the day, to try and get further into the tournament. There's so much that Keanu has to push through right now to try and continue on.
Here.
It seems that we've been here before. We're here with Red Bull, where it's like this is clearly a team that is meant to do very well in this tournament, and then they just hit
Don't
this
give them
roadblock,
ground.
and they can't seem to figure out one of these maps, and it starts to fall apart. And unfortunately, I think maybe Keanu is falling victim to this loss here against Oklahoma. Who, a reminder, they very much so could have beaten in a 2-1.
Absolutely. Natan and Civ able to take out both duelists on the side of Keanu.
I know
Bondo
exactly.
goes down as well. It's Chris M and Senja in a 2v5 with only Stinger. Senja now alone, 1v4. What can he do? He's
Spike
already
planted.
got Benji. It's going to be an ace for him. It doesn't come out.
Attackers
Shortify
win.
finishes it. OU takes the series. Bind ends 13-6.
GG on the match, GG on the day as well. Unfortunately for Keanu, this will end their story here for this tournament. Not a horrible show, I'll be honest. They definitely continue to show that this is a team that can compete at a very high level. It's just that, again, like maybe they need more time on Bind, because it just seemed as though their offense when running double duelist didn't go as well as it maybe should have. And then you switch sides to the defense, and they just don't necessarily understand how to play as well defensively. It is unfortunate, and again, it could have gone very differently, especially on map 2, and they sort of just let it get away from them, and that's an unfortunate story to be able to tell. Congratulations to Oklahoma for getting an amazing win, able to prevent that to a win the 9-3, and continue that momentum to get that win on map 3. So well played from them.
Yeah. Best of luck to Oklahoma in the rest of this tournament. But I believe for now, that is going to be it from us at Keanu. I'm Ancient Angel.
And I'm Sleepy Boy 10.
And thank you all so much for watching. Good night.